Hello. What does this admin tag mean on Twitter? I've never seen this before. Why does Mizkif have a tag? It's so weird. Here, let me show you. What is all this stuff? That is super bizarre. Never seen that. See that admin tag there? What does that mean? Maybe it's like because it's like he's like in a guild or something. Admin. Ain't no admin at Twitter I've ever seen. He's part of a group. It's for communities very similar to Discord. Hi, Jay Bruce. Good to see you. You guys hear about this at TwitchCon? These like kick streamers that are going and harassing people? That is nuts, man. What's up, man? I subbed to the Patreon yesterday and I already got a lot of it. Thank you. That is really awesome. I appreciate that. I think the Patreon's going to get even better as I'm hopefully trying to pay someone to go through and do all of the collections so that you don't just have to infinitely scroll to get like 300 videos. Hey, what's up? Yeah. That's pretty messed up to me. I don't do, other way. You gotta be really careful or they'll figure out we're not actually in space. Yeah, I think that most of those, how do I say this? It just so happened that they bothered the type of streamers that a lot of streamers are actually like gamers, right? So they're like pretty awkward and they're just gonna kind of like laugh that kind of stuff off. If they had bothered the wrong streamers, that would have been a super different type of thing. Some of those people are not. I guess those type of people were not there at that time. Glad you're back to making content. Thanks, thank you. I'm not really. Dan's take. Okay, yeah, I'll read Dan's take. I like Dan. Is this something I can watch on stream? I don't know if this is. Hold on.
Dude, keep coming at me. You're gonna lose. Don't do it. I'm a loser. Okay. Your life is, but I know where my life is gonna end up. Your life is on. My life's over. Oh, stop. Please. Don't come at me.
Okay, yeah, we can watch it. Yeah, it's just fighting. It's like, it's a Twitch clip. E-Rob sucker punched Darius at TwitchCon after confirming he didn't lie. Oh my god, this is like. This isn't like what I was talking about though. This is just just like streamer drama. This isn't like people intentionally walking around harassing people.
No, dude, keep coming at me. You're gonna lose. Don't do it. I'm a loser. Okay. Well, your life will never do anything, bro. Okay. Your life is, but I know where my life is gonna end up. You're living in Austin and another nigga's house.
Yeah, I don't care about this. This is dumb. I like literally don't care. The kind of idea of the idea of like the TwitchCon harassment though is actually interesting, because it sort of begets like, what's the appropriate response to comments like that? Just walk away? Yeah, I think so. I mean, like the thing about fighting is like. Okay, I don't know if I'm not ready to have this talk 10 minutes into the stream, but we'll do it anyway. I've been in martial arts all my life. Most people know that. I used to compete. I started when I was 4 years old. Like really badass people will tell you that like fighting's cool or whatever. My opinion on it is that usually, even if you're really good at fighting, you can cause an injury or be injured in a way, just accidentally. Just stuff kind of goes crazy in street fights a lot of the time. And the vast majority of the time, it's not worth it. Because if you seriously injure somebody or become seriously injured, like you could just trip on, like human beings are kind of fragile. If you trip on something, hit cement or something like that, like you're looking at, like you've gone from like, I don't know, like an assault charge to like an attempted murder charge. It's like that bad. So even if you are really, really confident that you can win a fight, you probably shouldn't do it. The only time that you should really fight is if you genuinely feel like your life is in danger. And even then, like we used to have a class that I taught at the school, and it was called Street Awareness. And the Street Awareness class was about how to confront various different situations. One of the situations that you could get into is like if somebody ever pulls a gun on you, don't do some Israeli IDF thing that you watched on YouTube, like where you're like, like Denzel Washington type stuff. Just give them whatever they want, right? Like your wallet and your credit card and all that stuff is just not worth like your life. Like do everything you can to just give them whatever you want, and then leave if you can, or get out. Like your life is the most worthwhile thing. Nothing on you is worth that. So I generally think at those conferences, like if you run into that kind of situation, just like go, like don't like get ego about it. Just like walk to the just walk to like the nearest authority or police or whatever, and it's no problem. That's how I feel about it. What are we doing, guys? What is this? What are you dudes doing in here? Just calm down. This is a business stream. All right. Jesus. Where am I at? Oh yeah. So that's, I guess, yeah. You know what really is like the weird thing about TwitchCon and stuff like that I can't figure out is like what is going on with the like the fact that these guys, like Mizkif is a very wealthy person, and private security is not that, like badass private security, like hard pipe hitting motherfuckers is not that hard to hire. It's like $100 a day per person. I know because I've hired it. So what? Not for myself. I'm not that cool, but for A-list people that we activate as an agent. And it's like if you want super hardcore like people, for $200 or $300 a day, which is not even close to like what these guys are making. You just have those dudes walk around with you. I remember the Koreans have this figured out. Like in esports, I remember that Faker had the biggest dude with him I've ever seen. And I didn't talk to Faker at PAX. I didn't. I was like, that guy's huge. There's no way I'm going to deal with that dude. Like, there's no way. Security isn't content. I don't think that people like, I understand what you're saying, and there might be a little bit of that, but I don't think people like NMP, like Nick, that like legitimately got harassed at TwitchCon were looking for content. I just don't, how do I say this? It's not that it's not that they're looking for content, it's just that they're not that smart. I'd say like in a business sense, in like a delegation sense, like it like this is something that like an agency would think about in like 10 seconds, like and it's like if I'm running like an A-list celebrity or the equivalent of one, because like these people are not A-list celebrities, but at these conventions they are, right? You just pack a lot of heat behind those people or around those people, and you also use like a lot of conventional like a lot of people don't know, like every convention hall is set up with back end areas. Like you can walk through the entire convention and get to different places without ever seeing anybody, because there's backroom hallways. Every stadium has this. Like when we were trying to get players into Madison Square Garden or whatever like that, you would just go through this like little tunnel system, there's always like a back there's like a back alley type of place where they just have like security and a metal detector and they can just walk people in. So there's a lot of ways to get around this. And the reason why I dislike TwitchCon more so than any other convention that I go to is because they ignore every single one of these perfectly reasonable things to do in order to like create this feeling, this super parasocial feeling of like the streamers walking around. And so it causes all these problems like this. You don't have this shit happen at like regular conventions because this is all figured out. Like, if Kevin Hart wants to go to a convention and give a talk there, they have that entire thing figured out. Kevin Hart's not going to walk through the center of the convention hall and have hordes of like followers like running after him. I don't understand why TwitchCon does this. The meet and greets are super controlled. They're getting better, but like super controlled, like to me means like one, 5'11" dude. At like Twitch, yeah, like yes, for sure. Like if you have a celebrity show up at one of those conventions, we've done this like many times for our agency. That's all like completely handled. Yeah. Isn't the appeal of TwitchCon where you can walk around and see those streamers in person? Yeah, I think so. I guess like I would only go to TwitchCon if I was forced to. And I've only been to TwitchCon because I've been forced to. So I'm not the target demographic for this, right? Like I would never go to likewise, like I don't understand like VidCon from a YouTube standpoint, which I think is like even worse. Like you guys remember that like when Logan Paul went to VidCon and he got like swarmed, he was like running across a fountain because like there was so many like hundreds or thousands of people that were following him. Like sometimes this stuff gets crazy. That stuff is actually insane. So I don't know. I'm so what's the word that Zoomers use when you're just over something? I feel like I'm not even like just close to the right person to talk about conventions anymore and why you'd ever go. Can you beat A-Truck at a dance off? I don't think there's anyone on Twitch that can beat me in a dance off. Seriously. Yeah. But you'll never, that's not a timeline you'll see. Yeah, is it Black Pill? Is that appropriate? Yeah. I don't know. You talked a lot in the past about how conventions are just fading away for a lot of reasons. I noticed this, the convention itself sucked. Well, did you go? I mean, like, TwitchCon is, you've known me, Airwing Marina, long enough that, I mean, I've talked about conventions, like, one of the worst things that a streamer can do for their career. Well, that's super dramatic. That's not true. But it's certainly a waste of time and a waste of money for a smaller broadcaster or a medium-sized broadcaster. Like anybody below, like, I'd say like 2,500 to 3,000 concurrents to go to TwitchCon, for sure. And I don't even know if there's value at like 5,000 or 10,000. Because at like 10,000, you're getting paid to do it. Oh, thanks. None of many. Appreciate that. I think it's more for fun, but if it's fun, then why not go to like a PAX where you see like game releases? There's a lot of, and you can do tabletop. There's like a lot of really awesome conventions that happen, but like TwitchCon just does not feel like it's it. Like like this dude just said, like for a regular person, you'll get a way better experience at PAX. I completely agree. Like, dude, there were so I worked at PAX like a bunch of times, and like there were a lot of times where I would just like skirt off from whatever I was supposed to be doing, and I would literally just go to the tabletop and play like D&D for like 6 hours. It was so fun. I think TwitchCon kind of exemplifies pretty much everything I don't like about Twitch, which is like the reason I stopped creating content in the first place. And it also puts the broadcasters on a pedestal that tend to I guess I would say, lean into this kind of content, which is like the very personal content that is like not about anything except like the lifestyle and the life of those streamers. So like a lot of the streams on Twitch aren't about anything. You know what I mean? Like they're just a person talking about their life or showcasing their life and doing stuff, and it causes these a lot of the people that not all of them have mental illness. Some of them are just legitimately entertained. Most of them probably, but it creates a sort of an ecosystem within Twitch that like the kingmakers on this platform, with few exceptions, are very parasocial type of people, and I just like, and I think TwitchCon just like incentivizes that. It just kind of like makes that like a bigger theme. So we see all these like weird interactions and stuff. Have you ever been to an anime con? I think you'd understand the community aspects of going to a con. I've been to quite a few anime cons. The only thing I saw at anime cons was like, if you mean community aspect, I'd see like girl cosplayers with like 45 to 50 dudes with cameras surrounding them. Is that what you mean by community aspect? The only community aspect I got from cons was from PAX type of stuff with tabletop. That was sick. Yeah. That was some awesome stuff. What's up, Stefan? Nice to see you, man. I'm just kidding. Anime cons seem like a different type of community, though. I'm gonna be real with you. If I was a streamer, I would never want to meet up with fans. Most Twitch chatters are weird AF. If I was a Mizkif, I would never want to meet up with fans. Most of the people that know me are totally reasonable, because like if you can sit through 45 minutes of explanation about cap tables and like equity distribution in S corporations, like you're probably okay. But like if I was like Mizkif or like Hassan or something like that, I would never want to meet anybody that I knew. I'd never want to do that. Yeah. Even here though, we've got a lot of people that like ask like super personal questions all the time. Like, oh, do you have a girlfriend? Oh, do you have this? Like, what's your poop schedule? Like, yeah, all kinds of stuff. You just ignore them, you know. Can you explain why parasocial is a thing with VTubers? That's just too wild for me to understand. I can super explain that. It's 10x more dangerous for girls. Yeah, for sure it is. You're 100% right. Actually, like the VTuber thing is not complicated. It's more parasocial than like people, and I'll tell you why in like 10 seconds. The reason is because when you have a VTuber persona, you're actually able to project onto that persona like your idea of like the perfect person. And so like whatever's behind that and what like that mystery like creates that parasocial connection, if that makes sense. So it's like if I don't know like who the girl is behind that person, like that's my perfect person. Or like the VTuber themselves becomes that perfect person, because it's like, yeah, like everybody wants, you know, a triple D Fox girl or whatever, and like you know, it's like it's a way for the mind to skip all the red flags and like go right to the goal. That's why it's so popular for parasocial stuff. But there's a lot of people that like VTubers that also just create really good content. Like I think that's another thing that like people leave out is like VTubing in general to me feels maybe by virtue of the fact that you just need so much more tech and you need to solve a lot more problems that's easier than just going live. VTubers generally create better content on average than streamers do, I think. So I think that's another factor as well. Like they're better characters, they're more entertaining, like they tend to have like more arcs in their streams, they tend to have like more events and stuff like that. So I think they're better. Would you grind League if you were paid 10K a day? No, not at this point in my life. I'm just focusing my days on doing stuff that matters. It's been really hard to run. I'm super. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Jesus, I'm super like surprised by how hard it was to add in content back to my life. Like right now, we're just streaming 2 times a week, and It's hard, man. Like a combination 2 times a week, 1 short a day, trying for 3 to 4 long form videos a week, and that alone is like so hard. Like when you're all in on a company, like running at Novo at the rate that we're doing, at the clients we're onboarding, the stuff we have to do, like taking like 4 or 5 hours in an afternoon is brutal. Mentally, it's fine. Mentally, it's totally good. But just from a scheduling standpoint, like I was in the office till 4:30 last night, and then I woke up at like 12 and came here again. Oh my God, that's a lot of work. It's a ton. Yeah, they have an actual schedule. Like imagine that. Yeah, VTubers just in general tend to be more professional. So I wouldn't. There's very little I would do for 10K a day that didn't like have an impact or like make a difference or something. How much would 500 viewers on Max make you on Twitch? Probably about $45 to $55 a day. Have the shorts been working? No, not yet. But for a lot of reasons, like the shorts are a formula like anything else. So I'm doing a lot of, I'm taking a course on the back end to kind of learn how to do them better. But like at some point I'm going to run into an issue where like I don't want to like be as viral. So like I don't want to do the content that it's going to take to get those kind of views. So we're gonna keep like doing them, but I think it's just gonna take more practice to get them up to like the level they're at. What advice would you have given yourself 10 years ago? Nothing. I would have looked at myself and I would have walked away because my life is absolutely perfect now. I freaking love my life. It's amazing. I would not change a thing. I'm super lucky. Have you met Pirate Software? I fuck with Thor for sure. I don't know the guy, but I'm really glad he's around because I feel like there's a vacuum of like even remotely good business content in the world. And so that's one of the reasons I came back. I'm super glad he's here. Recruiting for what type of talent? So today we're going to go over the Mr. Beast production doc. I've gotten like 5 billion people to ask about that with me. And we're going to talk about that from like an organizational standpoint. I think that's going to piss a lot of people off, unfortunately. Because I'm going to go I'm going to go to like the super corpo take on it, I'm sure. And then after that, we're going to review there's a long esports video that came out that's like by like a person who does like business breakdowns. We're going to watch at least a part of it because at 10 p.m. my time, so it's 10 p.m. CST, on you can check the event on Discord. I'm going to be talking to the University of Hawaii. That will also be live streamed if you're interested in listening to that talk. So I'm going to be talking to a couple classes about the state of esports. So you can look at the event schedule, kind of get everything else too on the Discord. And so what I'm probably going to do is we're probably going to go till like we're probably going to go about 4 or 5 hours here. And then I'm going to take a break, do some work on Novo, and then I'll probably restart the stream, do the university talk, and then I'll actually eat dinner at like midnight. Like that's what I mean. Like my life is insane. Every stream's VOD is available on full forever on both Twitch and YouTube. Yes, you can watch anything. Hi, I sent you an email about ideas I had for fantasy D&D stuff I've made. I assume you want to look at this, but you'd be okay talking about that after. Bro, I get like 25, 30 emails a day. I don't know if I'll get to it in this stream. Usually I will reply, but like the volume's actually crazy. It's annoying too because like the moment that I started streaming again, like that literally the day that happened, I started getting that many emails. And before, I was like the last 3 years I was never contacted. It's like, yeah. Twitch doesn't unpublish my VODs. Tips to start a Twitch influencer marketing agency. Yep. I think what you should do is you should take a piece of paper, you should write down that idea on it, and then you should go to a trash can, and you should put it in that trash can, and you should light that paper on fire and everything else in there, and then throw that trash can off a cliff. And hopefully that'll save you from having another dumbass business idea like running a Twitch influencer agency. Hopefully. No guarantees. So I don't know what I don't know like the whole plan. I've got so much stuff in the Discord, the stream preparations Discord thing. How many people on Twitch have that feature for permanent VODs? Very few. But I am very I'm good. I don't want to talk about it. Go away. Okay. Like if you have we have a relationship with Twitch obviously. So get some cool stuff. Mythic is raking in cash though? You think so? I would personally rather have like anything. I don't know, like I would rather do anything than a talent agency. I'd rather sell t-shirts than a talent agency. Like what's a good business where your maximum profit is 20% margin? Like I can sell almost anything on my desk to you at a higher than 20% margin. Would love to hear your thoughts on merch for content creators. That's whatever. I'm like if you do it right, 99% of the people like they get merch wrong, and they're gonna do stuff like t-shirts and things like that. The very few people, like we work with a person who does children's books. That's one of the, and we actually like ship and do all the production for it. That's a really good idea. So like if you can find a way to So like I think that every influencer should do product like of some kind, should do distribution of some kind. If you can find a way to create a really good product that like resonates with your community, that's one thing. But I think like 99% of people like go onto Teespring and just and do whatever, which I'm not like personally a fan of. I don't care about like apparel's been done like so many times. But if you can do like some like really cool like on theme like backpack or like some kind of like food or beverage type of thing, like we'll get into it at some point on the stream, but like the lunchy stuff from Logan Paul and KSI and Mr. Beast is like crazy. Like that's like almost instantly a like influencer products are getting more hate than ever. What about the lunchy situation? That's what I was just about to talk about. Like you understand that like okay, actually no, I shouldn't assume people know this. So all of that lunchy hate stuff and all of that like controversy is 100,000% manufactured. Just so you know, all of that intentionally is being pushed by KSI and Logan, who are masters of making you angry. They're the one of the best people on the internet at it. Probably the only other person that is like actually better at it is Donald Trump, which coincidentally is also one of the most popular people in the world. They farm outrage because they know that people will react this way, and that marketing makes like so many more people are aware of the lunchy stuff because of the lead controversy and because of the marketing and because of the back and forth that Logan had and everything. It's all super manufactured, and like by manufactured, like the KSI Logan drama, the drama with Prime, all of that stuff. I mean, like, if you were like go further to this direction towards like the Illuminati type of like connect like type of thing, and you're gonna be like closer to the truth by how manufactured this is. Like you literally get together and it's like people are like, oh, he's crazy, but like I've been in the room with these kind of conversations with these kind of creators many times, and it's like you have the people that you think hate each other with writers, like professional writers, who are literally sitting there figuring out what the story arc of this is going to be and like what is most likely going to have people that are that they're going to have outrage on it. Dan TDM most likely wasn't in on it. I have no idea who that is, but that person is just literally helping them. Like everybody that comes in that creates content around this or like creates controversy is just fueling the fire. They don't care who like makes videos about them. Sunny V2 or whatever, doesn't matter. These people will never cancel these guys. You go look at Logan Paul's net worth. It's just going up, 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 up. He's not reset. He's not lowering at all. KSI is not lowering at all. These people don't do anything to these people. Like all this is completely manufactured. One of the largest Minecraft YouTubers. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know everybody. So, because here's what ends up happening, okay? So, I think I have to draw this. It's hard to explain. It's this is really on topic for the stream though, because this is like marketing 101. Actually, this is marketing like 301. So, what ends up happening here is, let's say you have like this, and this is like what's called the outrage bubble, okay? And there will be some people within that bubble that are like here that are like legitimately freaking angry, okay? And so the outrage bubble, this bubble is the total amount of impressions that this like sort of outrage gets. And so within this bubble, you'll have a certain group of people that are like legitimately super angry, and they might even boycott the product or not try it or things like that. What'll most likely happen is that over time, those concerns will go away and they will buy the product, because the only thing that actually matters really is the number of impressions that you actually get to be able to buy a product. So there's a small percentage of people here that know everything that you guys know about the product. Even me, a professional agent that had no idea, like Dan TDM or whatever made 500 like K tweets or whatever. You guys are power users, right? The stuff that I read about Lunchy was the lead toxicity. That was what I read on Twitter. Okay, so even I and you and I are in this like very small category, and it's not even like that. It's really like this. Okay, very small category of people that are like aware of these controversies and things like that. The whole rest of people are radiating outward with less information than that, okay? And so at some point, pretty quickly, you just get to a point where the number of impressions, negative or positive, impacts people who are just regular consumers. And they end up being like, oh, Feastables or Lunchy or whatever is a great product, or not even a great product, it's just a product. And my kids are talking about it, who I guarantee you don't care about the controversy or whatever. And then you go buy it in a store, and it generates millions and millions and millions of dollars. So like the amount of controversy around Prime, that is like like they're literally just repeating their playbook with Prime, which was one of the best marketing campaigns ever. I wish like people would like, it'd be more. See, this is the thing, is like I don't really care about like controversy. I wish more people would run would make books and make YouTube videos about how crazy the psychology is around Prime type of like marketing, like why that works, then like all like feed into the controversy. But I guess that's why I'm here, right? Is like to talk about stuff like this. So like Prime was a perfect example of an outrage campaign. First, it was like the amount of caffeine that was in it, that it was like, and by the way, this is not unwarranted. I'm not making an ethical or moral or value judgment here. I would never drink Prime, and I would never feed my kids it. That'd be insane, right? I think I have to remind people that like, I'm a pretty agnostic person when it comes to all of this stuff in business. I literally just appreciate the marketing. I'm here for the game, right? So like when I see Logan Paul and KSI like pull the wool over people's eyes, and I know that's going to generate like 40 million in sales, I'm like, oh, that's good, right? And like all the ethical and moral stuff, I probably agree with like the people that are genuinely outraged, right? But I'm here for it. Like I love the game. I think human psychology is so fascinating to me. So this type of thing is just like so interesting that this works over and over and over again. It's so crazy. Is a tweet that has 600,000 likes that this is a brand really so non-consequential? Yeah, nobody. It's not even that it's not non-consequential. It helps them. It helps them. Wouldn't this affect their reputation in the long term? You need to think about marketing in a way that like literally you just need to think that reputation doesn't exist. that would help you. Watch this video. It nailed everything it said from Logan himself.
You labor?
No,
it's any second now.
What happened to YouTubers, man? I can't not say anything.
Well, that's
anymore.
the thing. I've seen several times where Logan actually literally just tells people this on Impulsive. He literally tells people he's doing this. He like literally tells you the marketing strategy he's using, and nobody cares. It doesn't matter. Don't you feel in the long run it's a net negative to be towards Mr. Beast brand to be associated with this kind of stuff? Nope, not at all. Logan admits it in this video.
This is selling stuff for the sake of making money. How does this benefit their fans?
I'll watch a little bit of it.
Do better.
That's exactly how I interpreted it as well. Like, let me put this into context. Imagine being a motherfucker who's angry that we made this. Crackers, bro? You mad cause we made crackers? This is what you're mad about? Bruh. It's a turkey, real cheese, and cracker stack. And by the way, it's great. I mean, yes, we made nachos as well with queso, but I think if you're getting mad about nachos, that's a you problem. Oh, and the pizza. It's literally called the pizza. But same thing, like, you're mad about pizza? Like 500,000 favorites because we made pizza, crackers, and nachos?
Where was the same energy when Ryan Trahan released sweets? Where was the same energy when FaZe Rug released sweets?
Hey, that is true. I don't remember anyone having a problem with Ryan or Rug when they released their candy. Just funny how that works.
I'm not seeing people going crazy towards them on Twitter. You know why? It's because people just hate.
Isn't Prime, what'd you say, dying down right now? I mean, you decide. An energy drink company, Prime, co-founded by KSI, on track to hit over its 1.2 billion in annual sales in 2023. I think they're doing fine.
Hate us.
That's it. People just hate us. And I've come to realize now in my adult life that hate really is just a feeling of one's own inadequacy. You're dissatisfied with your life, you're unhappy, you're angry because your wife left you, or you suck. You might as well go hate on a cracker stack.
When it comes to Twitter, Twitter is just a cesspool of the most depressed people on this earth.
Hey, that is so true. Twitter sucks. I'm not kidding. Probably one of the worst places to be.
5% of the Reddit is just sucking my dick. And 95% calling JJ a corporate sellout.
This confuses me. I remember a time when like success and dreams used to be celebrated. And now it's like, and this was my response to Dan TDM, we've spent our whole lives creating content and now we want to build businesses. Seems like a natural arc for any young, ambitious adult. And without even trying the meal, just seeing a headline, it is met with hate, resistance, disgust. You don't know anything about this product. And the people that think they know about it still don't know about it. I went to war with Community Notes the other day. X's regulatory body of truth, but they lie. The whole system is littered with lies. Because
so this is the this is what I saw, and I'm pretty sure that Community Notes, there was like some accusation that was like this product has lead. And then Logan Paul was like, it does not have lead. And then Community Notes was like, it does have lead. And then Logan Paul's like, no, it doesn't. And then Community Notes was like, yes, it does. And I think we ended up on yes, it does.
Community Notes is just, it's exactly that. It's a community of contributors contributing what their point of view is, not the truth, their point of view. And if their point of view gets enough votes, it gets marked on the tweet. But that's crazy to me because if you're a polarizing person like me, because the contributors, by the way, who are not my fans, these are people who sit online all day, they don't go outside, they don't smell the grass, sit at the computer all day, they'll come up with something that fits their narrative or might make your tweet look bad so other people can ratio you, and oh my god, bro, I got ratioed so hard by so many people. People were making like a thing out of it. I think I saw like 4 tweets from like small accounts that were like, I want to ratio Logan Paul, can you guys help me? 123,000 favorites.
Yes, he understands the game. He's just looking at the engagement, and it's like, oh, I want to ratio Logan Paul, and now Logan Paul just got into 3.1 million impressions, people's minds.
I did it too, to be honest, just because that's hilarious. Like, these people will go through life and that'll be their greatest accomplishment, and if I can help with that, I'm so happy to. But yeah, Community Notes lies. I had a sports MD doctor on one of my tweets lie. Why lying for? But I'm like, bro, it's not sodium, it's the 400 milligrams of electrolytes that we mentioned in the drink, and I had to
Isn't electrolytes is sodium?
correct them.
Am I an idiot? Is it like electrolytes, when you refer to electrolytes, is a combination of sodium, potassium, magnesium, no?
Bro, you're a sports medicine doctor. How you can't read? The drink in Lunchly
apparently I can't read either.
has 400 milligrams of electrolytes. We're not making that up. And then I'm fighting with community
no, but
notes.
that's what salt is.
They're like, no, it doesn't.
See, now even I'm getting one guy by this dude. He's so good. He's getting me.
Is this many, is it? And then I corrected them, and I'm like, actually, the Prime in Lunchly is exclusive to Lunchly and has 400 milligrams of electrolytes. And they still just plastered their lie. I can't believe it. It's like there are so many forces working against us to make sure we don't win, which is why we're gonna work that much harder to make sure we do win.
Bringing up a harmless Dan TDM video from 9 years ago. But I wasn't the one complaining! I'm just replying to Dan! Am I not allowed to reply to Dan? He came at me!
Yo, JJ is worked up right now. I mean, I could see why. Like, you can't engage with these people. This is like a game of tennis.
He remarketed sodium as electrolytes? Yeah, it's just that what's crazy is he's just intentionally lying about it.
You don't hit the ball
right
back,
there,
the game doesn't continue. And yet, he's falling in the trap, I'm falling in the trap. Like,
where is the part where this guy actually says
here
what
we
he's
are,
doing?
like
I know he does
peon,
that,
trying
so
to
if it's in this video, it'll be
rationalize with
interesting.
community notes. That's not like a person, that's not an entity. It's just a group of haters who somehow have the ability to comment on whether or not things are true, but they lie. Help me understand.
I'm literally just making a company where I make a product that is better than the competition.
Well said. That's it. I think we just see this fundamentally different than most people. Yes, we could have made a lunch meal with carrot.
It bothers me irrationally that these people are successful. Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to tell everybody is that that you're part of the problem.
It just is.
I don't understand why all of a sudden it's a bad thing to have a business.
I didn't even know he was gonna say that, and that's exactly what I said. Also, I think there's like a misunderstanding with how like hate is received by people. I'm so used to this. In fact, I get paid for this. I literally make a living off of people not liking me. And
Good find, Diesel. This is very, very good.
I have to be honest with you, it's fantastic. When I'm in the center of the ring in the WWE and I can puppeteer an audience with my word, I can play you people like a fiddle because of what I say, because I lift an eyebrow, a facial expression, I can get an exact reaction out of you that I want. Bro, that is the best feeling in the world.
Good job. You actually did find a very. I'll gift this dude a sub. That's the you actually found exactly what I'm talking about for this point. Very good job. This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This is how you farm outrage. So like everything that Logan does here is all of it is super intentional.
So like,
and like I think one of the best places like to do this is the WWE. The WWE is phenomenal for this, and this is how The Rock came up too. So many people have come up this way. It's because if you aren't a marketer, it's hard to understand how negative interaction can produce positive results. That's a good way to put it. And that's what I was trying to explain with my like stupid paint drawing here, is that all that matters in marketing is the actual width of the circle. So the real fact of the matter is that people that don't want to be controversial or even intentionally inflammatory, that's fine, and obviously that's like ethically and morally correct, but they end up in this circle where the total amount of impressions is this. And the people that are like slightly more controversial, they're going to be like slightly bigger. And so until you've got like obviously like the system where like the most controversial, the most damaging, the most crazy stuff ends up getting the most impressions and most like the most amount to talk about. You may disagree with it ethically. You probably should disagree with it ethically or morally, but this is the reality. This is, and like, if you want to be successful in the world, you have to understand at least how this works a little bit, because this is how people interact. And like, look, like the way I've always looked at this, sadly, like is Logan Paul is like, everyone hates Logan Paul. I don't hate Logan Paul though, because I don't hate the player. I hate the game. Literally, if people were as like everybody thinks they're like an advanced alien species, like evolved, and they're like, yes, like I am beyond outrage. Like if that were true, this dude wouldn't have a platform. Like that's the truth, right? He's literally a product of what people will listen to. And just like Prime wouldn't work if people didn't drink it at $1.2 billion in revenue last year. So I just feel like this is like the real doomer take, I guess. But the truth is, this is more of a product of human nature, right? Like, this is how we are. We like, there was another stat that was like, if you look at the number of people that watch like the WNBA versus like the Desperate Housewives, like Bill Burr had a joke about this, where like it's men and women, right? Like men love this kind of like back and forth and this kind of drama, and women will like love watching women scream at each other. Like this is just human nature, is like to go delve into like the sort of negative, like dramatic type of stuff. It works. And so like it never made too much sense to me to hate people like this, because Logan to me is an artist. Like it's actually insane. It's an insane skill to be able to be able to talk at this level and be able to outrage like people at this level. It's like actually really hard to do.
Understanding how like,
and then to be able to like tell people exactly what you're doing and they still fall for it over and over again. Just go back and look at how many people are mad about lunchies, even in this chat. And these are some of the most sophisticated people that like see, yeah, you still don't get it. I'm not saying Logan Paul is a good guy. Like that's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you what he's doing is manufactured, and people just like you're taking it like it's a yeah, he's a good marketer. Yeah, exactly.
Hate is
I'm not
received by
defending
people.
him
I'm
at all.
so used to this. In fact, I get paid for this. I literally make a living off of people not liking me. And I have to be honest with you, it's fantastic. When I'm in the center of the ring in the WWE and I can puppeteer an audience with my word, I can play you people like a fiddle because of what I say, because I lift an eyebrow, a facial expression, I can get an exact reaction out of you that I want. Bro, that is the best feeling in the world.
Yeah,
and so like
WWE
other people,
is so good.
oh, he got ratioed, bro, social media is not real life. That isn't real life. I'll tell you what real life is. When you can make 15,000 people boo you because you do this.
Mr. Beast rolls out a much more matured reply than our. Honestly, I'm sorry.
What was his reply? Lunchable sells. I'm more interested in. Mr. Beast is trying to be like a little bit more PC with it, but I think he's eventually going to have to lean into the same type of controversy. He's just getting at the level that Mr. Beast is at. That's another thing too, is like, even if you try to be a good person, then humanity will turn you into the villain. It's the whole Dark Knight thing, right? Because like with Mr. Beast, this guy's literally curing blind people and getting dozens and dozens and thousands and thousands and thousands of hate comments. I mean, yeah, so it's like you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. There's nothing you can do. You might as well just go all in and just be as controversial as possible. How much would you have to pay to get the amount of impressions they've got for free? See, now you're thinking the right way. Like it's millions and millions and millions of dollars in paid advertising. If you were to hire an agency like mine to generate this kind, I don't even know how I do it. like to generate this kind of like controversy, it's insane. It's hard to imagine. Is Elon the Giga variant of this? The inroads he's made to institutions have been crazy since he bought Twitter. Elon's a different sort of animal, because Elon actually builds stuff that has real value in the world. Like, so does Feastables and Lunchy for like in some way, but like it's not the same caliber of what Elon's doing. Elon is like one of the very few people in the world that's actually like objectively and physically changing the world. The whole content and like the whole Twitter thing, it keeps him relevant because I think he has like one of the biggest egos of anyone ever to live. But that's not like the real value that he's delivering comes through Tesla, comes through SpaceX, right? Like the fact that we have, if you look at the number of SpaceX launches that have like let's see, number of SpaceX launches year over year. Like literally the entirety of like North American space progress at all has been totally privatized just because of SpaceX. And that's not to say for like the number of electric vehicles and all the other stuff that's going on. So these guys are not, these guys are content creators, right? Like their game kind of starts and ends at content with a couple of exceptions where you can make a product that still is like $1 billion business off the back of it. But the core of it is still content. Even the WWE is content, right? Elon is a different animal. Elon's building product that people actually pay for in the tens of thousands of value, and probably advancing humanity almost more than any other any other person. That said, like, I have plenty of problems with him, but yeah. We have to run ads, so I'll be back in 3 minutes, real quick. This is something we're forced to do on Twitch, so YouTube enjoyers just get to chill, but the rest of us have got to deal with this. Otherwise, it enables pre-rolls. We lose 30% of our audience. This is fun. We'll keep going. We still got to do it's actually a really good transition into the Mr. Beast production thing. Okay. Okay, I want to talk about something really important. We're back. So the reason, like, let me talk about this for a second. This is in the context of the outrage marketing thing, okay? This is really important. Like, if you understand this, I like, it's one of the reasons why I came back to creating content, is so I could tell you guys things like this, okay? Like, this is super, super important. And it has to do with the whole outrage marketing thing that we just talked about. You have to be super careful and super intentional about the things that you let into your mind in this day and age. Today, just take it from a person who is an expert marketer and is trying to get you to believe ideas. I'm doing it through ads. I'm doing it through millions of dollars of revenue, anything that I can do to get people to believe something, to buy something or whatever, right? I am this person. I know this game. people everywhere, including me, are trying to influence you. They're trying to influence you to believe things. They're trying to influence you to buy things. They're trying to influence you to not buy things, right? And you have to realize that when you hate somebody, or you donate your anger to somebody like Logan Paul or somebody like KSI or whatever, or this product or whatever, and you donate your voice to them, you are in a way being I don't have a better way of saying it, kind of enslaved by that idea. And you're going into a game that you spiritually disagree with. You actually, it feels wrong to you, and that's why you're outraged and like you're expressing, but you're just lending them your power. You're giving them your power. And the only way to be free of this is to understand what the game is, because then you can look at it from the outside objectively. And like, I'm never going to make a decision to buy lunchies, or I'm never going to make a decision to buy a Feastables bar. Hopefully, I mean, that's not to say I'm beyond influence, but I'm at least a little bit more informed to be able to make these decisions based on what I see the game is. So you have to be really, really careful. Everybody, right, has to be really careful what kind of input you're allowing into your life. You have to be. It's like there are billions, if not trillions, of dollars and professional researchers that exist at these social media companies, that exist as writers and as parts of these people's teams, that are getting you to try to take these kind of actions. And so, like, a truly individual man or woman in this day and age is becoming almost impossible to be. Like, we're all being influenced by thousands and thousands of different political factors, and thousands of different business issues, and thousands of different like different kinds of influencers, right? Whose entire job it is to think about how to get a reaction out of you for something. The entire game is attention. That's the world that we live in now. And if you are not careful, your attention will be stolen from you, and you will be donating it to things that you don't even want to put your attention behind. You don't even want to consume these things. You don't even like these people, but yet they are literally dominating you because they understand a psychology game that's going on in your subconscious that you don't understand. Part of the reason that I came back was I was like, oh, I kind of understand this game now, and I figured out how it works. Because I've done enough, and I was like, okay, like, more people, if by the simple act of being aware of how this is played, would be better off by being more individual and making their own informed decisions if they just understood how it worked. So, like, what's going on with this, like there is no such thing as negative publicity unless you cancel yourself, and there is and these people, like this guy, is an expert at getting you to pay attention, and most of you don't even like him, but you're giving him that kind of power over you, and like, even if you don't ever buy his products or ever engage or give him a view or anything like that, that can live rent free in your head is stopping you from doing something else with that energy that might be creative, that might be productive, that might be advancing your life in a way that actually grows you to be stronger. Because the other thing these people don't want you to do is be an individual. They don't want you to be a person who challenges them in the sphere for attention. So they want to keep you hooked on this drama. They want to and Reddit wants to keep you hooked on the things that are going on live streams and who's fighting who and whatever. Everything is a game to get you to be distracted, because highly creative people are a threat to the powerful, and people who are productive are a threat to the powerful. And so the entire game of attention is to get you to waste your time so that you do not actually advance the things that would make you into a complete human being and play the game they're playing. True for politics, true for business, and true for influencers. It's how it is. Doesn't disliking a YouTube video help the creator because it counts as engagement? Yeah, I mean, YouTube actually serves up content more if you dislike a video. Like literally, but it's not just that simple. It's like that's the same with like entering a comment. But like the thing is, I think most people understand that in this day and age, right? Like they understand it's like, oh yeah, like if I as long as I engage with something, I'm boosting it. Like we've gotten there, but the leap that we haven't made yet with outrage marketing is they don't realize how important their mental space is, their mental palace, your home that you build in your head. That's too spiritual for people. They're like, I know it because Zen. That's like Zen Buddhism taught me that every single input into my mind, I need to, number one, I need to verify if it's operating by first principles, and two, if it's true. and 3 if it benefits me, in that order. And so like I think people aren't ready to understand that it's like, oh, this is not just a battlefield on like social media. This is a battlefield in the theater of my mind. And so everything that takes me away from my true purpose and my true expression as a human being is something that is potentially dangerous to me. And then you're like, oh, that's thousands and thousands and thousands of different influences and influencers and people like that are telling me to do this stuff or not telling me to do this stuff. So like you what would you have done with the hour that you had, like that you didn't like follow this news or something like that, like with Logan Paul, like on your off time, not talking about this stream, but some other, maybe the stream or something else, right? You might have made the video that got you 1 million views that started your career. You might have like done something at your job that got you a promotion. You might have talked to a person that got you like a lifetime friend. These are things that these people don't want you to do. They don't want you to be healthy, right? Like as much as they don't want you to be mentally healthy, they don't want you to be physically healthy. Like they don't care about you. A person like Logan that talks to you like this, that's like, listen to how he talks about things, right? Like
In this at all, because I see a lot of these comments.
Where's the WWE thing?
In the lunch league, why
this
thing
thing
in the WWE, and I can puppeteer an audience with my word. I can play you people like a fiddle. Because
this is not a person that cares about you. This person doesn't care at all about you, right? Like this person is here to farm your power. And like that's the sad thing is like people give up their power to people every single day, and it's always their choice. It's always by your own volition to do so. You can always choose who to give your power to. Sadly, people give their power to so many different people besides themselves, to their parents, to their siblings, to their friends, to people that look down on them, to their jobs, to their bosses, to people like Logan, to influencers. Yeah. Outrage marketing is like, I think, one of the most important things to understand, because it's such a powerful thing. People think that negativity drives you from here to here. It thinks that you think that like you're gonna go this way, but it doesn't work that way. Negativity, controversy, and like emotional responses is the way to hop the chasms to places like this. It's how people build billion-dollar brands. How do you take back the power? Ooh, what a good question. The first step you have to do is you have to be aware that it's happening. That's why everything in Buddhist practice starts with awareness. You have to be like, this is happening to me and these influences exist. And then I think that after you do that, you can start to try to stop your brain. And this is why meditation is literally a prescription, right? Like in the East, is like you can stop your brain at the point where you're thinking of taking an issue from here to here emotionally, and you can be like, wait a minute, is that a good idea? No, it's not a good idea. Like, and then you stop doing it. What are first principles? First principles is a concept of how can I break something down so that it is absolutely true or as close to true as I can get. Okay, so for example, if I make one statement, right? If I'm on a street and the street is a wet street, okay? So there's water on the street, okay? And then somebody makes the statement, it's rained recently and the streets are wet. Is this absolutely true? By observation, I've seen that the streets are wet. Can I conclude that the streets are wet because it's rained recently? Well, no, I can't conclude that, right? Because maybe it's a sprinkler system. Maybe there's a water leak. Maybe there's all kinds of different types of possibilities. But maybe people just automatically assume that it's rained recently, and so the streets are wet. In reality, what you want to do is you want to look at the street, and then you want to look at as many of the influencing factors that you can see that are possible that could have made this outcome a reality. So now you learn that the streets are wet because there's a sprinkler system over here that made the streets wet. And now you've thought from first principles because you didn't automatically assume something at this level. You went all the way back down the chain until you figured out what the actual reality was. So that is basically quintessential. Like, first principles thinking has helped me more in a business sense, but also in life, than pretty much absolutely anything has. So I have tried as much as possible to take several steps back from situations. Like, here's a good, like, you can do it emotionally, you can do it spiritually, you can do it anything you want. For example, if I'm sitting with somebody and they're very upset with me, let's say like a friend or something, and this friend is accusing me of something that I've done. Now, is there, and like maybe I want to react emotionally to that, and I want to get angry too, and I want to start like yelling, or I want to fight back. Going from first principles is saying, okay, what is at a very baseline level, what is the thing that this person is upset about, and what do they see the situation as? Because likely they see the situation as like totally different than what I see it as. One of the good ways to determine where they're at with that then is to start asking questions and start trying to figure out where a person is ending up. And then you can way easier match them rather than like jumping forward ahead in the logic chain and trying to make assumptions. Coincidentally, this is kind of like how the best CEOs are operating in their businesses as well. It's like, okay, we're not getting enough sales, right, in the company. And that's like the top level concern up here. And it's like easy to assume, well, my sales team sucks, right? Because here's the sales team up here. That's the next part of the logic chain. But like down here, like 10 different steps is like maybe the SOPs for the salespeople are just really bad. And if they had better training and had better scripts, they would increase their open rates, so they would increase their sales and their conversions, right? And so maybe I need to go like 5 or 6 steps down the chain to go figure that out, to lead it back up here. But most like bad leaders are just going to start with, oh, my salespeople suck, and they're going to go yell at their team. So how many times have you been in a job where your manager has blamed you for something that you absolutely know that you're not responsible for, right? Like you're 100% sure that it's something else in the business. You see what it is because you're lower on the chain, or you're higher, or whatever, right? And so if you're several steps down the chain, to you, the logic is obvious. But the logic above, people don't even see it. So truly great leaders and truly great people that also, and this also kind of increases your happiness a lot more, are people who are going to try to go down the chain as much as possible to the very bare bones of reality if necessary, and try to figure out what is true, with the objective of bringing that all the way back up so that they can have the best possible outcome to like what they're trying to solve. Yeah. Okay, where are we at? It's possible to produce healthy content for it to grow like yours. No need to be an attention vampire to succeed. Well, I am a 130,000 subscriber YouTuber. The reason I'm not 5 million is because I'm not going to make a video about the fights at TwitchCon and get people really upset about how that worked and call for a ban on kick streamers. I'm just going to literally ignore that content and not do it, right? And so for that reason, I'm like not going to have 500,000 subscribers. Like, I actually make choices every single day to not be a 1 to 5 to 10 million subscriber YouTuber, right? And so like in the grand scheme of, not even the grand scheme of things, in just the scheme of things, I'm like super irrelevant. It don't matter at all. Great leaders just look at all possible factors. Nope, that's not what I explained. I think I explained it pretty well. I'm not going to go back and do it again. That was a cool segment though. I didn't expect to run into that. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go into the Mr. Beast thing. That's going to be in the Discord, right? Oh God, hang on, I got to go over here. I got to move it over to this screen. I have like 10 screens. Not really. Irrelevance is not a bad thing. It's a conscious decision. Yeah, but I can make that decision because I'm independently wealthy, you see? So like, I guess the sad thing about our system is that if you are a creator and you realize this and you're legitimately on like the lower rung, right? Like you're legitimately just trying to like battle to survive through ad revenue and stuff like that. And you like the saddest thing to me about this truth in marketing is that many creators turn to like the dark side because they understand that's the only way to get by. Like it's great for, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm like ethically and morally superior to these people because I don't have to create that content. I've simply monetized via business. And so I can create content that's in my true voice, and I don't care how many people watch it. That's not a luxury that the vast majority of people have. They've got to literally struggle to survive against the YouTube algorithm, and so they have to do anything they can to try to try to grow. And the problem is that the system is set up in such a way that like it encourages those people to make that kind of controversy for all the reasons aforementioned that we just went through. So I don't think that I'm better than those people. I'm just luckier. I just like way luckier, you know. Like I can make those sacrifices because I have I have like incredible luck in business, and I'm super successful outside of it. I disagree with you there. The system being set up to reward unethical behavior doesn't excuse that behavior. Ooh, that's interesting. That's cool. Yeah, but again, I don't think I'm making like well, maybe in that last one I was making a value judgment. If that's, I think it actually does excuse that behavior to some extent, but not 100%. Is there a way to get these kind of rage bait level of impressions via other means? Is the dark side more powerful after all? You can buy ads. I don't know. Let me think about that. That's a really good, that's a really good question. I think there are ways through advertising and through content creation to inspire people. Because if you go look at like the motivational videos on YouTube and creators, people who have consistently created really high value, and they haven't like done any like many dark side things. So I'm thinking about people like Tony Robbins, Alex Hormozy, like those type of people. It's possible, but their reach will always be like Alex Hormozy or like even Tony Robbins in this day and age is irrelevant to like compared to Logan Paul. So in terms of total attention, those guys will always win. But does it really matter? Because like, what are you looking for in terms of your own individual success? Like, not everybody needs to be 100 million follower YouTuber person. You can be a person who has like, I could make full-time income off my YouTube channel if I focused on it with the current number of subscribers I had, right? So it's like, I think the problem there is with the goal, where it's like, oh, my goal is to have like the most amount of reach possible. And then there are people like Mr. Beast who like, I actually think that Mr. Beast is like a pretty genuinely good dude. Like that should be pretty obvious through the amount of philanthropy he's doing, the amount of people that like he's influenced. Now he's had to create videos in such a way that are like extremely eye-catching type of thing, but he's not like, he's not doing like evil through that like someone like Cocomelon, you know, like where like he's capturing kids in a way, in the same way that like those other places are, but he's not doing it in like a way that I think is like drastically damaging society like some of the other people are. So there are forces for good. I just think that your goalposts need to be different. If your goalpost is I want to offend the most amount of people possible, and thus I want the most amount of possible impressions that I can ever get, then yeah, you try to be like a Donald Trump or like a Logan Paul or something like that. And those are going to be the biggest people by the numbers, but the forces for good will have less impressions, but those impressions are still matter. It's literally the story of like the girl with the starfish, right? That sounded weird, but like take two. So like it's really like that story of like the girl that's walking along the beach, and she's like looking at all these starfish that are like out on the beach, and there's thousands of them that washed up on the shore. Some person tells her like, oh, it doesn't make a difference if you throw those things back in because like there's so many thousands that are dying, and she like takes one and throws it back in and goes, well, that one mattered, right? Like it's that type of thing. It's like if all that mattered in life was the total amount of impressions that we got and the total amount of attention we got, that would be like a pretty sad. I feel like we're kind of getting there, but right now it still matters. Like you can have a video that influences 500 people to do something positive, and that's really great. The philanthropy of Mr. Beast is as cold as the outrage farm from Logan Paul to me. Yeah, that's a legitimately insane take. I don't know what else to say about that. that's a totally insane thing to say. The amount of good that Mr. Beast has put into the world in the short time that he's been here is probably greater than anything that you or your bloodline will ever do, and me as well. What's wrong with Cocomelon? Have you never seen the like? Maybe we got to do a segment on that. The rates of like ADHD and kids that watch Cocomelon are like 70% higher. There's like so much stuff around that. Yeah, we could. That's a segment we can do at some point. I don't have time today, I don't think. But it's something we can talk about because that's definitely within the realm of like marketing type of stuff. All right. It does good, but the sole driver of it is still impressions, or does he do philanthropy with no outreach? I don't think the driver of it. No, I don't think so. Like we're getting into his like intentions. Like, okay, this is another thing that I run into a lot. I'll talk about real quick before we get into the other stuff. People seem to either like Mr. Beast seems to either be good or bad in people's minds, but or like Logan Paul is like good or bad. And one of the challenges that I have communicating is I don't view any of these entities or these individuals as good or bad. They're all shades of gray. They have aspects of both. So like, has Mr. Beast done some stuff in his career that's questionable? Probably. Has the net good that he's created in the world outweighed that? Absolutely, right? But if you want to take like the very small piece of whatever that he or big piece of whatever he's done, I don't think that like it. I think that everybody should be judged or should be like everybody should be looked at or judged on the totality of their action. And if possible. So like if Mr. Beast has like poor working conditions but then cures 1,000 blind people, right? That doesn't justify the poor working conditions, but it has to be factored into the consideration of the human being as a whole, right? And I'm generally of the opinion that people can do quite a bit of evil if they're contributing greater good, which is maybe something that other people disagree with, and that's fine. I think most of the people that disagree with this are people that basically do nothing. And there's a great there's like two people that can get this reference, but like there was a wizard from an old series of books called Dragonlance, Raceland, and he said that the true evil of men is when they do nothing. And so I think that's the world we've created, is that there are people that are so afraid of offending people and they're so afraid of doing a little evil that they won't create a great good. And worse than that, there are a lot of people that are speaking about good and then their actions are evil. And so when I look at like a philanthropist, when I look at a person that's building villages and connecting electricity to villages in places that never had it before, that's building wells, that's curing blind people on a regular basis on a global scale. I look at a person like Boy and Slat who's like cleaning up the ocean and stuff like that. I care much more about the actions of that person than their working conditions or whatever like little evils they have to create to get there. The reality is that there is no like angelic beings that are doing pure. You can't point me to a single one that's built an empire purely on good. It just doesn't exist. Right? It's not possible. You have to break eggs to make omelets. And so the people that don't agree with that philosophy are generally just people that are lucky enough that you've been born after those builders who have built this society for you so that you can sit at your computer and tweet at Logan Paul. Like, you're very fortunate that you were not born in the 1900s or the 1800s, or literally go back a million years of human history when it was magnitudes more difficult to be alive, and you were required to do things unless you were like one of the 0.001% that was born into nobility and royalty, and then you had to worry about getting backstabbed all the time. Like, the level of human comfort in this age has allowed us to ignore evil. Which is convenient, but it is not the truth of reality. So that's where I sit with it, and like totally understand that like people exist in this world where they're like, oh, like Mr. Beast like has bad working conditions, so I totally abhor the entire person, or I don't agree that his like Lunchies bar has like too much sugar in it as like impacting kids. But yeah. Elon is like a perfect example of this. Yeah. Elon is like an absolutely perfect example of this. I think the vast majority of people don't like Elon now, right? That's the cool thing to do today. And it's like Elon's like a perfect example of a person who has created an enormous amount of good in the world, and like objectively good. Solar panels, Tesla cars, reduced carbon emissions, SpaceX, interplanetary species progression, AI, like you just go down the entire list, and then people are like, yeah, but he made a weird tweet to Taylor Swift. It's like, dude, like, you know, another thing with genius too is like, you can't have genius without the dark side. That's another aspect of humanity that I believe in, is that like you actually like can't have a person that progresses things, that produces things at a rate that's interesting without having that controversy and without having that dark side. Jung called that the shadow, is what he referred to it as. And I'll tell you an interesting story that's going on in Silicon Valley right now. So I talked to a lot of investors and a lot of people that are just like in the up and up with like VCs type of stuff. A lot of people in Silicon Valley a couple of years ago got the bright idea to start going to like the Amazon on like company retreats and doing ayahuasca and doing mushrooms and doing stuff with like the natives there. Ayahuasca and like peyote and types of stuff like that are these like really, really intense hallucinogens that kind of can rewire your brain and sort of like rewire your programming. And what these VCs and what these guys are finding, what these LPs are finding, is that a ton of these people that are coming back, they were like really motivated founders that are creating these businesses and building multi-million-dollar empires. A ton of these people do a shit ton of ayahuasca. They come back and they have absolutely zero motivation about like to like start their business or like to continue their business or anything, right? Like the like that like hallucinogenic trip like rewires their brain in a certain way that they just chill and they don't do anything anymore. The motivation's gone. So I had read a couple of news articles about this, and then I went and go check with a couple of friends at some of the firms that I work with, and like that like 100% they all know founders that have done this. It's just interesting to me like how the how psychology works, right? Like there has to be a couple like sprinkles of like the darkness in order to like take somebody to get like to like produce the genius, to produce like, you look at all these people that have made like great work like Nietzsche or like or artists, right? Like Van Gogh or people like that, or like psychologists like Jung, or like what philosophers like Kant. These are all very dark people. They're well documented very dark people, right? you've got to have the black with the white. You've got to have the shadow to have the light type of thing. Just interesting. Okay, people probably don't give a shit about this. Let's keep going. I think it's interesting. Oh, it's also another part of that too is like, you know, where you see it too is in comedians. Like the comedians like Robin Williams, like a beautiful soul as a person, but he hates himself. Like no matter what affirmation that he gets from the outside world, it's not enough to like fill that void inside of himself. That's a good example too. It's pretty naive to think that people will break walls and bring new technology such that breaking boundaries along the way, right? It's one of the same as, yeah, but like we don't, for whatever reason, we don't like give people, we don't give people the rope to do that, right? Like the vast majority of like C-level people, especially in this internet age, like the vast majority of like builders are hated people, really, really disliked people overall by the general public. I think part of that is also political. Like some of it is like the sort of movement, like politically to like demonize rich people, right? Like and kind of take away from the narrative that they're builders. I don't know, but like yeah, it's like it doesn't feel cool to be an entrepreneur today. It used to. Yeah, not enough empathy is a good way to put it. All right, let's go look for. Thanks for the follows, appreciate it. Completely to say, wouldn't you say that Elon's attempts to influence the political system, given the potential nature for negative consequences, are worth critiquing? Yeah, for sure. Like without a doubt, yeah. Well, when you're hearing that the 1% is getting richer and richer, how are we supposed to feel? So here, I want to talk to you about real quick why that is a losing mentality. Everything you said, and I hope you don't mind, because there's a lot to this. But this opinion here, okay? You are not we. It's not us and them. You have the potential to be this guy. You understand that? Like you can do this. But because you're dictating in your head that you're a have-not, you're making yourself into a loser. The reason why the 1% are getting richer and richer is because they're building. They're building more, right? Amazon is a fundamentally different company than it was 10 years ago. So is Tesla. So is insert any company here. They're adding more value. They're creating more in the world. There's more boxes. There's more shipments. There's more products. There's more stuff you can consume, right? To believe that you're part of this group of people that somehow is just out of the game because there are people that are richer than you and more successful is the mistake that's keeping you in the tar pit and the crab bucket. You are not that. You can win as hard as those people or as hard as you want to if you just separate that mentality in your mind and say, okay, instead of worrying about like what these people are earning and what they're doing, what can I build? What can I make? What can I do in the world that will translate into value for other people? And when you start asking yourself those questions, you realize like there's no such thing as have or have nots. It's just people that know that and don't know that. What if all your skills are tangible social skills and the schooling is demotivating? You have YouTube. You have endless mentors that people would have killed for 100 years ago that at your fingertips to literally teach you every soft skill you need to learn to be successful. Bro, I literally taught myself how to be an entertainer off of YouTube. Like, it's super possible. I was boring as hell. You just don't want to try. All these are fucking excuses because you're too lazy. That's all it is. And I get it. I want to be lazy too, man. I want to wake up and play Path of Exile for 15 hours a day. I don't want to stream. But I'm going to do it because, like, I believe that I have an obligation to make a impact on people. And so I'm going to keep trying, you know? I mean, you're still kind of boring. Yeah, I know. But I'm less boring than I was. And tomorrow I'll be even less boring than I was. Where am I? I'm looking for the stream submissions thing, right? I've been looking for this thing for 2 hours. Okay, we're here. I build up business off of YouTube instruction and Twitter shit posters. People are giving out information for free because most people do nothing with it. That's why I give up information from it. Big love from Algeria. Awesome. Let's go. International viewers. Elon is the exact example of a person you describe. A person who just got everything by default, had to put his eggs in the right baskets. Tech progressive, which is mathematically, it's just not too difficult to do with trial and error. Yeah, just go do it then. It's no problem. I mean, you just go get a net worth of $200 billion. If it's just trial and error and you can figure it out from like your computer seat, just go do it. Go do half of it. Go do a tenth of it. Prove me wrong. Like, actually build something of value in the world and then talk. That's what I'm saying. Respectfully. Okay. Is this the one? We want the PDF, right? Where do I get the resources? Well, you're the one that's telling me that it's super easy to put the eggs in. I don't know. Go get your just get your dad to give you $10 or whatever. Like, it should be really easy, right? When you have something behind your back, of course. How many people built billion-dollar businesses out of nothing? How many people built millions and millions of dollars of value and IPO'd and made public companies? Like, it's all out there. Thousands and thousands of people. All right, here we go. Actually, is this here we go? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. They built this in a cave with rocks. Yeah, that's right. Okay. All right, so we're asked to go over this, then we're going to go over esports. Do I need to take a sec? I think so. I don't think it's a controversial opinion, is it, Sunken, to believe that? Is making re-upload TikToks worth it? Like taking Reddit videos or Mr. Beast videos? I can't, like, in good faith tell you to repurpose people's content. I think that's not good. Yeah. I chose to stream over the latest Talk Tua podcast. Bro, Talk Tua is #4 in the fucking world for podcasts. What is this? It must be good. I gotta listen to it. Yeah, people asked us to go over this, the design doc. I don't think it's like an easy question, right? Like, it's like if you have drive, energy, and ambition, can you like start something from nothing? Yeah. Like if you're here, like, but is the person who got millions of dollars and business education and everything, like, yeah, they're starting from over here. Now, does that ambition like limit them back a little bit because maybe like people that are like trust fund type people are like lazier or like less able to like follow in like the footsteps of like Joe Rogan has that quote, like, show me a great man who's the son of a great man, that type of thing. Maybe that puts them like back here or like back here, who knows? The reason is like there's no solid like straightforward answer, right? Like you can start from here, but you have like so much more to go than like a person that starts like right here. And I also think there's something to be said about like there's disadvantaged communities, especially in the second and third world, but also in America, where it's basically almost impossible to start from to start because you're literally in an ecosystem with like a food desert. There's like a Walmart. Like nobody teaches you anything. Your education system is bad. Your food's bad, so you can't develop. You don't have access to like the good mental stuff. I guess my problem is that I feel like there's a lot of people on the internet that are using that excuse that think that they're here in those communities when in reality you're here and you're just lazy as fuck, and so you don't want to actually do it. But rather than admit that, you pretend to be these people who we actually need to address. Like that is like those communities and that education and that type of thing is something I think a lot about. I think that's where like philanthropy in America needs to focus, is like, can we give more opportunities to truly destitute people? Rather than kind of arguing like at what point these people start on. Yeah. Okay, I promise we'll do the Mr. Beast thing now. I'm done. we don't have to talk about it. It's hard for me. I lied. It's hard for me to have the argument of like, oh, I don't have anything. It's so difficult to get started. Like I can't do it from like a Twitch chatter, because just by virtue of who you are and like what you have access to, you have like good broadband internet to watch the stream. You speak fluent English. You have a computer, probably a personal one or a mobile phone. Like your opportunities are so much better. It's hard. Yeah, it's hard for me to be sympathetic to that. Okay, so this got a lot of controversy, right? Oh, Gemini's here to help us list the main points. This ad thing. I guess if I were to summarize it, it's just like I just absolutely believe in human potential. I'm so optimistic that everybody can have what they want. And maybe that's naive. But I think it's a better place to be than like, oh, like the world blows and like yeah. Isn't he getting sued? What is he getting sued for? I know that he's having trouble with his Amazon production because they didn't feed people. Right? Or something like that. Like there's some insane, or I think the Amazon show might be in danger of being canceled even, right? I just want to be lazy and embrace it. Yeah, I love you for that. That's I seriously do, man. Like I think that's like exactly where you want to be. It's that level of self-awareness. Amazon Mr. Beast lawsuit. Is this from it's related to Let's see.
This morning, the suit, which seeks to be certified as a class action lawsuit, accuses Mr. Beast production company and Amazon Studios of, quote, chronic mistreatment and sexual harassment of contestants in an upcoming reality show. Carter Evans looks now at the controversy kicked up by a YouTube giant.
I just dropped off 5 men and 5 women in the middle of the wilderness. And whichever group survives the longest with that 500 grand.
26-year-old Jimmy Donaldson, better known as Mr. Beast, is the biggest star on YouTube with more than 300 million subscribers. He's built an empire offering huge prizes to viewers on his videos.
It's the $300,000 car.
But now, 5 unnamed contestants in the upcoming Amazon reality show Beast Games are alleging Mr. Beast's production company and Amazon Studios created a toxic and hostile environment that, quote, laid the groundwork for sexual harassment.
Laid the groundwork? What does that mean?
They cite an alleged production guide called How to Succeed in Mr. Beast's Production, encouraging obscenities and directing staff
Wait, this
to
is
do
about
everything to help
this?
the talent, quote, be idiots. Contestants also claim they were forced to endure unsafe conditions with a lack of access to medical care, food, and water.
That's believable. But, like, look, I've run events before where you could make the same argument of me. For sure. But not in, like, a predatory way. Like, if Mr. Beast is keeping people in, like, a box and he's like, I'm not going to let you drink for 12 hours, that's something, that's one thing. But, like, if I'm at, like, a booth and I forget to get my employees a water bottle or something, like, I don't know.
Paid a fair wage.
These people were competing for $5 million. Are they contestants or are they employees?
You can call
What kind of question is that? They're contestants.
them whatever you want to, but if
No, you can't.
they meet the definition of an employee, it doesn't matter what you title them.
What?
Our argument is
Please.
you can call them whatever you want to, but if they meet the definition of an employee, it doesn't matter what you title them.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, but they don't.
Our argument is that they are employees under
Uh-oh.
California law.
The hope,
Okay,
dream,
well, literally everyone is an employee by California law.
and expectation that you might get a payment
You guys are all employees of my stream by California law.
is not the same as being
Get to work.
an employee.
Jessica Levinson is a CBS News legal contributor.
Certainly, I think there's a real legal battle here that the plaintiffs will have to convince a judge that this group who signed on to be part of a show should be considered as employees.
No shot. Is this what this is about?
Not contested.
That will never fly. Even in
Amazon
California,
Studios and Mr. Beast's
there's
production
no
company
way.
declined to comment. But the accusations
They're contractors at best, and that's even going to be a
come after
thing. This is a
YouTuber
nothing
Jake
burger.
Weddle, who claims to be a former Mr. Beast employee, recently alleged mental abuse during a 100-day isolation challenge.
Yeah, that does sound mentally abusive, but you probably fucking agreed to it. And if Mr. Beast is even halfway worth his salt, excuse me, according to Logan Paul's electrolytes, he is going to make him sign a contract, a fat contract, in fact, that literally waives all that shit, and then it's fine.
It got to a point where, like,
The only way this goes negative is if Mr. Beast didn't make him sign a contract, which then is bad.
they weren't turning the lights off. You know, I asked them, I said, can we like have like nighttime hours? You know?
No.
And they said no.
For CBS Mornings, I'm Carter Evans in Long.
All right, this is what this controversy is about. I feel even worse for getting one guide by the people in chat that are like, Mr. Beast is evil. Oh fuck, he won't turn the lights off, bro.
Los Angeles.
Okay. Let's get into this document and see how offensive it is. I'll do the ad thing, so we do that first, and then we'll look at this because we're on the top of the thing. There's no way this is gonna fly, right? Like, you have to really catch up. There's some really bad stuff. There might be, yeah, but what I've seen so far, I'm not impressed. There might legitimately be, for sure. Yeah. If he thinks SA is the worst, he hired a convicted sex offender. Did he know about it? Convicted? Even still, like, oh God, I don't know. There's so much to get into. We'll do it. I don't know. All right, we're good. Yeah, I don't know about the convicted SO stuff, but like again, like here's where I sit with that real quick before we start this. Man, I'm getting into some seriously controversial stuff. It's hard with some exceptions, with notable exceptions. I think there are a lot of crimes that can be done that should not encompass the totality of a person's life and like sentence them to like literally never being employed or anything like that. So with issues with SO, the obvious issues with like sexual assault and like and some of that stuff, there's a tier of stuff that's absolutely unforgivable in my mind. But you can also get an SO charge for like indecent exposure, for example, because like something happened on accident or whatever like that. Like there are people like that, right? So like context matters in all of these situations. I don't know the Mr. Beast thing specifically. If this person was like legitimately assaulting, people and kids and things like that, then obviously like that's like a completely unforgivable thing. But I need to know more of the context of it. And likewise, like I don't know how it filters into the totality of Mr. Beast production. I don't think this document's going to cover that, but we'll see what this is. I don't really know. Yeah, if you take a piss on the street, you can get you can become you can be an SO. Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I just need to know the context of it. You can just like, if you had like something, you could just link me an article, right? Like if you had like something on what's going on. The only thing I've seen so far that I can weigh in on is, quote, groundwork for sexual assault, which I don't know what that means. Yeah, link me an article. Just send me something. And I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not about that stuff. I don't really care. Yeah, you guys are talking about some dude that he hired. Like this is not. Yeah. It sounds like some just like general stuff. Okay. Hi, I'm Jimmy, and as the team is growing larger, I no longer get to spend as much time with people as. I'm reading chat too much. I need to I'm getting like one guide too much today. It's gotta like drop that off. The first dozen employees had filtered unlimited access to me, learn as much as they could about my vision and what I wanted. Sadly, you don't have that luxury, so I thought I would be useful to try to brain dump as much as I can into a silly little book to give new people, to help them bring up to speed on everything that we've learned over the past decade. And we've been through a lot. Chances are most of the problems we've dealt with. So I genuinely believe if you read this and understand this, you will be much better set up for success. So if you read this book and pass a quiz, I'll give you $1,000. Cool. Sorry in advance for grammar issues. That's neat. So this is an employee handbook. This is not a rule book. Purpose of this is not to give you a bunch of rules to follow. I need you to repeat this in your head. I will apply everything I read with a grain of salt. This is not an inclusive list of everything, and I hope this inspires you with questions to come to us and learn more. Prelude. Separate book for creative production and editors, but I think that'd be dumb. Everything we do here is interconnected. The more you understand what others are doing and try to accomplish, the better set up for success you'll be. This is the information about all parts of Mr. Beast production. A good example of this is James Warren. He understands everything single part of this company at a deep level. Result can make a decision faster than anybody else. The stuff you'll be reading about, he knows like the back of his hand. I've sent a team of 5 people to work on a project for a week just to give up and James solve it in 30 minutes. It's not a flex, but show the power that comes when you understand everything in this book deeply. The more you know about why we do the things we do, the better off you'll be. Let's start with some basic stuff. What's your goal here? Your goal here is to make the best YouTube videos possible. That's the number one goal of this production company. Yep. So like, I always think starting with outcome first is good. So far, nothing here sounds bad. Not to make the funniest videos, not to make the best looking videos, not the highest quality videos. It's just to make the best videos possible. Everything we want comes and strives from that. Sounds obvious, but after 6 months of the weeds, a lot of people try to tend to forget what we're actually doing here. Yeah, it's super important to define because that's like first principles thinking, right? Like you have a company of 500 people, you can kind of lose that. I don't care how traditional media does things. This is not Hollywood. I don't want to be Hollywood. If that sentence is a turnoff, you're probably not probably in the wrong job. I think Mr. Beast talked about how he had issues with us. I listened to him on like a podcast. I think it was like Fresh and Fit or something, where he's saying like he tried to hire. Actually, we made this mistake too at CLG. We tried to hire production people from Hollywood to make our content because we had enough funding to do it, and we were trying to figure out like what would be popular and what would be viral, and like on like a really big level. And that was a huge mistake. I guess I'll take ownership of that. That like I think I made. Actually, one of the biggest mistakes I made with CLG was, if not the biggest mistake, was like the direction of the content and not being able to figure out what made content good. And the co-owner, Hotshot, he understood that. And if we had put him in charge of it, and I had like given him more ability, like I think CLG would be like would have been in a different place. So one of the mistakes that we made was hiring like a lot of like Hollywood Actors Guild type of people, and like they just don't understand how attention works. And like just look at the Alkalite. I mean, like we're not there. YouTube is the future, and I believe every fiber human being is going to keep growing over year. 5 years, YouTube will be bigger than anyone will ever imagine. This is why I say we're not in Hollywood. 99% of movies and TV shows would flop, and they'd be wildly unprofitable on YouTube. Yeah, agree. We aren't here to make a small movie once or twice a year. I want to make one a week, which is why you need to be nimble and produce content our way, not the way you were taught before. If you want a highest probability for success, learn why we do things at a deep level before you try to fix anything. We've done countless videos, invested hundreds of thousands collectively building on how to do things. He's just trying to say that like he's talking to employees that have like a lot of past experience coming in. Oftentimes like that can do more damage to like a company that's like moving really fast. The amount of hours you work is irrelevant. Before you get mad, recall the story about James solving a problem in 30 minutes the team couldn't do in a week. An example, does it really matter how many hours they worked? Obviously, we want grinders to put in the hours. Love that you guys to death that do, but at the end of the day, you'll be judged on results, not hours. We're a results-based company. Get shit done and move the goalpost. I guess I can see why this would be like one of the first places where people would be controversial. This to me is not suggesting that you work 90 to 150 hours a week or whatever. It's just suggesting that they're a KPI and results-driven company rather than a hours worked company. My company operates exactly the same way. So we just set goals together that we think are realistic to achieve, and then however many hours or whenever that person wants to get those goals done is like totally up to them. I think our employees, like on average, the number that I aim for is I think 6 hours. For regular employees who don't have equity in a company, 6 hours a day, 5 days a week is pretty good. I think is a decent amount of time, like 4 to 6 hours. Don't expect them to come in on weekends if they don't want to. They can take vacations whenever they want, as long as the KPIs get met. I think he's more saying that, but I'm sure the people at like the Mr. Beast like headquarters at the top level like work a ton, but they might have like equity incentives and stuff like that. If you don't have equity and you don't have like a revenue or like commission based system of any kind, like you probably shouldn't put in. Not probably. You shouldn't put in like 90 hours a week at a company. That's like insane to me that people do that. But if you have a part of the company you want to make it succeed, that's a whole nother thing. Like you expect C-level people to do that because people like me are incentivized via equity to work as hard as I do. So I'll be in the office till 4 a.m. last night, no problem, because I'm really incentivized to push it to succeed. I think there's a lot of managers and entrepreneurs that expect that of their team but don't reward them like that, and that's not good. I only want A players. As I type this, I realize it might be the wisest to categorize everything into 3 buckets, but this is how I believe we should look at everyone. You're either A, B, or C. Didn't I literally have this talk last week? Oh my God. A players are obsessive, learn from their mistakes, coachable, intelligent, don't make excuses, believe in YouTube, see the value of this company, are the best in the world. B players are new people who need to be trained, and A players and C people are just average employees. They don't suck, but they aren't exceptional at what they do. They just exist, do whatever, get a paycheck. C players are poisonous and should be transitioned to a different company immediately. It's okay, we give everyone severance. Yeah, pretty much completely agree. Like, I don't think there's anything I'm going to disagree with. It's like, I don't know. That's why I'm surprised that people wanted me to review this. Yeah, that's super straightforward. I also don't think you can generally train people from C to A. B to A, you definitely can. Yeah. Spent 5 years of my life locked in a room studying virality on YouTube. Some days, me and some other nerds have spent 20 hours straight studying minor things, like is there a correlation between better lighting to start a video and less viewer drop-off? There is. Having good lighting to start of a video. I didn't know that. That's cool. Or are there tiny things like that? The result is probably 20 to 30,000 hours of studying to say I have a good grasp on what makes YouTube do well. The 3 metrics you need to care about are CTR, average view duration, and average view percentage. Yeah, obviously, I'm not going to disagree with Mr. Beast. I mean, like, everything he says here is going to be more true than anything I know about marketing, right? Make sure you know these abbreviations because that's how people refer to them. We'll talk about CTR. No matter departments, CTR is basically how many people you see in a thumbnail in their feeds and divide that by how many people you click it. Everybody knows this, so skip. This is what dictates what we know for videos. I spent 50 hours in my front yard as lame and you wouldn't click it. But you would hypothetically click. I've spent 50 hours in catch-up. Both are relatively similar in time and effort, but catch-up is easily 100% more viral or 100 times more viral. Yes, super good lesson here. This is kind of what I talked about in my last video about storytelling, right? An image of someone sitting in ketchup in a bathtub is exponentially more interesting than someone sitting in their front yard. Titles are equally as important. A simple way to get up CTR would even be more like the title I survived instead of I spent. Yeah, I survived 50 hours in catch-up. This add more intrigue, make it feel more extreme. This is a good content Bible. People should read this. In general, the more extreme, the better. I don't like bananas will perform is the same as bananas are the worst food on earth. Why does thumbnail and title matter? Expectations is why. Title and thumbnail in the videos, you'll be producing set expectations for the viewers of your video. Imagine if you clicked on a video titled World's Largest Bouncy Castle, and the thumbnail had a giant yellow bouncy castle. But then when the video plays, it's not a yellow bouncy castle, it's red. It's also not the world's largest. It's also in a field with no buildings. You'd feel like you were lied to and click off the thumbnail because it didn't meet the expectations. So you must know the title and thumbnails of the videos you're making. How can you know how to start a video if you don't even know what the expectations are? Let's jump into AVD. This is how long, on average, people watch a given video. The cool thing is that YouTube gives us super detailed graphs for this. Yeah, this is so awesome. I don't, like, just because I'm not a full-time content creator, I don't generally use this graph a lot, but I know the power of it. We typically look at these graphs in relation to how sponsorships work and look for, like, significant declines on ad reads and stuff like that. Which tells us that we need to improve our reads. So this is, yeah, there's no question this is like a super, super important metric. And like Mr. Beast kills this because this drop-off at the beginning of videos usually looks like way, way lower. And like you usually use like 70 to 80% of your audience in like the first 30 seconds. But Mr. Beast like has this hook and rehook thing that I think we talked about a couple of weeks ago that allows him to keep users at like a rate that like no other YouTube channel can do. This represents the attention span of 60 million people that clicked the video. We can see exactly where every single person clicked off the video. As with every video on YouTube, the first minute has the most loss. This is why we freak out so much about the first minute and go above and beyond to be the best we can. On this particular video, we lost 21 million viewers in the first minute, which is surprising compared to other channels that's above average and could have been much worse. Let's say the start of the video wasn't well lit. I didn't match the expectations of the clickbait. I didn't pre-plan what I was going to say, and we didn't front-load some interesting stuff for people to watch. We would have lost much less than 21 million people because it would have not even gotten 21 million views. But if the views were hypothetically fixed, then instead of having 39 million at the 1 minute, it would be more like 20 million. The first minute of each video is the most important part of each video. Yep, don't disagree. Totally agree. How do you improve your reads? This is just script. Like, it's good scripting can do it for sure. We can get into that after this. Let's see. Okay, where are we at? After the first minute, you'll get what called minute 1 through 3. This is transitions from hype to execution. Stop telling people that they will be watching and start showing them. Example of 1 to 3 minute tactic we would use is crazy progression. We have a 10-minute video about a guy surviving weeks in the woods. Instead of making first 3 minutes of the video about his first day, then progressing like a logical filmmaker would, we try to cover multiple days in the first 3 minutes. Yeah. This is really good advice, but it just doesn't apply to the vast majority of content creators who don't have these kind of resources. Like, to be able to do like a multi-day event and then skip that into like 3 different days, like not realistic for most people. You have to kind of just take like the general advice of this, like what he talks about next is re-engagements. Like, we also want to do something around the 3 minute mark called a 3 minute re-engagement. A re-engagement could be somebody described as content that is highly interesting, that fits the story and makes people genuinely impressed. So I was actually talking about how he does this a couple weeks ago from a marketing standpoint and how he does rehooks, where you'll get to like minute 5 of a video and then he'll rehook you into the storyline. This is something that everybody can do. Following the first minute, the minutes 1 through 3 is obviously what we call minute 3 through 6, the next most important part of the video. It's where you plan out the most exciting, interesting content that's also very simple. This includes lots of quick scene transitions and highly stimulating, simple content that reflects the story. Goal is to make them fall in love with the story, the people in the video, and the overall video themselves. If they can't get them to watch the first half minute or half of the video, there's a very high chance they'll watch till the end. If we can get them to watch the first half of the video, there's a high chance we'll watch to the end. Okay. At the 6-minute mark, we'll introduce another re-engagement. So they have one at 3 minutes, one at 6 minutes. That's also highly interesting, but needs a little bit more explanation and push the story. Lastly, we have what's called the back half content. Have to be careful writing this because I don't want you to think I'm okay with it being subpar. Many videos have been killed because the back half content was ass, but in general, if you have someone for 6 minutes, they're super invested in the story, probably what I call a lull. They're watching the video without even realizing they're watching the video. Typically not as good content would be in the back half of the video. Don't ever signal the end of the video unless it is to build hype for a prize or payoff at the end of the video. Yeah, so all this just sounds like good content creation advice so far. Like I don't disagree with any of it. Some of it is hard to implement because you just like it's just so hard to be at a production quality at this level. But stuff like re-engagement is useful for everybody. Stuff like storytelling is useful for everybody. The above paragraphs is why you'll hear us ask what minute mark of the video you're working on. So that's just like a production note. The average Mr. Beast video is 13 minutes and 37 seconds. Some are shorter and some are longer. But 13 minutes is the average, so you expect to know when producing which minute of the 13 minutes you're looking on. Yeah, you could scale it down to how individuals are doing. Yeah, exactly. Here's a cool retention graph. The shape of audience retention can tell you which parts of the video are most and least interesting to viewers. When the line on a chart is flat, it means viewers are watching that part of the video from start to finish. Gradual declines mean viewers are losing interest over time. All videos on YouTube generally taper off during the playback period. Spikes appear when more viewers are watching, rewatching, or sharing these parts of your video. And dips mean that people are abandoning or skipping because of that specific part of your video. So I'm of the opinion that most small and medium-sized content creators should not focus on this. Because I have a containment chamber in my Discord, which is called content creation. It's the only channel on my Discord that I have muted. And if I can, I try to never go in there. The reason is because the vast majority of time, people are focusing on stuff like this and talking endlessly about it. And I will see so many content creators, they'll talk about something like this for 8 hours and they'll look at like their video and they'll see, oh, I've got like a dip here, I've got this kind of thing. And then they literally have 4 videos on their channel. Like this is like, there are so many ways to distract yourself with data rather than actually just like creating the thing that I've actually not looked at any of my retention graph data on my own YouTube videos or my shorts. And I probably won't do that until I've made like 100 more. Because the amount of experience and the amount of gain that I can get just by putting stuff out there, like number one, it creates enough data that I can be sure that I actually suck or it's just chance. And number two, it's just literally that producing stuff will always produce more value. Like more is always more. You just have to make the thing. Yeah. So I feel like Mr. Beast in this way actually gives a lot of unactionable advice to content creators. What should I focus on as a small channel to improve? You should literally just make stuff. Like the number of small channels that have less than 50 videos, like if you haven't made at least 200 videos, you haven't even got started. Like the way I look at it, like on my YouTube channel, I haven't even gotten started. I'm like, where am I at? Like 342 videos is nothing. Like I have no idea at this point if this could be a 1 million subscriber YouTube channel or if it's going to peter out at 150K. I would need like, and for that matter, most of these videos have been made over a period of like a month break, right? So there's no way I know that this is successful or not unless I put in like 100 more videos consistently, and then I can kind of figure it out. And then only then would I start like looking at data to make those kind of changes. Like 100 or 200, yeah. The last of 3 trackable metrics that matters to virality is AVP. And to be honest, it doesn't matter that much to you. Usually the length of the video will be decided by me or Tyler. Just need to make people watch as long as possible. Another non-trackable thing about virality I'd like you to know is called the wow factor. You can check all the above boxes for CTR and AVD, but the video might still do A. Example of a wow factor would be 100 days in the circle video. We offered someone $500,000 that they could live in a circle in a field for 100 days. Instead of starting with the house, we brought it in on a crane. Why? Because who else on YouTube would do that? The fact that we lifted a house on a crane doesn't add anything to the title or thumbnail. It's arguably from a data standpoint illogical and a waste of time, but the impression it leaves on the viewer is invaluable to us. What a cool idea. That's for someone that really understands marketing. Yeah. That's super good. Anytime we do something no other creator can do, that separates us in our mind and makes our videos more special. It changes how they see us and does make them more able to watch and engage with the brand. You can't track wow factor, but I can describe it. Anything that no other YouTuber can do. Yeah, so everything is good so far. This is a lot of the stuff, the type of stuff. That part is kind of it's very similar to the same type of advice that he gives content creators on like podcasts and stuff like that. For the next part, I want to write about actually creating content. I'm not going to talk about the production system in particular because the way we run production changes. I just want to pass on things I see new people typically fail at and in general what I want. Our videos are hard, and if you take the difficulty of the videos and trend it over time, you see they're only getting harder. That's why I want the best in the world and people that are obsessed. If you're not growing, eventually the difficulties of videos will outgrow you. Whether it be in production, creative, camera, or editing, I want you to be obsessed with YouTube. Get rid of Netflix and Hulu. Watch tons of YouTube. It will without a doubt make a mind. It will without a doubt in my mind make you more successful here. This is like a personal development document for content creators. It's crazy. I agree with that so hard. Like, if you want to be a better entertainer, you should like do nothing but watch stand-up comedy, watch like improv. If you want to be like a better YouTuber, like you should watch like tons of YouTube, understand the culture, try to figure it out. The more invested you are in YouTube, the more you'll understand trends, how we can stand out and be more original, what we can do better. You should also really try to watch every Mr. Beast video on his channels. It sounds obvious, but I've asked multiple people this week what they thought about last week's gaming video. Not a single person had seen it. Yeah, hard agree also. I think that's bait. I think I got to stop taking that bait in chat. On top of learning from watching YouTube videos, I'd love you to read the goal if you haven't already. I used to make everyone read it. I know bottlenecks are obvious. It will sound like I'm talking to 10-year-olds sometimes, but just not knowing and understanding something as simple as bottlenecks have messed up a ton of videos. You all should deeply understand the work stream from a video that hits the calendar to when it's filmed. They don't have the best track record of making videos calendars par out, but let's say you're in production. Video assigned is 45 days out. A lot of things need to happen before you start working on it. The big things would be you need to do a thumbnail sketch. Do not just go to them and say, I need creative. Let me know when it's done. I need a thumbnail. Let me know when it's done. This is what most people do, and it's one of the reasons we fail so much. Look them in the eyes and tell them they are the bottleneck and take it a step further and explain why they're the bottleneck so you can both be on the same page. Tyler, you are my bottleneck. I have 45 days to make this video happen. I cannot begin to work on it until I know what content of the video is. I need you to confirm that you understand this is important and we need to set a date on what is creative and will be done. Now the person who has tons of stuff going on is aware of how important the discussion is and you can prio it accordingly. Let's say they agreed it would be done in 5 days. You don't get to set a reminder for 5 days and not talk to them. Every single day you have to check in and make sure they're still on track to hit the target date. I want less excuses in this company. Take ownership and don't give your project a chance to fail. Dumping your bottleneck on someone and then just walking away until it's done is lazy and gives room for error. I want you to have a mindset that God himself couldn't stop you from making this video on time. Check in daily, leave no room for error. Yep, hard agree. I completely agree. That doesn't sound insane to me at all. I don't know. Like, the position I'm at with my company is like, I want people to work, right? But then I want you not to work. Like, I feel like if you just eliminate all the bureaucracy and all of the BS in a company and just work more efficiently and communicate more efficiently and get the stuff done, you have so much more time to get stuff. Well, you have so much more time off. You have so much more time to like be no contact. Like the only way that companies can function successfully and work in like a 4 to 6 hour environment per employee is if you communicate like this. Like fuck 1 hour meetings. Like fuck like like these huge get-togethers and these all hands like corporate get-together policies. Like, it's all such a waste of time. We do like nobody should live at work, you know. I firmly believe that. I think stuff like this is like a really positive way to look at things in a company. Is like just like open communication. I can see why people would think this is like really controversial, but okay, now it's just some random things. Here's some cheat codes if you take them to art. I want to see us producing as a team job, not a solo thing, which is why it's important you video everything critical. So this basically just saying this section video everything, which is kind of interesting. So basically I can, instead of bringing somebody like a document or telling somebody something, you literally just do video. That's kind of interesting. Video everything. I'm personally a visual person. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Actually, in my own company, I've been doing that more. So like lately, especially since I came back to I came back to content creation. I started to think of things in terms of like more visually, like this section. And some people asked me the other day, they're like, can you tell me why this influencer activation went wrong? One of my clients like asked me like, can you tell me why this influencer activation went wrong? Like, how do we spend this money? Like, what went wrong? And I could have like written them a super long video, but a super long email, but I literally just made them a video. I just like made them a video of like here, like I filmed myself. The audience was only them, and it was like 6 minutes long, and they like loved it. I actually think that's really good advice for a lot of things. And oftentimes, like if you make a video, you've also already made an SOP, right? Like a standard operating procedure. So if you make a video where you're like, this is how this gets done, then you don't have to explain that again. Like that becomes sort of like eternal content until you need to change it. That's a pretty cool idea. That's a pretty sick idea. Oh yeah, and then people can watch it when they want. Yeah, that's true. Say the negatives. Don't just tell people on your team or tell me why something is good. It's infinitely more valuable to tell us why it's not good. I found the cast we need for the video, but it's booked all year over budget and someone died in it last week. It's your fault. Track the contractor. I talked about this, but I want to really impose to you is you can't just dump and forget your projects. Can't stand people that dump and forget their projects. That's on you, not the contractor. Let's say we're building the world's largest water balloon. You need someone to make a giant wooden stand for it. Most people here would just call someone like JB and have them do it. Instead, you should really have it done in a certain time frame in advance. And this just seems like stuff within his company that he's going on. I'm not always right. I'm young. I'm not perfect. I promise I can't promise I'll always be right. There are ways you can help me be right more often. Understand the world in my mind works. This book in particular, our production company. I have to be the main talent for every video, which is basically 3 full-time jobs in of itself. On top of that, main talent, I got to work on each channel. Yet he has a lot to do. Super duper busy. Whatever you don't tell me, I don't know. Yeah, this is like, if you're running a company of over 100 people, you just like feel like this automatically. Kind of just like a good reminder to tell people, keep them informed on stuff. But it's also like impossible for him to know everything. Whatever you don't tell me, when getting the answer from me, it's ideal you do the research and come up with the context. I just said, I'm coming up with a video which are giving away a car. What do you think of this Lexus? It's only $10,000. Which is how 99% of questions are asked. Do this instead. We are coming up with a would you rather video. One of the bits is at 6 to 9 minute mark, we'll be giving away a car. We're still on budget, and the budget for this car is $10,000. I checked with the PM. It could go up another $5K if you really wanted. I searched all of NC for cool cars around that price point. Here are the 5 that I got pre-approved. Yeah, if more people talked about, like, a lot of people blame their managers and leadership for these kind of problems, but oftentimes the communication onus is just as bad on the employee side. But that's also a manager and leadership problem to not teach their people to communicate in this way, I think. The document doesn't feel controversial at all. It's not. I think so much of like whenever I get into the Mr. Beast drama stuff, I just find out it's like super nothing burger stuff, and it's just like losers that kind of hate that he's successful. I don't have a better way of describing that. Yeah, this is obviously not controversial. It's like, I want people that work hard. Like, okay. Like, yeah, well, maybe we'll find something. I don't know. Critical components are things that are essential to your video. If you want to put 100 people on an island, securing this island is a critical component. Without that island, there's no video, hence the critical component. Without what we were working on, we don't have a video. Protect that at all costs. Check in a lot per day. Communication lines. Set up a company, we have proper communication lines on set and off. Ideally, when communicating across departments, you go up, then over. If you skip to just below prize must, then you call people and let them in charge. No. If you're a production coordinator and you call a writer and tell him you need some bits about a sandwich being cooked with lava, seems harmless, except now the head of creative has no idea what his writer is working on. Oh, that's interesting. So he actually encourages you to go directly to the leaders and like the heads of things, and then allow them to delegate. That's kind of cool. I'm not sure where I sit with that. Creativity saves money. We don't have unlimited money. We can't have every video constantly going over budget. The money has to come from somewhere, but you're in a tough spot because I constantly want better and better videos. A lot of people who work here have been asking us to do... I've definitely thought, if Jimmy wants us to be on budget, why does he keep asking us to do expensive things? Or I know he won't like this, so he needs to spend more money. Creativity is the answer, not money. Here's the example I give all the time. They love to give money away for every video. Which of these sounds cooler as a prize? $20,000 or a year's supply of Doritos? The Doritos is much funnier. I think our audience would find it hilarious, which you could get for free from a sponsor is like implication here, right? So let's say we define a year's supply of Doritos by 5 packs of Doritos a day for 365 days. That's 1,825 packs of Doritos. A quick Google search shows that you can buy a pack of those for less than $1. We round it up and just say $1 per pack of Doritos. Our prize just went from $20,000 to $1,825 because we didn't just throw money at the problem. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And it's right. The impact would probably be the same. This applies to every single thing that you do. Finding a crane, deciding prizes, picking locations, finding critical components. Yeah, so few people just want to put, don't want to put in the actual creative juice to, really think through problems and stuff like that. That said, if I ate 5 packs of Doritos a day, I'd probably be dead in a year. Always have a backup day. No one will ever have a 100% success rate when it comes to filming. It's impossible. Examples always thrown out there. Always check with creative before you do something. Okay, yeah. Don't take anything out at face value. Always dig. Ooh, one of the common themes you're probably seeing is accountability. This doubles down on that. Don't take anything at face value. Always dig. This is especially important when dealing with people outside of the production team. If something says something too good to be true, find out why. If it's fishy, investigate. If you need 10,000 pillows by next week, you've called 10 pillow companies. None of them have more than a few hundred in stock. And then the 11th company magically has 10,000. Investigate why. Are they drop shitting? Are they shitty? Why does nobody want your pillows? Push and push for answers. What tends to happen is that people think their job is done by finding 10K pillows and order them only for us and find problems with them. They arrive, but just too close to the window of fixing it. Do not overly trust people outside the company. Hard agree. Investigate and verify. Hard agree. Hard agree. Yes, sir. Yeah. Always dig. Dig with people. Always ask questions. And people will appreciate that you ask those questions more, for sure. Higher forms of communication. If you spend any amount of time with James, you'll hear him bring up higher communication a lot. It's important and somehow very overlooked. The worst thing you could ever do when you need something for a critical component is email someone at a company. Dude, yes, 100%. 100%. Email is like a passive-aggressive way of not doing your job. The best thing to do is talk to them in real life. It's very important you know when to call people, grab them in real life, and when to text them. The lower form of communication is more miscommunication you will face. As I'm typing this, you have no idea if I'm laughing, smiling, happy, mad, or sad. You can't read my body language or my face, and because that's not guaranteed, you'll not understand what I'm conveying. Do you need more toilet paper in the bathroom? A text is probably fine. 1 week from a video and the thing out you're working on just went south. Minimum a multi-way call with the heads of the video. Ideally, grab them in real life if you can. The more complex needs to be said. This is the first part I actually disagree with from a management standpoint. Apple has that setup where the Apple headquarters was designed in a circle so that people can run into themselves, run into each other, right? This is the headquarters of Apple for people that don't know this. So the idea here is that you are heavily incentivized to run into each other over and over again, and that creates like creative moments. I actually don't like this philosophy of bothering people in real life. I think that the best work, no, I don't think it. I kind of know that the best work that can possibly be done is when you have like 2 to 4 hours of totally focused time. You're like completely and utterly off the grid, like no phone, no connection whatsoever, and you're just building the creative, you're just building the steps for the thing that you need to do most. And so like if somebody pulls you out of that, like if somebody pulls me out of that like 2 to 4 hour period, which I try to guard with like my life every day, I try to have like a small period of time I can do that to focus on the most important thing I need to do to push it forward. I lose the whole rest of the day in that creativity. I lose all of it. So I think that this is actually probably not good. Like pulling somebody for a fire where they could have otherwise contributed in like a really highly, like a high level like way is a mistake. And like that's why like our whole organization just uses Discord. Like we will wait for people. We never do like immediate stuff. Like I would never call a person unless it's an absolute emergency. And pulling like multiple people off of their tasks could potentially be like catastrophic in terms of productivity. Own your mistakes. I hate excuses and I despise them with my entire soul. When people just try to save face instead of learn how they messed up, mistakes are okay. Genuinely, they are, and I expect you to make them a lot. That's perfectly fine. Every veteran here has cost me $1 million at one point or another. You can go ask them themselves if I've ever held it over their heads. The reason I'm okay with these fuck-ups is because I know it's how you learn. If you see me investing in you and your brain, hence why I have zero tolerance for C players that have to go immediately. Those could be done by an A player and they'll retain the information. I beg you that you learn from every mistake and try not to repeat it. That's when it gets annoying. I've never ever once fired somebody on the spot for messing up. You have nothing to be afraid of. Own shit so we can address how to fix it and move on. Yep, this is like A+ level CEO thinking. Totally agree. Nothing comes before your priors. When you're being assigned tasks, you should have what we call a prior list. If Ali says your priors are get a Lamborghini under 200K, there's nothing on this planet that should come between you and getting those priors done. If other teams ask for your help and you help spend two days helping them, it's your fault that you didn't get the Lamborghini. If the studio is burning down, you stop working to put out the fire and don't get the Lamborghini, that's also your fault. Okay. Consultants are literally cheat codes. Need to make the world's largest slice of cake. Start off by calling the person who made the previous world's largest slice of cake. He's already done this countless tests and can save you weeks of work. I really want to drive this home because I'm a massive believer in consultants because I've spent almost a decade of my life hyper-obsessing over YouTube. I can show you a brand new creator and I can tell them how to go from 100 subscribers to 10,000 a month. On their own, it would take them years to do it. Consultants are a gift from God. Take advantage of them. Every single task I've assigned to you, always ask yourself first if you can find a consultant to help you. This is like, for me, probably the most useful thing in this entire document, for sure. I am such a huge believer in mastery and expertise and like mentorship. The entire basis of our society is like based on like people teaching each other. Like consultants are like such an important thing. Doesn't that contradict the budget thing? No, good question though. It enforces it though, right? Because like, let's say that you are going to spend $30,000 on a project. Like, here, I'll give you just a total example, okay? Like an example out of Novo. This has happened many times, okay? Like, you're a company and you're going to want to spend, let's say, like $50,000 of marketing budget on like, you know, on this like campaign, okay? But instead of spending that $50,000 and going like ahead, you're like, oh wait, I kind of want to like get a consultant that really understands this, and you contract me or something, right? I charge you $500 an hour to tell you can do that for $25,000, and then I tell you how to do it, and now you've just saved $25,000. Even if you paid me $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, you'd still be cash flow positive. The problem with consulting is like everything else, it's been captured by an industry where like these really big consulting firms like Bain and like McKinsey and like all these places where they have like consultants that charge like thousands of dollars an hour and are supposed experts on the field, don't actually do the work. And so it's just a loss of time, or it's more bureaucracy in your organization, and they're literally paid to slow you down. So I'm not talking about those type of consultants. I'm talking about like highly actionable individuals who have actually done the work they're talking about. This is another reason, like every time I go into the bank, the bankers see the flags on my account. They always sit me down and they're like, "Hey, you should invest with the bank. You should put your money with us." And I go, "No, I'm not going to put my money with you." And I'm like, and they're like, "Why?" Like, we have expert financial people who can invest your money. And I said, "Then why are they working at Wells Fargo?" And I've never had a banker answer that question for me, right? It's like, if you are a expert financial investor and you're able to throw money in and get a 15 to 20% return and rip on the S&P every year, why are you working for $70K a year as a financial expert at Wells Fargo, right? Like, it's the same exact type of thing with like consultants, where it's like, you know, if you're like a general business consultant working for McKinsey and you could actually crush it running these businesses, you should be building a multi-million-dollar company. So like, I don't the financial experts, their whole portfolio is 60% Apple or Bitcoin or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Right. Like, I might have to sub to the Patreon. I enjoy the content. Yeah. There's like 200 extra videos there. They're pretty good. I have that conversation all the time. I've never like had them answer that. Right. Like, yeah. So I think you have to be careful, and maybe he should have been more clear, but also like, do you guys honestly think that Mr. Beast Productions is hiring Bain or McKinsey? I promise you they're not. Like, the example that he uses here is he's literally talking about a consultant for like making the world's largest piece of cake. So you go get the guy that made like a big piece of cake, right? Who is McKinsey and these expensive consulting firms actually for? Actually curious. I don't know if I can answer that, because I've never been large enough of a company to utilize those people. There must be some use case within Fortune 500s. I know a lot of their contracts are, and a lot of contracts in the US now are government oriented. So, I think it's probably, I'll give you the only answer that I can guess from my experience in business. It's probably mostly a liability thing. So at higher levels, when you're dealing with clients in the Fortune 500 world, and you're dealing with clients in the government, the cost of making a mistake in like legal and like liability in process can be like hundreds of millions of dollars in the cancellation of contracts. So probably most of those consultants have a specific area of expertise in limiting that liability, either by like reinforcing it with insurance or like reinforcing contracts and things like that. Like it's mostly just like process oriented. So I've met a couple of the like Silicon Valley CEO coaches. Do you guys know about these people? There are like these coaches that teach CEOs how to be better executive coaches. And like those guys, like all the ones that I've met, are killers. They're really good at what they do. None of the people that are like consultants at Bain are like are like working with like CEOs to give them advice on like how to run their company. That's like a totally different class of person. So, for example, like let's say you use Salesforce and you have 50,000 employees. It makes sense to have like Bain or McKinsey focused consultants for Salesforce go in and like teach you the processes for how to do that stuff. It's things they've done 100 like bazillion times before. There's not a lot of use cases where those people would come in and like actually tell you how to run your organization better. Math, science, vision, approves budget. Everything you need to be solved by is one of the 5 things. Use math, science, vision, and budget. No does not mean no. Dealing with people outside of Mr. Beast Productions, never take no at face value. If we need a store to buy everything inside, you call a local Dollar Tree. The person that answers says, no, you can't film here. That literally doesn't mean shit. Talk to other employees, see if they're fans, see if their kids have fans. Try talking to their boss's boss. Have me DM them on Twitter, whatever. If after all avenues are exhausted, you're left with a no, that doesn't mean don't try other Dollar Tree stores. Basically, what I'm trying to convey is what you say, pushing through no. Don't just stop because one person told you to. Stop when all conceivable options are exhausted. Yeah, this is literally how we built, like, we did this in esports. Like, this was, like, literally one of the foundations that I built CLG on, was, like, if I can't get a booth at, like, a place, like, I literally just go talk to another person in that organization, and I literally just have that person approve it. There's so many times where, yeah, mom has said no, ask dad, business 101. Yeah, straight up. Yeah, there's so many times where, like, I remember a story a friend told me where they were going through security at an airport. They were a streamer, so they had, like, a ton of camera equipment. They went through and they came to the security, and the security said, you can't take that camera equipment on the plane. And they were like, no, like, you don't understand. Like this is like thousands of dollars of camera equipment. And the security was like, too bad. You can't keep it. Well, you got to throw it out, or you got to ship it back, or whatever. And this person literally walked over to the next security, like, checkpoint and walked right through with the camera stuff. And that, to me, like, summarizes this section, is like, that happens so often where, like, I've been stopped. Like, when I used to be, like, a really, like, small time person, and I wanted to get into VIP areas at, like, PAXs and stuff like that to go talk to people, I would, so the first thing I would do is, like, I would walk through like I owned the place. I'd walk through, eyes straight ahead, like I was doing something. 99% of the time that worked. Like, they would never question it. They're like, oh, that guy belongs being here. Whether you have a badge or whatever it is, they don't even look. They don't even care. Because this person is, like, getting paid $14 an hour. Like, they don't care to, like, stop you or whatever, unless you're, like, you know, it's going to affect them sometime. So, let's say the person does stop you and they're like, hey, you can't be there. I'm just like, oh, really? Like, well, I had a meeting there, and they're like, oh, okay, go on through. Or it's like, hey, you can't be there. Oh, I had a meeting there, and they're like, and now they're one in 1,000 people who is going to actually question you. It's like, oh, well, who's the meeting with? And I'm like, okay, man, I didn't have a meeting. I was just trying to get through. I'm sorry. I will literally walk around to the next entrance and do the same thing, and then I'll repeat my chances. And, like, there was no area I couldn't get into. I would always tell people at CLG to do this. I'd be like, if you need to get somewhere, just walk through. Like, don't worry about these. Like, so much of what we do in society is, like, imaginary. And so much of it is just, like, these kind of, like, weird things that people set up, like, years ago that nobody even understands. Yeah, so this is good advice. This is one of the most contentious topics, or one of the most contentious subjects. Why? "90% of the consultant work was C-suite trying to confirm what they thought and not have the fault if it's wrong." When I had an MBA, we had a professor literally say this when I worked at KPMG. That's interesting, huh? It's because of the title. Yeah, I mean, if this is going to be the caliber of drama that we want to talk about on this Twitch stream, I'm just going to skip these topics. If I read a whole document to get to this being controversial, like, this is dog shit drama. Okay, I could be watching Desperate Housewives and I would get so much of a better storyline than this type of shit. Like, we're going to move on to serious business stuff if this is the type of stuff that's being served up in stream submissions. This is baby tier shit. We're learning a lot. Yeah, I think we're learning. Yeah, you're right. We are. Yeah. Like, that's true. There's a lot coming. There's a lot about, like, management and leadership in here that's good. So it's actually good. It's great content. You guys are right. You're actually super right. Okay. Desperate Housewives was super engaging. Yeah, man. But yeah, like, from a drama perspective, most of it, like, this is a super, super nothing burger. You have to realize that, like, 99% of this stuff is manufactured on Twitter. And you understand that 5 to 7% of active Twitter accounts are the ones that post. and they're also simultaneously the most loud, most worst types of people, right? So you have to be go back to that segment where I was telling people that they have to be really careful about the kind of stuff that you let into your head. Those types of people should never influence you. Okay, so I'm cool with this section. I think it's neat. It's not like Epstein R-level review drama. Yeah, it's pretty lukewarm. Please do not come in and work on one video during the workday. If you drop everything and go all in the video for 3 days, that's your 3 days to focus and fall behind. Okay, cool. Be able to hold a camera. Obviously, everyone has their roles in the company. TBH, if you consistently lead and produce videos. This is 36 pages? Holy shit. I need to do esports stuff. I might run out of time. When we do a big production shoot, I'm going to skip some of this. If this is just like stuff for his production that affects nobody, we can't learn from. 1 out of 10 good, 10 out of 10 bad. YouTube has a feature that compares a new upload's performance to previous 9 videos. Tells you how it views. This is what it looks like. Dude, it's so crazy how YouTube created this leaderboard. And this, I try not to look at this because it dominates so much of my mental space. Like, I've never seen a better way through data to be like, this video is bad versus this video is good than this chart. Like, this is so smart. And it gets into your head and you start, I couldn't tell you where my videos sit on this chart. I know that like once I'm at 400, like I think we're going to shoot for, I don't know. I kind of want 1 million subscribers. I think it would just be fun to try to do it. So I think that's like what I'm going to try to do over the next year or so. I've never seriously pushed my YouTube at all. And so it would be cool to do. And I know like at some point along that journey, I'm going to have to start worrying about this. But it's like 250, 300,000 subs plus that I have to like really start worrying about this. Hey, nice to see you, man. How you doing? Yeah, I think 1 million subscribers on YouTube is realistic for the type of content we do, and we'll have to change some stuff up. So like to get to that level, I'll have to do some stuff like I'll have to like reacts to like TikTok business, like funny reacts where people start silly businesses on TikTok and I make commentary. We'll have to do some stuff to change it, but like change up a little bit. But I'm pretty confident that I can do it. I'm super confident I can do it. I think in probably a year, 2 years max. I'm almost done with this chapter, and then we can move on to creative. But before we do, I have tons of notes about producing stuff that I can't break into their own creations, so I want to rapid fire them. Oh, where are we at with the ads thing? How long have we been doing this? Okay, 11 minutes. Right now, I think we have like 130,000 or something, but I've never... So like in the entire climb up to 130,000, I've never like made a YouTube video more than once a week, or sorry, once a month. And like I've never A/B tested thumbnail. I haven't even been in the game. With all the marketing knowledge that I have, like I've literally not even tried. So I'm pretty sure if I put in like 15 to 20% of my effort, like we can hit 1 million pretty easy. Do not leave consultants waiting in the sun, ideally waiting in general for more than 3 hours. Squid Game, don't leave contestants waiting in the sun. That seems like good advice. Isn't that what they're criticizing him for on NBC? Squid Game cost us $500,000 and got a lot of people out. What does it got a lot of people out mean? How do you test thumbnails? So the video that's... So like if you guys want some quick how do I do YouTube stuff, tomorrow we have a video coming out about like the state of Twitch, and I'll just like pull up real quick like the thumbnails we're A/B testing. Hold on a sec. So here's thumbnail 1. Here's thumbnail 2. And here's thumbnail 3. And so YouTube has a function in your video settings where you can A/B test thumbnails. What an A/B test is it means that you take 3 members of your audience that are as lookalike audience as possible, and then you serve A thumbnail, B thumbnail, C thumbnail to them and see if they'll click it. And the people that get more clicks or CTR are the thumbnails that will win. So most of you guys view me as a pretty spectacular marketer because of your comments. I'm judging that, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for that. I have been wrong on every single thumbnail that's going to win for all of my YouTube videos. I will tell you what thumbnail I think is going to win. I've been wrong on every single one that I've A/B tested. It's always been something I didn't expect. So it's an incredibly important thing to do. And you should A/B test to the extent that you have budget to do so. YouTube allows you to do 3 at a time. So the way that I would explain this is, imagine you have a bunch of M&Ms, okay? And you want to test this. You want to find the strongest M&M. So the first thing you do is you crush these 2 together, and this M&M loses. Then you take this stronger M&M and crush this M&M, and it's still stronger. And you take this one, but now this one's the strongest, and it's gone, and so on. You should basically A/B test infinitely until you find the strongest M&M, as much as you have budget or time to do so. But again, the problem is that, like, if you're a content creator, you've got to know when to hold them and when to fold them, right? Like, the problem is that, why does my camera keep moving like that? I think because I'm so fat that when I sit down, it moves the camera tripod. Tripod. Okay, so you have to crush the M&Ms together to make the strongest M&M, but you might hit a point where you're like, oh, I've A/B tested 15 or 20 or like 25 thumbnails, and I have a great CTR, but I haven't made a video in 2 years, right? So obviously, like, you've got to balance it. So right now we're doing 3 per video. Like, we do 3 per video, and then whatever one wins that is the video. We could go back and we could do more A/B testing, but my focus is, like, getting more stuff out. Like, my current goal, and I think the goal of any YouTube channel that, like, really wants to succeed seriously, you've got to do about 3 to 4 long form videos. That's greater than 8 minutes per week, and 1 short a day. And so right now we're doing 1 short a day, and we're doing right now we're trying to get our long form going. It's hard. So one of the things I'm doing right now is we have I wonder if it's working actually. We have a section where, here, let me find this real quick. Do you write notes for each thumbnail? What if you feed all your notes which one wins and have an LLM try to correlate your notes into a strategy? That sounds like somebody that doesn't use YouTube that thought about that, and that sounds like a person that has literally is never going to make a video because you're focusing on shit like that. So right now, are people actually doing this? Hopefully people are contributing to this. Oh, they are. Good. 1 person is. That's badass. Thank you. It's Bu. So right now we have a document where people are taking parts of the stream and they're mentioning if this should be long form content or if this should be short form content. And my CLs are on this document, as well as 2 other people. My CLs aren't doing shit. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, you fucks. But anyway, the goal is that we understand what could be potentially good short content in this stream and what could be good long. And then I have time to go make custom videos that are just for YouTube that go up, and custom shorts that are just for YouTube. And that's what I'm doing with my creative time while people do this. And so the YouTube then becomes a combination of some of the best of the stuff we find here and the stuff that we go and I make, right? But this relies on a lot of help. I plan to pay for this, so the people that are consistent with this, I'll be able to pay them to do. I had a shitstorm at work today. I'm just kidding, man. You know I love you. You're good. But I'm not gonna pay you. Channel makers did a bunch of AA and AAA testing and found out the results had a massive spread, not an error margin, but basically a random result. They talked to YouTube engineers. Right now, the confidence interval is set to a little bit more than 50%. A/B testing seems to not be trustworthy yet. I am going to disagree with that. And what just happened? That is so funny. That's so funny. I don't know. Okay, I'm good. I have to time him out for way longer because in case he was okay. For people that are watching on YouTube, sorry, somebody just linked a really interesting not safe for work link in the Twitch chat and said, "Fuck, delete this, wrong clipboard." I had to time him out for a long time to not encourage people to do that. So maybe he can email me. Dude, if email me with an explanation of what happened with that. For real, and I'll unban you because that was a spicy meatball. That's so funny. I totally forgot what we were talking about. Oh, he's been following since June 2020. I think he's good. Yeah, okay. I think so too, because he's had commentary in the chat that's like actually valuable. So I think that was legitimately just a misstep. Like, hey man, get after it. Like, whatever. Oh yeah, A/B testing not being there yet. Okay. I ain't ever gonna get on a fellow man for his preferences, okay? As long as it's reasonable. He could have linked a lot of things. A lot more cringe stuff than that. I'm cool. I can't let it in my chat. I gotta time it out, but we're good. Okay? We're all in here operating on the silent agreement that we watch this stuff, right? To varying degrees, so whatever his preferences are, that's his business. He obviously has he obviously wants to learn business while consuming other types of entertainment. How long will this stream be on for? Probably another hour or two, and then I've got to take a break for our talk to the University of Hawaii in a couple of hours from now. Right. Okay, the reason I don't believe that is because I have a weekly with YouTube, and two reasons on the A/B testing. One, YouTube's told me something totally different, which is that the A/B testing is really reliable. And also, actually three things. Two, every major channel like MrBeast and all those big people are using it successfully. And three, the A/B testing that YouTube is using is coming directly from Google AdSense's A/B testing, which is amazing. Like literally like amazing, perfect. So I don't believe that A/B testing has a low confidence ratio. I think that's probably wrong. I think A/B testing is super, super reliable and that everyone should use it. And I guess I'm going to say that I have that on really good authority. Yeah. That's our warning. Okay, yeah, we got to run ads. So I'll be back in just a second, then we'll keep going to this document. Then we're going to switch to esports because I need to go over it. So we're probably going to go through the rest of this pretty quickly. Okay. If anyone wants to help with that document, by the way, and you want to keep track of like what you think are great shorts and great longs, send me email because I still need to help. I still need help with it. Devin at Nova.tv. Still need help with it. Are we done with the ad break? Yeah. And thanks everybody for following the stream and joining me. Super good. I am not muted. You cannot fool me. All right, random things you should know. I'm almost done with this chapter, so we move on to creative. Do not leave contestants waiting in the sun for more than 3 hours. Seems right. Spectacles are videos that only Mr. Beast channel can do. Don't have tons of people on set. Be honest. Don't talk down to talent. Simple is good. Be willing to flip things on its head. If you're spending over $10,000 on something that won't be shown on camera, think about it. Work with intensity. Push outward, not inwards. Pull all-nighters before the shoot so you don't have days to do before the shoot. If something goes wrong, always check what can be made if it can be made into content. A tree falls over on your car and breaks 100 vases that we needed to give away. That's hilarious, and we should mention in the video. Yeah, that's cool. Welcome back. Thank you. Can you ask that in a little bit, Olrak, when we're done with this? And I'll answer you. Feasibility is working to see if the critical components of a video are actually possible. Never do anything to make us look bad from a PR perspective. And we do renderings on sets to make sure they look beforehand. Yeah, this is all stuff that like none of us can apply. We're creative first. Creative drives everything. Being creative and understanding what makes good content is like a cheat code when in production. The goal of the content is to excite me. That may sound weird, especially if it's not new, but if I'm not excited to get in front of that camera and film the video, it's just not going to happen. I'm not fake and I'll be authentic. What makes good content? This is things that get subjective. My brain is probably going to turn into mush. The problem with what I'm writing here is that good content is limitless. Literally anything that can make good content. Let's take a baby doll, for example. This is one of the things that Mr. Beast is like really good at. I've seen him do this he did this on a podcast with us, actually. When I was on a podcast with him, he was like, give me a word and I'll make like a 10 million like view video off of it. And like you would just give him random words and he'd be like, okay, it's like this and this and this. Like it's actually crazy how he does that. Like his content brain is so good. The problem with what I'm writing here is literally anything can make good content. Let's take a baby doll, for example. You can see you can throw at the front with their left hand out of a group of 5 people. Watch them throw a baby doll with their bad hand with funny effects. Sounds hilarious. Go the opposite route, have 1,000 baby dolls, see how long it takes for someone to throw it in a crib 200 feet away. Or you can see how many baby dolls it takes to break a 2x4 in half. The point I'm trying to convey is that even something as simple as a baby doll has infinite amounts of ways you can turn it into amazing, original, and funny content. This is the secret weapon of Mr. Beast Productions. We aren't stuck in the old ways of thinking. You can literally turn anything into content. Good content could be anything. Always have an open mind, never stop innovating. This is YouTube, and there are some constraints. Having said that, the video can't be a minute, so you're obviously going to need to have a story that holds viewers. Our audience is massive because you have to be simple. For 50 million people to understand something, it must be simple. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I know that like my content could never reach like this kind of size, right? Or like even 10 million or 5 million people, right? Is you do have a limit on the simplicity of your content. And if you want to be at this like scale with these kind of views, you have to make very, very simple to understand stuff. That's true with shorts as well, also. Especially these days. So the start of this metric you care about is in regards to virality, CTR, AVD, AVP. If you want to know the contents of a video are good, look up the AVD and AVP of the video before we upload it. Yep, we talked about this before. We already talked about audience retention. How to measure the success of content. Like I said at the start of this metric, you care about in regards to virality. If you want to know if the contents of the video are good, because based on how long people watch it and what percentage of the video they watched, you can clearly see if they enjoyed it. To show this action below is the retention data for 2 separate videos, identical length. One video has 120 million views and one got 45 million. Look at the retention numbers and see if you can pick the one that got triple the views. It's easy. That's the lower one. Because it has way more consistent spikes and way less drop off in the beginning. The answer is the lower image. People on average watch the video 38 seconds longer. Yeah. It got triple the views as clear as day for YouTube. People like the video much more. For your YouTube to do well, you must get AVD and AVP as high as possible. The longer people watch, the better the video will do. I've kind of already talked about my opinion on this before. One way to boost retention on a video is to have good format for the video to follow. Let's use our popular Last to Leave series as an example. Yep. One really good way to make a successful YouTube channel that a lot of people have done is have series videos. So, like, it gets you making consistent content in a way. But like consistent kickback videos to like challenges or videos that you make over and over again that just have different kind of aspects of it. Like series and episodic videos are really good. Yeah, I can see everything on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. This is, my chat looks like this. So if you're from YouTube, you have a little YouTube thing, and if you're from Twitch, you have a little Twitch thing. So you can watch on any platform and the interaction is the same. Good example of a format is I bought the world's largest firework. Yeah, so it's like I bought the world's largest this, the world's largest that, the world's largest boat, the world's largest this. Yeah, you do these over and over again. This is smart. Donating to Twitch streamers was a good one back in the day. People loved that. I'd go into random streams and donate 10K to a streamer, see how they'd react. All in all, we did like 12 of them because when I stopped, people still begged for more, and that's because, like Steve Jobs says, people don't know what they want. The viewer may think they want a format forever, but they don't. They want new and fresh things. This is evident because every channel that rehashes formats for years always dies. Super true. Yep. This is why I'm constantly ditching formats in exchange for new ones. Ideally, 2 videos for the same format, not back to back, and like multiple different videos in between them if possible. Who is our audience? That is crazy that only 40% of Mr. Beast's audience is actually United States. I would definitely not have guessed that. Huh. That's crazy. Also, a huge audience from India. Why? That's super interesting. 40% US audience is not much. I think the reason for that is because his content is, number one, being translated into like tons of different languages. And number two, is so easy to understand that you can probably understand what is happening in a Mr. Beast video without even understanding the language. But still, that surprises me that that number is that high. 30% female, 70% male. That doesn't surprise me at all. 13 to 17. You always have to remember that on YouTube and any other platform, this is underreported, right? So this number is going to be way higher because kids generally don't sign up as kids. They always say they're 18. If anybody has this data, it's usually YouTube, because YouTube can look at other aspects of your Google profile to try to figure out how old you are. So this is actually pretty reliable on YouTube. But like, if you look on Twitch, for example, at how much of your audience is below 18, literally Twitch understands 0% that number. They have no data to suggest a person is actually that age. It's literally if you click the button, I'm 18 or older or not. And every single kid is obviously going to click the I'm 18 or older button. So 18 to 24 is 33%. This being like there's like nothing surprising here. Yeah, this is like super what I would expect. You don't think that 24% of the people are 35 to 44? I think that's probably pretty accurate. Yeah. Because there's a lot of, like, think about the amount of content that Mr. Beast does with that age group and that demographic in it. So, for example, what was the one, here, I'll show you. Like, like this one with the kids versus adults thing. Like this example, like he does a ton of content like this.
I built 2 massive cubes so these 100 kids can compete against these 100 adults.
So like this like these are like such brilliant videos because they appeal across every single demographic, right? And just look at how diverse this audience, like this crowd is too. It's literally every race of people, and it's like literally every age group, right? It's really, really well done how he does this. And so like this is like something that like somebody that's like a 45-year-old would watch all the same as like a person that's like 13 years old. What about kids watching on parents' accounts or just parents putting it on for their kids? Yeah, would be a huge percentage of that as well, which is why it's actually larger than like the 25 to 34 audience. Yeah. It's something to say about the state of Twitch that 99% of the ads I get are now in Spanish. Yeah, I never looked at anything Spanish on this site. Yeah, I mean, like the only demographic of users that's growing on Twitch is the Spanish audience. Thanks, Eric. Kids watch videos with their mom, even though... Oh, our content is consumed by everyone at this point. Kids watch the videos with their mom, even though our female viewership is only 30%. That's still 9-figure views of women, and it's worldwide, 50% in America. But despite saying all that, at its core, I describe it, I say the average Mr. Beast viewer is a teenage memer that likes video games. Yeah. You should watch our videos. This is just like telling his employees to watch all the videos. Super true. Brand deals are content. If you watched a lot of YouTube, you probably noticed that when somebody does a brand deal, it's boring and sometimes it looks like they're reading off a script. We take a different approach. We'd like to integrate them into the content so it doesn't nuke our retention and boost conversion. One of the ways that Mr. Beast does brand deals makes me like wish that every single person thought about brand deals in this way. Because you could like literally double your income from sponsors if you thought about how to integrate brand deals and you did a 60-second ad read. Not just like this video is sponsored by this person, but you actually like incorporated it into your content. Yeah, because you typically with like sponsors and ad reads, you always see this like dip right here. This dip is way less dramatic for this part, and I can live with it. It's something I can live with. Brand deals are content when treated such like I like the way that Mr. Beast does brand integrations is super, super good. And when treated as such boost retention, we need to make them entertaining. Also, fun fact, the last CEO that sponsored a video said the return was 1.7 times the return they get on an NFL championship game ad. 1.7 times the return of what? He said with an NFL commercial, you get a giant spike of customers day one, and then it disappears forever after that. Whereas with the brand deal, you get a huge spike of huge spike of... Okay, so he's talking about customers, so he must be talking about conversions. You get a huge spike for a few days, then it settles down, and then a respike where they upload again. And even after that, our videos typically get millions of views for months or years. Tons of residual customers. So I would argue with that CEO, I would pick a fight because I would say it is pretty much impossible. So let's say that you run an ad for Nerf guns on the NFL commercial, right? And then you sponsor Mr. Beast to do a video. How do you know that somebody went and got a Nerf gun as a result of your NFL commercial? It's literally impossible to know that, right? Versus on a Mr. Beast video, you have affiliate links, you have a website you can go to, you can track orders, like there's distribution, there's like so it's just that like old media is really difficult to tell what impressions are doing. But if you throw a Super Bowl ad at the right, and it's the right demographic, like you will probably beat a Mr. Beast video. I like pretty reliably. I understand it's like a controversial take because everyone thinks that like YouTube is God, but and YouTube is God. But yeah, for sure, that's like a really weird statistic that I think is quite weird. Yeah, that's I don't really agree with that. It's kind of a cool thing to say though. Yeah. When you consume social media and when you watch YouTube, the games you play are what I like to call your information diet. Chris, our first subscriber and guide in the videos, is wonderful example of information diet used to perfection. The dude's funny as hell. I've never met anyone in my entire life that can make people laugh like he can. Never understood why he's so good at it until I lived with him for a few years. He watches an insane amount of cartoons and stupid shit. His eyeballs exist to inhale copious amounts of goofy, dumb, brain-numbing content. So you quote almost any line from a SpongeBob. Yeah, this is super valuable. I've always said that like if you want to really learn how to like be funny and entertaining, just watch a ton of improv, like watch a ton of like comedy and stuff like that. As a result, he's super funny. For 5 years, that's all he consumed. Do you think he'd be just funny as currently was? Wouldn't be 20% as funny. Talent needs to inhale cartoons so they can be funny. Writers need to inhale inspiration. Let's say there's a purple fruit, and what you eat makes 2 feet taller. If it truly exists, you wouldn't have known it until just now, but now you know about it. You can draw on it for inspiration, every piece of content going forward. You can't get inspired by things you don't know exist. It's okay for the boys to be childish. If talent wants to draw a dick on a whiteboard, let them. We don't do fake stuff. We make sure we prep contestants. Try to create an environment where they feel comfortable talking. If we wrote a banger piece of content that's 50-50, write another piece of content, content's unlimited. I want famous people in our videos. No dull moments. Video endings must all be abrupt to protect intention. That's actually really important. And your career. If you made it this far, at least semi-interested in being this your career, so want to chat about it. If you're ambitious and want to dedicate your life to this work, you've picked the best company in America to do it. I don't care to hoard a bunch of money, but I deeply believe in rewarding people to help the business. As I write this, we have 2 teams. They'll grow to 4, possibly 8. We need more leaders. We need hardworking, obsessive, coachable, intelligent grinders that can step up and take more leadership spots. Every single department in this has an opportunity for you to grow. You're in luck because I don't do yearly reviews. We do whenever the fuck you want reviews. If you want to become a production manager, tell them your intention and ask why you suck and how you can become better. He'll give you a list of things you need to improve because we need, and if you actually listen to master those things, we'll give you a shot at the role. Most people think they are better than they are really, and they don't take it seriously when we give them things to improve and wonder why they never move up. Super true. This isn't a bureaucratic corporate company. You don't have to do something for 5 years to get a promotion. I hate the word promotion. The more responsibility risk you help us navigate, overall bullshit you deal with, the more you make. If you want more of that, we'll gladly help you train and receive it. There's infinite room to grow here. Yeah, this is something I used to talk about a lot with Ethan, the VP from Amazon that like employed like thousands of people, is that like so much of lack of moving up in companies is just lack of communication between employees that want that and like high level leaders. Whereas you just say like, hey, I'm looking for more responsibility. I want to take this on. Like, what can we make a path where I'm this position in X number of time? Like, what's realistic? It can really help you get there. So the fact that he fosters this corporation in this way is good. But there is a problem with it. One of the reasons why quarterly performance reviews or whatever are very valuable is that there are a lot of situations where sometimes people are contributing a ton to the company and they might just be too timid or like just not willing to show their work. And so if you don't force performance reviews, you don't ever get those people to the spotlight. And the worst, like the thing that feels the worst in companies is when you have like actually legitimate, really hard workers that are not getting noticed. But that doesn't happen as often as anyone wants you to think it does. Most of the time, it's people being lazy. But performance reviews are actually really important to have. Like, so I don't like. I get what he's saying here, but I wish he did quarterly performance reviews so that you could give people that are actually hardworking the opportunity to like be noticed and to show their work. Anyway, this entire fucking document was a total nothing burger. We're never reading anything like this again. As a result of like supposed drama, but it was good because a lot of people got some actual actionable advice. If I had anything to say about this document, it would be that probably every single content creator should read this and take a lot of it seriously as to like how to grow. It's very, very, very good, very, very good advice. Yeah, it's good content, as they say. You think Mr. Beast could have better handled the crisis? I don't even know what the crisis was. I've come all the way to the end of this, and I have no idea what the crisis was. The best people could tell me, and I don't care. Like, the best people could tell me was something about a bad title of a section. And people working too hard or whatever. Who knows? Who cares? Whatever. We're over it. What I liked about it was we got a lot of really actionable and cool advice about how to run companies and stuff, and got to talk about it. So, all right, moving on. Good stuff. I'll mark that. We literally got through one section. We got through one thing in the stream submissions channel. Thanks, Joko. Yeah, bunch of nonsense that was. Okay, now let's talk about the real deal AI. No, I've got to watch this esports thing. I have a talk in like 4 hours on it. The esports thing will be good. The crisis of people who haven't worked in big corpo got upset over bad behavior that happens everywhere. Yeah, I feel like our anti-work is infecting everything. And just like working hard is just like out of is not vogue. All right. Green check mark. That was watched. Next. Normies think that trying is cringe. It's even worse than that. People think that trying is like just a form of indentured servitude to work for like the man, and that like all work is evil and like pretty much everything is just oppressive capitalism. When in reality, like the vast majority, there is some of it, of course, right? Like the system's not perfect, but like the vast majority of companies are weighed on their fair market value, and the vast majority of companies are trying to add value into the ecosystem. It might be interesting to hear Devin's take on how the Hawk Tuah girl is staying relevant. Thanks for the follows. Appreciate that. She's just, by the way, if you guys want to talk to me outside of these streams, discord.gg/Devin is where I hang out like pretty much 24/7. Outside of these streams, I only run 2 streams a week. That's all I have time for with my, I work full time. The Hawk Tuah girl, I've heard a lot about her before we go to the esports thing. My take is she probably has a really good agency or PR firm behind her, or retained one, or has media training, or all of the above. But I have been a marketer and an agent for too long, and now I tend to think of everything as like an Illuminati conspiracy. Like, I don't think that there is such a thing as like going viral just because you're like a random person anymore. I've seen too much, man. I've seen too much. So I would just not be surprised if she has an agency or has a trajectory. Pretty much everything that she's done over the course of like her rise. Maybe the clip that was served, the actual one, was viral. Maybe it wasn't, like intentionally. I don't know. But she has some kind of she has some kind of help, is what I'll say. Pretty sure. Pretty sure on good authority that she has some kind of help. Yes, sir. What kind of help? I don't know. But very little like true virality happens by accident these days. And that'll get even more true as time goes on. Let's go. Okay, we're gonna watch a video.
There are a few industries
called The Crooked Economics of Esports. So the context of this is I've got to watch this because I got to kind of catch up on the history of esports. It'll also teach us a lot. I'll also be able to comment on a lot. But the context of it is I'm giving a talk to the University of Hawaii in like 4 hours. That'll also be live streamed if you want to watch it. And so I need to give a talk on that, and I just want to make sure that I'm like, I have all my show notes and I have everything, but I want to make sure that I'm like totally locked in, understand everything. If you want to give this will be live streamed here and on YouTube. Yep. If you want to give the YouTube video a watch, it'll be this one. We're going to watch it together now.
There are few industries that have risen and collapsed as quickly as esports. In the 2010s, competitive gaming had grown beyond South Korea, RTS games, niche forums, and LAN cafes. Cable was on its way out, Twitch was taking off, and viewership for traditional sports declined, whereas the audience for esports rapidly increased. Esports sold itself as the sport of the future, a world where video game tournaments would surpass the NBA and NFL, where anyone could grind from amateur to superstar, where gaming would be a viable profession, and stadiums would be packed around the world with thousands of screaming fans. Marketers had been desperate to reach the younger generations who shunned traditional media and advertising. Only esports boasted such a concentrated and engaged audience of millennials and zoomers.
Yeah, so what he's talking about is like when traditional sports began, we in esports had a unique demographic of people that were like 20 to 34 that were aging out of stuff like the NFL and like basketball and stuff like that. So esports was pretty desperate traditional sports was pretty desperate to try to capture
all this
that
value in theory would be captured by new esports teams and leagues who could monetize these eyeballs through tickets, merchandise, and media rights, the same way that the NBA, NFL, and Premier League have each used viewership to rake in billions over decades.
But it didn't
There was so
work.
much hype that everyone expected the economics to solve itself over time. Around the world, venture capitalists invested millions into emerging teams, game publishers hosted tournaments in world-class venues and broadcasted matches with immense production value, colleges rolled out scholarships for promising pub stompers, prize pools ballooned into millions, and pro players were marketed as budding celebrities with the best in the world signing 6 to 7 figure contracts.
So like one of the things that like the reason why I'm giving a talk at the University of Hawaii is because I'm actually giving a talk to the esports department. Do you watch videos at normal 1.25 or higher? I always watch videos normal. I think the meme of like I don't know, there's so many like annoying Redditor type people that are like pushes glasses up. I consume information at a super speed, so I consume information at 2x the speed. Like I want to listen. Like if I'm watching a video, I want to listen to it. I'm watching it because I'm trying to get value out of it. I want to understand it. I watch it at normal speed.
As esports
this exception would be people that like literally talk like this, and then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go like
progressed into the 2010s, the audience and spectacle reached even greater heights. It was no longer Mountain Dew and Doritos. Mainstream Fortune 500 brands jumped in to sponsor teams, tournaments, and players alike. Even the billionaire owners and millionaire athletes of traditional sports joined in, enticed by the prospect of owning the next Dallas Cowboys or Manchester United. With the media and Wall Street
weren't a lot of esports viewership popularity intentionally inflated to be misleading? Intentional is a strong word. I would say yes. I'm sure we'll get into it.
Collectively proclaiming esports
as
the next big thing in media and entertainment, this gaming future seems
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you, brother.
certain. Fast forward to 2024.
There's like 250 videos on there, so Patreon's super good.
Esports has fallen apart. Many teams have shut down, they've run out of money, or have been sold for parts. Viewership has declined for once dominant titles.
Yes, esports teams sold for parts.
Questions have been raised on whether or not this audience is even valuable for advertisers when Twitch itself still can't turn a profit. Game publishers have cut their support and shuttered leagues. Many pros have left esports, channeling their star power into more sustainable streaming careers or leaving gaming behind entirely. The highest valued teams like TSM and Cloud9 have gone into radio silence under the continuous layoffs and roster cuts. The few teams that have IPO'd are all penny stocks, with the majority already delisted from their stock exchanges.
Look at that. Holy. Oh, man. No, so like I'm watching this video to get myself caught up on like where esports is in 2024-ish or 2023. Dude, I'm going to try really hard. I don't want to just have like an hour talk with a bunch of kids that are taking esports and want to make it their career just to be like, you're all fucking doomed. You're all idiots. Like you guys are like, everything's a penny stock. You can't succeed. I've got to find a way to like help them. So I'm trying not to like, yeah, this is savage.
Away, and the only supporters of esports still left are Saudi Arabia, online casinos, crypto exchanges, and fast food chains. No team or league has ever managed to turn a profit, even at their peak, outside of vague, unverifiable PR statements, and people are turning back to watch the NFL, Premier League, and the NBA. The fall of esports has never been covered by mainstream media. As a result, the industry remains rife with con artists, shell companies, and charlatans who continue to run the scene out in the open with
I love how FaZe Banks
little scrutiny. The pump and dump has continued, and the grifters that are running esports these days make even the most delusional Silicon Valley VCs and founders look like angels. In this episode, we'll break down the fraudulent business of esports and analyze 8
FaZe is literally like the definition of a grifter.
teams, 4 publishers, and 2 middlemen across NA and
that was
EU.
us. Wait, they're going to do a Counterwatch Gaming segment.
This episode is sponsored by NetSuite by Oracle.
How long is this? This ad read is long as fuck. This is a 2-minute ad read. Brother. Good on you for getting Oracle to sponsor your video. I ain't watching that, though.
Before we dive into specific
Jesus.
teams, we need a baseline understanding of esports as a landscape. Like in traditional sports, esports is not a winner-take-all market, but instead an ecosystem of mutually dependent entities that must work together to achieve commercial success.
React to how well he does an ad read? It's not good, right? Like
quarter, and then in a bear market the next. Could someone please invent a crystal ball? Until then,
I don't know.
over 30
It's exactly the same energy. The thing I would ask is like, who is this for? So if I'm like, if I'm, how many people that are watching this video? I understand why Oracle decided to sponsor this, but how many people that are watching this video are going to actually buy? Actually, maybe it's good. I'd love to see the data. I don't know. You know, I question everything, but actually, like, this is a channel for people that are super, super dedicated to business. Yeah, maybe it's good. Like
8,000 businesses.
You never know, man. You never know. Yeah.
Future-proof their business with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one fluid.
I tend to think of ERP as like a different type of thing.
Platform.
So
with
yeah,
one
this
unified
definitely appeals to a
business
separate
management
audience.
suite, there's one source of truth giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions.
It's fine. I don't
With
understand
real-time
why the ad read is like 4 minutes, right? Like that just feels like too long, even in this video.
insights and forecasting, you're peering into the future with actionable data. When you're closing the books in days, not weeks, you're spending less time looking backwards and more time on what's next. Modern NBA is small at the moment, but as soon as we
Extreme rate
grow and scale
production.
within the US and into other countries, we will need and use NetSuite. Today we're stitching things.
Yeah, it's too long. It's just too long.
Before we dive into specific teams, we need a baseline understanding of esports as a landscape. Like in traditional sports, esports is not a winner-take-all market, but instead an ecosystem of mutually dependent entities that must work together to achieve commercial success.
I don't sponsor
The root-
Block, no, and I have YouTube Premium, so this guy makes money even though I skip ads. Dude, do you know how hypocritical it would be for me to skip ads? I have to pay for premium. I'm literally an agency that runs ads. If I fucking skip ads, that would be pretty
is multiplayer
ridiculous.
games.
I've got all the turbo
more
versions of
popular the
everything.
title, the greater the player base, the more competitive the gameplay, the better fit for
Also,
esports.
low key, YouTube Premium is like literally one of the like most worthwhile. If you watch a lot of YouTube, like YouTube Premium is like one of the most worthwhile products you can get.
Players assemble their
YouTube
own
is
teams
awesome.
or join existing ones. These teams
Such a
then
good
compete
service.
in tournaments and leagues where the formats, rules, rankings, and prize pools are administered by third parties or by the game publishers. The competitions are then streamed on Twitch or
They're not
YouTube
your
to
ads, so
fans.
it's competition.
Developers and publishers invest their resources to support the competitive scene in exchange for free marketing, stronger engagement, and player growth. Teams provide paychecks and coaches so players can focus on winning. Brands and advertisers can insert themselves at any stage. They can sponsor a team, the league, the streams, or all of the above. Teams make money through sponsorships and merchandise, and league organizers make money off sponsorships, tickets, concessions, and sometimes even team entry fees.
Make money.
In the 2010s, the goal was maturity. If the teams, matches, tournaments, and leagues could each improve in quality and process, then esports would become more attractive and accessible, and then viewership, in theory, would grow in line. Once viewership reached some critical mass, it would be a piece of cake to sell the streaming rights in perpetuity for millions and eventually billions. Just like how it is for the NFL and the NBA, this annual wad of cash could be shared amongst the teams, who would each.
So the idea would be that you basically like the thing that makes traditional sports so worth as much as it is the broadcast rights, right? Selling the right to broadcast that to different TV channels. And the idea was you'd do the same thing with esports, and it worked for a while. Because if you guys remember, like people like YouTube bought the Overwatch League, and they were buying the broadcast rights to do that. But then they realized, wait a minute, literally all of this viewership is horseshit, and this is a complete like nothing burger. Why are we spending tens of millions of dollars for this? And then everybody pulled that, and it's never been the same.
each use
But what this leaves out is that the real villain here is the publishers, right? The idea is like listen to what he just said.
Duty for millions and eventually billions. Just like how it is for the NFL and the NBA, this annual wad of cash could be shared amongst the teams, who would each use their cut to finance player salaries and transfers.
Right? So the theory was that you would be able to give that money out to the teams. That never happened in practice, though, because the publishers controlled the entire football. So what's different in esports from the NFL versus the LCS, for example, for the League of Legends, is that Riot Games controls, monetizes, and gathers all of the profits from something like League of Legends, while simultaneously monetizing game sales and microtransactions. They're giving a pittance back, like literally, like they're like the noble flipping a coin to like the beggar that's the team on the street. It's not even comparable. So this never happened because publishers control the ecosystem.
At the beginning, publishers, team owners, league admins, tournament organizers, and players were all united in pursuit of this payday. Everyone had to keep doing their part. Publishers needed to support the game for competitive play, leagues needed to keep upping production value, and teams should spare no expense bringing in the best players in the world.
No, I don't agree with any of this. Publishers were only incentivized to go so far as to sell what their own game, like stuff for their own game. Nobody was incentivized to make esports work, and that's why it failed. The teams were just trying to survive. Publishers controlled everything and made all the money. And leagues and publishers are the same thing. The LCS and Riot Games is the same thing. It's run by the same people. One question I always had is like, why did modern sports retain its value for broadcast rights when all the fracturing dilution of audiences as to the main three networks became less and less watched due to streaming and other entertainment options? Because it didn't become as less watched as people think. Those broadcasting rights have gone down over time, but sports still has a very dedicated following. The Dallas Cowboys still fill stadiums full of people, and Nielsen has had years and years and years to demonstrate how that data translates into sponsorships. Like people, like if you are the official car of the Dallas Cowboys, people do buy that car for that reason. Like the reason why sports has been successful is because it continuously delivers results. But esports didn't do that. All you guys that are on your mom's laptop that are stealing your neighbor's Wi-Fi don't want to buy shit. And so when it came down to it, esports couldn't put up the same results. But it was also because it was, or maybe it could have, but you never would have known that because it was getting cannibalized by the publishers. Like Riot Games only has more incentive to build out stuff that gets Riot Games more players and more skin sales. They're not necessarily interested in like esports as a whole as an ecosystem succeeding. My mom bought a Chevy because of NASCAR. There you have it. That's like exactly. Good to see you, Timac.
Games had to be easy to watch, matches needed to be thrilling, and tournaments needed to become spectacles in order for viewership to grow. Yet payday never materialized. Broadcast deals in esports have never been meaningful enough to offset costs or be comparable to that of traditional sports. In this mutually dependent ecosystem, all it took was for one entity to quit to bring everything else down. For some titles, it was the publisher.
I don't think that any of these people had. I just kind of disagree with this whole premise here. It's interesting, but like, I don't think that any of these people had anything but an incentive to make their individual game succeed. I know for a fact that Overwatch League was 0% interested. Like Bobby Kotick was 0% interested in esports as a ecosystem succeeding. He didn't care about that at all. Overwatch League didn't care about that at all. All they wanted was more people to play Overwatch and more people to get skin sales. And that cannibalized what could have been like legitimate storylines and like a legitimate league, right? In every business decision that they did. It's exactly the same for Activision. There were people within Activision that did legitimately want esports to be good, like some of the people running StarCraft and like some of the people that were really passionate, especially like some of the people on the ground, like the casters and the production folk. But the overall management also didn't have that vision.
Was for
and of course, it's the same with the LCS.
Entity to quit to bring everything.
I mean, I literally sat in a room with the guy that was running the LCS at the time, and he told us directly, like he told all the teams in a team meeting, he was literally like, "We see the LCS as a marketing arm for League of Legends." In our line items, it like when we spend money on the LCS, it's a marketing expense. Like it's not esports expense. It's not for the teams. It's a marketing expense. It's just to sell stuff.
Else down. For some titles, it was the publisher who threw in the towel first, and for others, it was the teams themselves. Ultimately, as soon as one domino fell, the others would collapse shortly after. The complication is that esports encompasses a vast number of games and no title is the same. Some games are popular for years and then flame out, a small handful endure for decades, and some just never get off the ground.
Yeah.
There's no definitive way to rank esports titles as viewership fluctuates and prize pools are not reflective of popularity. For instance,
viewership doesn't really fluctuate. Like, you can go to esports charts, right, and just get generally the stuff that's been the most popular is the stuff that's been popular forever. Like, League of Legends has always had like the highest viewership. This is not really an esport. Counter-Strike is basically behind League of Legends. Valorant is like a new contender, and they're really pushing up. I wouldn't be surprised if Valorant overtook Counter-Strike pretty soon. Dota 2 after that, Fortnite. And like, really, this is all like 3 publishers, right? So.
For instance, Dota boasts the biggest prize pools but pulls in less viewership than leading titles. In the past decade, esports has been dominated by League of Legends and
FIFA and 2K have a lot of audience for like normal content, but they don't have a lot of like an esports traditional audience.
Counter-Strike. These
compared to these other
are generally regarded as Tier 1 esports, where the viewership is strongest and the leagues are the most mature. Then in Tier 2 are titles with lesser but respectable followings, like Rainbow Six Siege, PUBG, Valorant, and Dota. Then
Valve has a huge cash bank to build their own value. Very true.
At the bottom are titles with low viewership and niche competitive scenes, like FIFA, Madden, Call of Duty, Rocket League, Street Fighter, and Super Smash Bros. While everyone has their role to play, teams, players, and organizers generally all look first.
When I think of healthy esports, I think of this list, by the way. Like, this is kind of an interesting, with a couple of exceptions. Obviously, Call of Duty, no. But, like, probably the healthiest ecosystem for esports in 2024 is FGC, or fighting game community. So anything Street Fighter, Tekken, Smash Brothers. If you wanted to build an esports team, the ecosystem to do it in would be FGC. And then as far as like China goes, you almost can't include the viewership data from China into esports at all. One, because that viewership is completely unmonetizable. You literally cannot throw sponsors at it or ads at it. So that's the main reason, right? But two is also that it's like, it's so ephemeral and it's so hard to quantify that it's like, companies like Riot have to like make their game appeal more to the Chinese audience because they understand that like some huge percentage is going to Worlds, but like from an esports perspective, it's not good. Healthy. What does healthy mean here? Good question. So I think healthy means like, so this guy is describing this as tier 3 esports. Okay. But over here, this like tier 1 esports, this to me is a list of least healthy esports to most healthy. So, like in League of Legends and CSGO, the salaries are like massively inflated. Teams are all unprofitable. And then like as you get out here, they make a little bit more sense. And then as you get here, companies like Panda Global or companies that like focus just on like FGC and like small teams that exist within that ecosystem are often cash flow positive. The only place you see esports actually working in terms of like the event, the production, the teams and the players are all fairly compensated and people are making money to some extent is literally, this is Panda Global before all that controversy. I mean, not now, obviously. Yeah. I'm saying like Panda Global when they were in Smash. Yeah. The like all of these like quote tier 3 esports are the ones that are actually putting up fair numbers where like people aren't taking on a ton of investment capital. They aren't going deep into the red to run their teams, and they're actually like moderately successful. If I were to start an esports team, I'd start it in FGC, no question.
Call of Duty, Rocket League,
today,
Street Fighter, and Super Smash Bros. While everyone has their role to play, teams, players, and organizers generally all look first towards the publishers to determine their own investments. Publishers have the deepest pockets and the most to gain from esports.
Yep.
But since they make money off the underlying video game, their business is not fundamentally dependent on the competitive scene, whereas every other entity in the ecosystem is. On one end of the spectrum are publishers like Riot, who meticulously control every aspect of the esports scene for League and Valorant. They're the developer, publisher, broadcaster, organizer, and league commissioner all in one, and they get involved in everything from player salaries and team allowance to owner conduct and sanctions. On the other end of the spectrum is Nintendo, who has consistently refused to cater to esports, as the biggest tournaments for Smash and Splatoon are generally grassroots community-run passion projects. Yet Nintendo has no concerns about investing in competitive Pokemon. Then in the middle of the spectrum is EA, Ubisoft, and Valve, who have had one foot in and one foot out over the years. The variance in investments, attitude, and agendas across titles and publishers made the goal of turning esports into a business even more complicated. Even at the peak of esports, the economic pressures never disappeared. Instead of a classic pyramid system where teams get relegated and promoted based on merit, tournament organizers began collectively transitioning towards closed leagues like the NFL, MLB, and NBA, with or without the publishers.
Franchising was truly the kind of ultimate death of esports, of the major games. Yeah, Nakat was on CLG, of course. I hired him,
Support. That way, viewership would not be fragmented across hundreds of teams and multiple levels of competition. All the eyeballs could be concentrated on an exclusive few. Teams would pay millions to secure a permanent spot in these closed leagues and get a guaranteed share of league revenues.
But it was franchising that made me exit esports. Like when we knew that franchising was going to be the future, and that was the only way. That's why I franchised my team and I got out.
Which on paper would ensure longevity for all. The direct emulation of the NFL, MLB, and NBA, the three most lucrative sports leagues in the world, into Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, Overwatch, and League of Legends renewed hope in the mid-2010s that esports could truly be sustainable.
What killed it, really, was when you lost the feast or famine aspect of relegation. You lost what remained of storylines within esports, because what esports has always struggled with is, why should the viewer care? Like, if you're watching TSM versus CLG for the 50th time, why should you care? And what made you care was that there was a very real possibility that if you underperformed, you were literally going to not be in the league. And I ran teams both at Dignitas and at CLG when that was a reality. And so when you had TSM versus CLG at Madison Square Garden in 2015, that has been one. The feeling of this, being there, it's going to be hard for me to duplicate this in my life.
Down Team Solo Mid at Madison Square Garden to be your 2015 Summer Split champions.
There's me screaming like a fucking idiot.
Well-earned 3-0 by CLG.
But really though, they
crafted the team.
I had way shorter hair back then. It's really bad.
They stepped
but really the energy, I'm convinced this was the turning point of esports. This moment right here in America was when this, and obviously I'm biased because our team won or whatever, but there wasn't really a moment that was more hype than this after this moment. Not really. It the storyline of the underdog and the contender, where we had always had that rivalry going with TSM, and then 5-0'd them or whatever, or 3-0'd them or whatever at the end of this was that was peak esports storytelling, because there was the very real possibility at the time that we could have actually gotten relegated, but we fought to finals and actually made it there. And after franchising, it just eliminated any of this possibility from ever happening, because you just knew that the teams were immortal, and so all the incentive to play in a true competitive way was gone. Yeah. I don't know. Like, so I feel like the thing that the esports has always suffered from and still suffers from today is storylines. And that's what sports gets right. It tells you why to care about these players. But like when you have the same players that are like, you have the same players that are like existing in this ecosystem for years and years and years, and like they don't even want to try and they hate the game they're solo queuing in. Like it's just different. Okay, where are we at?
Esports is divided by region. North American teams were the least competitive, but the most well-funded given the concentration of venture capital in the continent. Their revenue opportunities were also the greatest, as Americans are the wealthiest in the world by measure of disposable.
True and false. So this valuation is based off a Forbes article. There was no point in time where anybody would have paid $400 million for TSM or Cloud9 or any of these things. Even FaZe at its like highest valuation would have never commanded $240 million in capital. Nobody sane would have made that. So some of these people raised at very high valuations, but that's not the same as actually outright buying 100% of the equity for $400 million.
Opportunities were also the greatest, as Americans are the wealthiest in the world by measure of disposable income.
General CPM advertising costs paid per 1,000 views by country. Where is this data from? There is no way that the average CPM in America is $36. No way that's true. It's way lower. So I don't think this graph is right either. It scares me that like this channel is actually really good, and there's like this makes me think about how much data that I consume is like not right, because like this channel is really professional and super good, and this guy's making a super great video, but like every graph he's shown is wrong. It's actually crazy.
And significantly more valuable to advertisers than Asians and Europeans. If there was any org that could be profitable, it would in theory be an org from NA. After Cloud9 and TSM, the most famous org in North America was FaZe, who IPO'd in 2022. Since 2011, FaZe has won 32 championships across Counter-Strike, COD...
Yeah, gaming's like $4 CPM on YouTube. Yeah, no, exactly.
Fortnite, PUBG, Valorant, and Rocket League. Their legacy in gaming culture...
No, it is a good channel. I don't want to dog on the guy. Anybody that's spent this kind of time to make this kind of informative content, we should champion this person. I get information wrong all the time, too. So it's like somebody that's like an absolute expert in the stuff that I talk about could go through a Devin Nash video and beat me out, too. So I'm not trying to dog on the guy. I'm just saying that like it just kind of makes me question like...
And success in esports was so strong that they had even earned recognition from traditional media. They sold themselves.
You can spot inaccuracies in your own field, but you watch another topic and assume it's correct. Yeah, it's scary.
As a generational company where their fans were loyal to FaZe the brand.
He's doing a decent job for a guy looking into esports.
They not only showed up to matches and bought merchandise, but also watched content and attended meetups. Esports drew people in, and FaZe's network of streamers, rappers, and influencers is what got them hooked. The centralization of all these young eyeballs all year round.
I always thought that the thing that got FaZe to be as popular as it was the same thing that got 100 Thieves as popular as it was, which was like the content. The content, like on YouTube, they were in the right place at the right time and made legitimately good, consistent content. And then they failed because they moved away from that and tried to be this like cool organization of like rappers and celebrities and stuff. But like what really carried them was like their OG like Call of Duty stuff. No, like that's like I don't know. Yeah. Asmongold just had a video talking about accuracy. You notice this mistake because you have expert knowledge. Now realize all media you consume from those mistakes, you don't have that knowledge to realize mistakes in other ones. Yeah, isn't that fucking crazy?
Enabled the company to secure brand deals with...
And then like that's why FaZe Banks like did that whole thing like a couple of months ago where he's like, I'm like reinventing FaZe. We're going back to the OG stuff. And it's like, bro, like you've burnt yourself out. Like you've done enough fucking weed to kill an elephant. You're not equipped to make the content you used to, in my opinion. Like,
Fortune 500,
I don't think they'll ever do that
launch
again.
Genre-crossing collabs.
Yeah, they're like an influencer organization instead of a gaming org, which is the same thing that killed 100 Thieves. Like, everybody thinks that they're like the coolest person, but in reality, it's just like the market decides, right? Like they're deciding if your content's good or not. They want to watch it.
Disney, Naruto, and Porsche. Yet FaZe was not the high-margin media business or the high-gross...
It's worth noting that a lot of these like big people that ended up sponsoring these people, these are trial budgets, okay? So when you're sponsored by Porsche, that sounds really impressive, but the Porsche marketing budget is probably like $300-400 million a year, right? And they could have thrown like $200,000 at FaZe. You're still sponsored by Porsche, right? But are you, right? Like it's you always got to look at this stuff with like a kind of a careful eye.
Naruto and Porsche. Yet FaZe was not the high-margin media business or the high-growth sports empire it had portrayed itself to be.
Top line and bottom line since IPO in millions of dollars.
Esports
is this from their S1? So this is probably right.
Contributed less than 15% in revenue, while sponsorships made up the majority.
Was it the same when Ninja was sponsored by Red Bull? It's like, I mean, I don't know that individual sponsorship, but like for like most of the teams, they're like, yeah, we're sponsored by Red Bull. Like Red Bull is like throwing like $100,000 at that problem, right? Like
Majority of the top
out
line.
of their millions and billions of.
Despite primarily dealing in digital goods and services, cost of revenue actually increased in line with revenue. Brand deals and tournament winnings were awarded to FaZe the company, but most of the money passed through to the underlying players and streamers. While the players were generally salaried, the content creators were all independent contractors, despite exclusively representing FaZe. The only way FaZe could convince these content creators to band together under one exclusive brand was to compensate them with a generous cut of every sponsorship deal.
Snoop won't walk through a door for less than $1 million, by the way.
Cost of revenue.
So that was FaZe paying Snoop to do that activation.
Well over 70% every year. FaZe was giving away at least 70% of the money to content creators and players. And even as the company went underwater...
I know that because I talked to his agency.
Talent began to take even more of the pie for themselves. FaZe, the company, was capturing the least amount of value and still spending beyond its means with massive losses.
So like a lot of these activations, like quote, like partnerships that like people like FaZe did, like you wonder where all these millions of dollars went, right? Like a lot of it was like creating the image by paying celebrities to be there, to do this stuff.
Poor fundamentals across media and esports, FaZe's shares tanked from $20 to 18 cents in less than 2 years. As the losses continued, the company found itself out of hype and money. In 2023, FaZe was sold to GameSquare, another esports organ NA, who funded the purchase with equity. Ironically, GameSquare's own shares have plummeted to be just as worthless as FaZe's.
Yes,
Still,
sir.
both companies took the effort to spin a tale in the press that FaZe was the victim of mismanagement.
Yeah, so like, yeah, exactly. The esports people con the investors, then the celebrities con the esports people. Because the celebrities, like, with the same sales pitch. Like, literally, that is so funny, but the way you just said that, Margie, I just realized that is exactly what happened. And I remember getting tons of pitches from celebrities, like A-list celebrities that would come in and would talk to me. I'm trying to remember some of the people that showed up at CLG that did that. I probably shouldn't name names, actually, because a lot of them are still A-list celebrities. But yeah, that would happen to us all the times where the teams would con the investors, and they tell the investors, look, you can get all this viewership, and the viewership was all bullshit. And the celebrities would con the teams, and they'd be like, look, you're gonna get all this viewership, and then the celebrity viewership is bullshit too. It's all fucking bullshit. The only views that actually mattered were like the underlying YouTube videos, like the 100K that watched it that could be monetized for ads. And so everybody was bullshitting everybody. It was literally a human centipede. We have to run ads. We got to take a quick break. Sorry. I'm gonna get pre-rolls if I don't do it right now. So we'll be right back with this. Thank you everybody for being here. And thank you for following the stream. Please do join the Discord. Come chat with me after the end of this broadcast. It'd be super, super cool. And thank you for the follows. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Bioha. Appreciate you guys for following the stream. Do you also run ads on YouTube? I don't know. Have any of you guys on YouTube got ads? I actually have no idea. I don't think I have my YouTube live set up correctly. So I probably should do that, no? I do, yeah. Ads on YouTube Live. Yeah, I'll check it. Nobody on YouTube ever complains about ads. I think they're all just premium enjoyers. Literally, and so for all the people that are on premium, I'm pretty sure you're benefiting the channel. So yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll check after this what the YouTube live settings are, and we'll check for next stream. Okay, I'm gonna take a really brief break. We got 2 minutes of ads left. Okay, are we good? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, YouTube Premium, like Twitch Turbo, is a great way to support your fellow content creators. I don't actually know what our YouTube live settings are, and I don't know how that works or whatever, or if those streams are actually being monetized at all. I guess I can check real quick. I'm kind of interested, and then we'll go right back to this. But I should be able to check the analytics and see if they're making the revenue. Huh. I don't even know if there's like a way to tell how I'm making money. Oh, there it is from live. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So the first stream made $34 and the second stream made $52 in ads. Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Holy shit. That's pretty cool. So yeah, ads are running and people with YouTube Premium are supporting them. That's awesome. Super, super cool. My streams are more profitable than FaZe Clan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And that the founders have been rightfully restored to turn things around. They blame FaZe's former CEO, Lee Trink, a man who allegedly bought diamonds, splurged on dinners, and rented mansions on company dime while
I never met this guy, but I believe absolutely all of this is true.
wrongly pivoting the brand away from gaming.
FaZe rented a series of luxury properties that served as homes and film locations for media stars. The cost, including rent, utilities, and security, ran as much as $60,000 a month. Among the properties was a lakefront mansion in suburban Los Angeles, now estimated to be worth more than $12 million, that FaZe members said was previously home to singer Justin Bieber. Yeah, you don't sell tickets like Justin Bieber does, bro. Trank took FaZe influencers to fancy Los Angeles steakhouses and wore a diamond-encrusted necklace featuring FaZe's F logo. We weren't throwing money in the garbage, Trink said. We were creating a mythology. There's no fucking way that's a real quote. Holy, that is the most CEO quote in all my time running businesses. I could never make a quote that cringe. That's insane.
The scrutiny on Lee is fair, as he can barely keep his own career straight. On some websites, he claims to have been the one who turned Katy Perry and Jared Leto into musical superstars.
Yeah, I heard this. There's no evidence of this
only
at all.
Working at Capitol Records for 2 years. On other websites, he downplays his involvement with these artists as routine collaborations. Lee also claims that he ran...
This is super easy if you're like a project manager at an agency that's like even worked with Katy Perry. You can be like, oh yeah, I made Katy Perry. Like
his own Hollywood...
If someone offered you OTK with all their companies and FaZe with all their assets, would you take it? No, I would take over neither of those companies. No.
Talent agency by the name of Dare Mighty Entertainment, where he allegedly managed Kid Rock, the Backstreet Boys, and Ice Cubes for 8 years without any websites or social media. The business address that Lee registered for Dare Mighty Entertainment is the same exact address that he would later register FaZe Clan with. Both point to a random house in Los Angeles.
That's whatever. That could just mean that that's where his LLC is. That doesn't actually mean anything. That's whatever. Like your LLC can be incorporated wherever you want. To be fair, it's actually really hard to tell who the agencies are behind these celebrities because they often purposefully keep really quiet. So who knows what he did or didn't do in this.
As unqualified as Lee was, it doesn't absolve the cronyism and the conflicts of interest that still run rampant in esports today. The CEO at GameSquare, who rescued FaZe from bankruptcy, was FaZe's former chief financial officer, the same CFO who approved the spending, set the budgets, and endorsed the same business model that brought FaZe to both IPO and penny stock. FaZe continues to compete and to push content, the only difference this time being that they're bleeding someone else's pockets. While poor leadership exacerbated FaZe's failures, their struggles to make a business out of esports are not unique. By the mid-2010s, the esports rocket ship had taken off, and outsiders were eager for a finger in the pie. One of these was Madison Square Garden, the multi-billion-dollar venue operator and owner of the New York Knicks and New York Rangers. They had hosted the sold-out LCS finals in the Garden.
This is the CLG section. Oh god, this is going to be physically painful.
The year before, and that event single-handedly convinced leadership of the future. If MSG could own the next big esports team, that would easily add another billion to their valuation. In 2017, they bought a 65% stake in CounterLogic Gaming.
I don't think it was 65.
Of all the esports teams that they could have acquired, CLG was the safest. CLG was one of the oldest orgs in competitive gaming, having competed in League of Legends since the very beginning, and the team there had just won their second consecutive championship. Founded by pro players rather than trickshotters, CLG had always focused on winning. Madison Square Garden's plan after acquisition was to help CLG mature its marketing, media, and merchandise businesses, income streams that the org could not properly develop on its own before with smaller pockets.
Yep, this is all right. The sales pitch was, we have teams of like 50 salespeople. We've got like connections over at like all of these major brands. Like segmenting those people over to you would be super easy.
But despite having more than enough cash flow as the owner of an NBA and an NHL team, Madison Square Garden gave up on CLG in less than 6 years, shuttering the org, laying off staff, and killing the brand. The only worthwhile assets were CLG's league team and LCS slot, both of which were sold to NRG,
for
who,
scraps.
like GameSquare, could only pay with equity.
Yeah.
While Madison Square Garden intentionally buried CLG's financials alongside the Knicks and Rangers during its ownership to avoid scrutiny over its esports money pit, we can actually infer CLG's bottom line. If we extrapolate the net losses for CLG's minority shareholders, which was the 35% that Madison Square Garden didn't buy, we can calculate that CLG lost $6 million every year for 6 years straight. The absence of bottom line improvement can be explained with the context that every CLG team dropped off in performance in
this is all wrong. I think it was probably half this number. And these two numbers here make no sense. Number one, I can tell you for a fact we didn't lose $18 million in 2018 because I was still CEO then. We sold the company to Madison Square Garden at the end of 2019. So neither of these things are true, objectively. Then for these ones, I wasn't with the company after this. Unless they like drastically increased salaries on these guys, which could have happened maybe, then maybe these losses are a little bit more realistic, but these two things are completely untrue, like 100% untrue. Would you have given the numbers if this guy asked you? Yeah, sure. I'm not under NDA. I don't care.
Bottom line improvement can be explained with the context that every CLG team dropped off in performance in the years following its acquisition.
No, that would have nothing to. Your performance has nothing to do with your in a franchise system has nothing to do with your losses. So the reason why these losses would have accumulated is because the player salaries were outrageous. Like if you were paying a person $200,000 a year to be a pro player in the LCS, and you had to pay them 1.5 to 2 million. And you have 5 people on your team, that's what drives these losses, right? Simultaneously, your sponsorships don't keep up with it. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses.
Yet these numbers also reveal that revenue share from LCS was not actually growing over time as Riot had once promised.
That's true.
The entire purpose of having a closed league for League of Legends was so that underperforming teams would still receive enough proceeds from the league to sustain operations. But as CLG showed, that clearly wasn't the case. Even newer, better-funded NA teams did not fare any better.
That's the whole segment on CLG?
FaZe, CLG, and countless other first movers had all demonstrated in their own ways how fragile it was.
Yeah, what really destroyed esports from 2018-ish to 2000, like to currently actually, because there's still a problem in CS:GO and other places, is like you've got these VCs that come in and they say, "Here's $10 million, spend the cash." And then the esports orgs say, okay, I want to get the absolute best players possible because I want to win the most games. In reality, what we should have done, if I was a better executive and all the other guys too, is I should have said, okay, I'm going to put like at least half of that into content production. And I'm going to actually make this business make sense. And I'm going to monetize the entire business. I'm going to get real views. I'm going to get real fans, and I'm going to monetize that way. I should have invested as a traditional media company. Instead, the way we invested was back in players. And because there are so few players, there was a competition to go get the best players to make the, like, what we would say was the winniest team, the team that could win the most. And the problem with that was then it became feast or famine to pay those people. So like, if you had a good bot lane in League of Legends in 2015 or 2016, that guy's salary might have been like $80,000 to $150,000. In 2020, that dude's salary was $1 to $3 million. Team Dignitas was importing people that were some of the best Korean players, and at one point offered a guy $3 million a year to be there. Okay, but by contrast, the average sponsorship for a whole sponsorship of the entire team of Team Dignitas was $150,000. Right? So just do the math, right? Like, so you're paying one player, you got $3 million a year to be there, and your sponsor to sponsor your entire team is paying you $150,000. I don't understand how there is only a few players available, because there just aren't that many people this good at League of Legends, right? Like, if you look at like Challenger isn't even like, just taking League of Legends, for example, or CSGO or whatever it is, right? Challenger in League of Legends is the top 200 people in North America, no? And most of the people in Challenger are duplicate accounts. Like Tyler 1 has like 5 accounts in Challenger. So the real number of Challenger players is like 40 or 50. And then out of those players, only a few of them are actually good enough to be in the LCS. And out of those players, only a few of those players actually even give a shit, because why would Tyler 1 ever compete in the LCS when he can start his live stream, get 20,000 viewers, and bank fucking $30,000 a day in ad revenue? You see what I mean? Like, so there's so few pros. Like there's so few pros. And so the pros that are willing to compete and can compete at a top level to make a winning team are being competed with. They're being thrown around. And so TSM will come in and be like, no, I'll offer you $500,000. And Liquid will come in and be like, I'll offer you $750,000. And someone else will come in and be like, I'll offer you $1 million. And the player doesn't care. They're just going to go with the people that offer them the more money, right? Like Doublelift left CLG ultimately because he got a fucking way better offer from TSM, because TSM got funding way faster than we did. So like what? So we can't do anything about it, right? Like that same thing. Like I literally had Reginald from TSM like walk up to me and go, I'm going to steal your entire team. I think he was referring to like I don't remember which team it was, but literally said, I'm going to steal your entire team. There's nothing you can do about it, because tomorrow I'm going to offer them double what they're getting paid. And I was like, you're right. Like, there is nothing I can do, right? So like that kind of stuff would happen all the time. Like player salaries became the end all be all, because we thought the players were the end all be all. What I really should have done is I should have been like, all right, fuck you, bozo. Go ahead and steal my team. I'm going to go get a bunch of clowns that have 50 followers, and then I'm going to make them into content legends. And then invested in media instead of like winning, because in a franchise system you can't lose anyway. So who cares if you're number 10 on the ladder for the next like 3 years, as long as you build yourself up into like a media conglomerate and people love you. That's the real way to do esports, but nobody realizes that. To this day, nobody understands that. What was the plan for teams to generate revenue? Well, the idea was that if you won a lot, you got more popularity, and as a result, you got more viewers, and as a result, your sponsorships went up. That was the idea, right? What really happens, though, is that nobody cares about that, and the storylines, like whether you suck or you're good, are all that matters. This is how the Dallas Cowboys work, right? They have really dedicated fan base regardless of whether they win or not. Yes, and it's a great question, but like one thing to consider about the Dallas Cowboys is they have locality, right? So the thing that the local sports teams have that esports teams don't have. Do you guys remember that like in Overwatch they tried to make like the LA Challenge or whatever, or like they tried to do that, right? They tried to duplicate that, where they tried to have the teams be local. the reason they tried to do that was they were trying to duplicate the sports model, where if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, you live in Dallas. Yeah, the Cowboys could suck, but you're from fucking Dallas. You're gonna be like, yeah, Cowboys, like let's go, right? Like you still are gonna try to support that team because you're local, and esports didn't have that. So like that never really took off in the same way for esports teams, just because like their base of operation, a lot of different like boring reasons that don't matter, but yeah, it didn't work. Yeah.
Was to do esports first and then content second. Competitive success was not guaranteed, and player salaries were only increasing. Enthusiast Gaming out in Canada
you're almost forced to be a fan. Yeah, exactly.
From the opposite end by doing content first and then esports.
Wait, what was that?
It made sense as media opposite end were only increasing. Enthusiast Gaming out in Canada attempted sustainability from the opposite end by doing content first and then esports.
Yeah, this is the right way to do it.
It made sense as media was a proven business.
But nobody actually did this right.
And esports was not. Their idea was to use the established income from mature websites to subsidize their ventures into competitive gaming. Enthusiasts bought Addicting Games, Escapist, Wisecrack, an assortment of gaming channels and websites. Over the years, they expanded their portfolio to include live events, stat trackers, forums, and communities, all through M&A and all related to gaming. These online properties, despite generating steady advertising income, were not particularly valuable in the first place. Their acquisitions had been mostly funded by equity, and any cash portions had been deferred into multi-year payments, indicating that there weren't many other buyers for these websites in the first place.
So these guys, so never mind, they were not doing this right. They're like trying to like follow the TSM model. As TSM originally got ahead of everybody else and monetized faster through all those guide websites and stuff. Does anybody remember that stuff? But what these guys tried to do was like buy websites at like huge cash valuations that weren't even profitable. I'm talking about like, if you want to start like a esports team today, like the very first thing I would do before I even incorporate is start a YouTube channel.
Putting these assets together enabled enthusiasts to surpass $10 million in less than 3 years. That cash flow was then spent on the purchase of Luminosity in 2019.
And these guys are still bleeding money like crazy.
Toronto esports team who competed in Siege, Fortnite, Apex, and Madden. Despite their later expansion to Overwatch, Pokemon, and Rocket League, esports and Luminosity has remained the company's weakest link. In 5 years, Luminosity has shown the least growth, whether measured by percentage or dollars. The only way the company has reduced burn for its esports division has been through eliminating rosters and replacing American talent with lower salaried Latin American players. While media has brought in cash flow, it hasn't stopped enthusiasts as a whole from losing money. There's no profit in assembling a portfolio of aging cash cows, especially when they've already peaked and they were purchased at a premium. If anything, esports seems to be an expensive, unnecessary diversion, as any viewer that Luminosity could reach in esports is likely someone who the company already hits with its media properties.
Yep, true. Who gets to decide the valuations of these orgs? None of them are like independently verified by actually legit valuations. It's literally like people on forums writing articles about it.
Enthusiast's stock has plummeted from $8 to 10 cents a share.
Generally, I like the more that I've spent in the business world, the more I've realized that valuations are basically complete bullshit. Even my valuation is complete bullshit for our company. Like, it's such a difficult thing to determine. Yeah, it's literally all vibes. There are third-party businesses that can independently evaluate you, and there's also an official form of evaluation called a 409A, which is also like really nebulous. But ultimately, like the value of a company, the only time you can figure out what the value of a company is right when it's sold. And when somebody exchanges money for that company, that's what that company is worth right at that instance. And that's it. Like beyond that, everything's a guess. Like people say, oh yeah, like Nvidia is $1 trillion company. Like what does that mean? Is there anyone with $1 trillion that's going to like come and buy Tesla? Right? Like it's effectively just like a nothing. It's just a nothing like. What if they overpay? It's still the value of the company. So like if I'm selling you a sandwich, okay, and that sandwich is actually worth like $5 FMV, but I convince you that sandwich is worth $20, and you exchange $20 for that sandwich, the valuation of that sandwich is still $20. The value of that sandwich was still $20, regardless of whether it was overcharged or not, right? If you have positive cash flow from operations, you can be valued, sort of. Like, the problem is, like, let's say this gets so complicated. This isn't like a business. Well, that's what we're here for, right? Everyone's here for this. So I was gonna be like, no one's interested. No, wait, this is literally the stream. Okay, so like, let's say that you are okay. Let's say that I made like bucket like one is made $100,000 this year, okay? And then this bucket here, or let's say it's $120,000, because I'm gonna make this bucket here that says made. What is the hold on? So calculator. $8,333 per month, right? These two companies made the exact same amount per year, but will not have the same valuation. Why? Because typically, if you have money coming in per month, that's called MRR, monthly reoccurring revenue. Versus I could have sold a product for $100,000, or I could have literally convinced someone in this chat to give me $100,000. And now my income and my future projection is still zero, right? But I still have the exact same money as this guy. But I can reasonably infer that I'm going to make $8,333 on month 13 because I made it the last 12 months before. Versus here, I have absolutely no guarantee that I'm going to make money in month 13. So people fool investors all the time through things like this. Like, from here, it only gets more complicated. So when you're evaluating something, when you're valuing something, right, you have to consider all kinds of different ways that cash is being utilized, if that cash even exists, what kind of customers are paying for that cash, how often they're doing so, what the lifetime value of those customers are. And here's another one. Cash flow from operations is real money in, money out to assess company performance. I can prove that wrong one too. Take me 30 seconds. Here we go. Okay. So let's say you have two companies. Once again, this company makes $100,000. Okay. And they make it $8,333 per month, okay? And then company two is exactly the same. Literally nothing different. They make $100,000 at $8,300 per month. But it costs me my CAC, or my cost per acquisition of customer, here is $10. And here it's $2,000. Which one is a better company and has more value? You see what I mean? So there's a million different things that go into valuation. This is just two examples, right? And so basically this is a long way of saying there is no real reliable way to value a company. Like, you can look at the there are much more reliable indicators to be able to tell that a company is successful or not, then it's like total valuation.
Three years and was just delisted from the NASDAQ. Like FaZe, the original CEO has been blamed for mismanagement, yet the new CEO that was brought in to clean up the mess stayed just 10 months before fleeing the sinking ship. The new narrative out of NA is that it was the suits who screwed things up, and that putting these companies back in the hands of content creators and players who actually understand gamers are what will turn things around. We can see as much when we revisit GameSquare. GameSquare's pitch is that video games are the bridge to reaching Gen Z, and that the collective marketing power of their influencers, streamers, and esports teams will bring success to your brand. It's the same cock and bull business model that FaZe, Luminosity, and CLG had been peddling for years prior. The only difference being that GameSquare is bankrolled by Dallas Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and Texas land tycoon John Goff. Like FaZe did at IPO,
Complexity is a good team. Jason Lake is like one of my really good friends. This is like
Jones,
this is like he's like a like
Texas
Complexity is one of the very few people that are doing it right.
Tycoon John Goff. Like FaZe did at IPO, GameSquare boasts about its blue-chip deals with Denny's, Chipotle, and Miller Lite, and its exclusive talent like Tim the Tatman and Nick Merckx. GameSquare purchased Complexity in 2021 for $23 million.
No, dude, JP, listen, last time I'm going to address you, man. I know what I'm talking about. Please link your multi-million-dollar business that you run if you want to argue with me, but I'm not going to get one gut. I'd just rather move on. Like I've already kind of explained to you why valuation is doesn't make sense. Like you can either believe it or go do your own thing. I literally don't care. If you have credentials to match mine, go ahead and do it. Otherwise, like we can just move on, bro.
One of NA's longest-standing esports orgs
I will
with
link it, but
140
you won't be
championships
happy.
over
Thanks,
its 20-year history. And yet another example of conflict of interest,
I just want to keep the show
Complexity
going.
was actually co-owned by Jerry Jones and John Goff. Yet after picking up FaZe in 2024, GameSquare immediately dumped Complexity at a loss, selling the org for $10 million with only 8% of the deal paid at signing in cash. If esports was really the key, they would have kept both.
I didn't know this. I didn't know that Complexity sold. Hang on, I got to re-listen to that.
Dumped Complexity at a loss.
Monty, Thorin, Richard, and Dannon were talking about how Immortals were only the league team leading the LCS that Rick runs on profit. Do you know about this, Devin? To my knowledge, Immortals was never profitable. I know they claim to be, but I didn't ever see any reliable data that showed that they were profitable. Immortals, if anything, was the first people to make... Actually, in the LCS at least, Immortals were the first people to start the whole salary wars. When Noah came into the company to run it as CEO, he artificially increased salaries by like 50 to 75% for all players. So I'm not 100% convinced that's true. It could be. And maybe much later in their operation they got leaner, I'm not sure. But at least during my tenure, definitely not. They were not profitable.
Selling the org for $10 million with only 8% of the deal paid at signing in cash. If esports was really the key, they would have kept...
We're excited to announce the 10% sale of Complexity. We unlocked $13 million of value for our shareholders. The redeploy on the FaZe
both FaZe
acquisition.
And Complexity, given the legacy of both teams. Bankrolling two teams in different races would only generate higher probability of tournament success. But GameSquare is clearly moving away from competitive gaming, and they can't admit it. The only money...
Okay, I gotta time this guy out. All right.
Is in content creation, and there's no need to lose millions of dollars every year fielding esports teams when you can reach a comparable audience and viewership through streamers. GameSquare is
that like what he just said right there was like literally it. Like
when you can reach a comparable, there's no need to lose millions of dollars every year fielding esports teams when you can reach a comparable audience and viewership through streamers.
You could literally have just made the video that sentence. and you would have been like you would have been like totally fine.
Square is closer to a talent agency than an esports org, and the inmates are now running the asylum. Just like FaZe, the company pays over 70% of brand deals and prize pools to its content creators and players. Once again, the cost of revenue is so abnormally high, and the gross margins are so bizarrely low for a company that deals in non-physical digital services. The numbers are even stranger when stacked up against traditional media companies. What's worth highlighting is that all these streamers and content creators are actually also GameSquare co-owners and shareholders. They're the only ones getting richer. They land huge deals that they never would have gotten individually, and they keep all the profit for themselves as the company is the one that's funding all the sales, marketing, and BD that was needed to secure those deals in the first place. With massive losses, worthless stock, and R&D led by a Ninja, the Fortnite streamer, GameSquare seems destined to run out of cash just like FaZe and Enthusiast.
What org or stream conglomerate is actually a profitable entity? Are they all just bleeding money? Yeah. Straight up.
It all raises the same questions. Do these companies exist to profit off the talent, or is the talent there to milk money out of the company? And how can the individual success of a content creator or streamer whose followings are rooted
that's
in
kind of the game.
parasocial interactions ever translate into a faceless corporate entity? When we look at less capitalist regions like the EU, the same unsustainability appears. Heroic is a Norway org that
EU
rose
had
to global
a
prominence.
Really bad situation with CSGO where the salaries, I wasn't involved in it, but I had heard about it secondarily, that like the salaries went way, way, way crazy. Yeah, I did answer that. So I understand there's a lot of people that want me to be on like bridges and like the Destiny broadcasting. Is that my overall take on the Destiny stuff right now is I'm not doing anything on that stream like until post-election. If I do, I just don't want to get caught in the politics. Okay, I'm already on the fucking mailing list for Kamala Harris and Trump, so I'm getting like 300 fucking election things a day, and the last thing I want is you fuckers coming in my Twitch chat, so and going on about that. So I want to cover my business stuff. I fucking love business. I love marketing. I want to talk about it here, and I just want to keep all that other stuff out of it as much as I can, you know. So that's where I'm at.
On the heels of its Counter-Strike team, many consider their undefeated performance in the 2021
There's
ESL
plenty of
Pro
places
League
you can
and the
go to
1v4
get politics
clutch
stuff.
in the grand finals to be some of the best matches ever played in CS history. Like traditional sports franchises, Heroic believe that winning
I only have one question. Do you still play PoE? 400 hours in Settler of Calgary, my friend.
solves everything. As long as they continue to perform internationally, the brand and business would naturally strengthen over time. And the singular competitive focus did appear to work from the outside. Even as Counter-Strike transitioned into closed leagues, Heroic was rewarded with permanent membership in the Pro League and Blast Premier. With revenue share and co-ownership in the two leading CS leagues in the world, Heroic was convinced that it had the financial foundation to grow. They expanded to Rocket League, PUBG, and Siege. They landed Red Bull as a jersey sponsor, partnered with New Balance on merchandise, and landed features on Forbes and BBC. Despite the continuous competitive success, Heroic was never able to shake off business reality.
I understand that brand, but I'm not going to change my position. Like that's where I'm at with that stuff. The reality is that like 99.9% of that demographic are political, and they'll bring that attention here. So I just don't want to deal with it.
Revenue had grown rapidly for Heroic thanks to sponsorship and tournament winnings, but it never came close to offsetting the top of the market salaries demanded by the best CS players in the world.
Yeah, so
what was worse was
it's
that
funny he talks about this, but he doesn't talk about this in terms of LCS. This exact same thing happened literally in every single esport. Look at this. I think it was actually, I'm interested, this is just one esports team. This is the first graph I've seen here that I think looks completely right. I don't know how you, like $60,000 of player revenue for $785,000 of player salaries looks completely right. And this happened in the LCS exactly the same as it happened in CS, and it was a nightmare in both cases. And what players started to do, man, I don't think anyone's ever like talked about this stuff, but players would all talk to each other. Again, there's not that many of these guys. They would make Excel spreadsheets and they would put their salaries in the Excel spreadsheets. And then we had several times where our teams blew up. They got so mad because they had one of these Excel spreadsheets. They found that like some European team was paying their people like $40,000 a month, like something totally unsustainable, and they were like literally give us that money or you're off the team. Like this kind of stuff happens so much. Most of the teams just had to cave to that. Those some real problems. How did esports survive so long with this kind of financials? Dude, just venture capital. Like VC can be really stupid, you know? What would you do to prevent that? You can't do anything, because if you make, like, you're always the evil corporate overlord, and you're always not paying the players enough. So like, if we had gone public with any of that stuff, everybody would have sided with the players and said, "Oh, you got to pay the players more, or you have to like, you guys are the evil ones." So there was no way for us, like nobody would ever take an org owner. They'd be like, "Oh, you're like the evil capitalist. Like you should pay players less. You're right." Like nobody on Reddit cares about fair market ecosystems. Nobody on Reddit cares about like sustainability of a corporation. They fucking hate everything to do with capitalism, and there's no argument you can make there. So all you can do is just like let it go. What percentage of fault do you place on the players then for basically forcing the teams to be unsustainable? Almost zero, I think, because like even like let's talk about that. That's like a good point. The players are just trying to get theirs, right? Like, okay, you're a player in the LCS. You're 20 years old. You've got 4 or 5 years of competitive gaming left in you if you're lucky. Like, you're trying to get your bag. I don't think I can blame any of them for that, right? Like, they're trying to get paid the most amount possible in the shortest amount of time because they know that all they're doing is like they're just chasing the dragon. But the thing that enabled that to even happen and for that money to be available were the VCs. So if there's a blame game to be made, it's really on the venture capitalists and the org owners for convincing those venture capitalists to put that kind of money in. But all that goes back to the publishers, because at the end of the day, it was the publishers who didn't like. If you're like, okay, draw a line and at like the middle of this line. So like, okay, actually, wait, I don't have to imagine this because I can literally do it. So it's like draw a line. That's a really shitty line. Draw a line of like from least to most fault of like I'd put the players like somewhere over here, and then like I'd put the publisher like right here, and then like the teams are like somewhere in here, right? The publishers could have gated out investors and made it more sensible. The publishers could have actually raised the stipends of teams so they could be sustainable. We were begging for years from Riot Games, just make one skin. Like literally just let us have one skin in the game. And because the amount of profit you make off a Star Guardian Lux exceeds literally all teams' revenue combined for a single skin. And it was the same in CS, right? Except that like at least Riot would tell us to go fuck ourselves. Valve wouldn't even do that, right? So the publishers controlled everything, had all of the revenue, and the money that we were paying the players was what we could barely afford from like sponsorships and then later from VC. So the like it just all goes back to the publisher. And again, like the publisher wasn't incentivized to make anything work within esports because all they care about is marketing their game. So like the publisher just cares about you buying skins. Like they don't give a fuck about CLG and whether it survives or dies. They care that fucking Cupcake Lulu gets enough press and enough marketing and that our support plays Cupcake Lulu, so you fuckers will buy it. So I'll buy it. I am you fuckers. I just spent a shit ton on League of Legends skins. So yeah, there you go. It sounds like you made the right decision to leave esports. I left esports at the perfect time. Like, I've made a lot of really bad decisions in my life. The time that I left esports was not one of them. I remember driving out of the CLG parking lot for the last time. I remember the elation that I had in my heart when I left. I was so sure. It was literally that meme of the little girl with the smile and the house burning down behind them. Like I knew what was going to happen, and I was out. It was awesome. I was like, I'm gonna like on to other things. Like, you probably did so much work for so little. No. Like I didn't. I got out at the exact perfect time, and everything was good. Did you pay yourself a salary as a CEO? Yeah, of course. Or do you just chill on stock at a low salary? I don't mean this nefariously. No. It's not taken that way. Not taken that way. I think at the time, I was paying myself. I was the lowest paid executive of all of the North American teams. I'm pretty sure that's right. I'm almost positive that's right. And I should speak for so Hotshot GG as well. We both paid ourselves a very, very minimal salary, compared to the to the other people, even with venture capital. And the offer that I got to stay on with CLG after acquisition was like 7 or 8 times my current salary. But obviously I didn't take it. Lowest paid? I think I paid myself like $130 a year, something like that. Or like 110, 130, I think was like, and that was the highest, by the way. So that was in 2019 when we had like venture capital. So, in 2015, I was paying for the first several, I think for the first year, I didn't pay myself at all. And then beyond that, we paid a ramp based on our profit. Why not if you don't have equity? I did have equity. Oh, are you saying why didn't I pay myself more? Because I just rather have the money go back into the company. But the real answer is because also I'm independently wealthy, right? Like I've already sold companies and stuff like that, so I didn't really care. It's the same reason I don't really pay myself a salary at Novo. Like I think our Novo salary is like I think we pay ourselves like officially we pay ourselves like $80K a year here. Because we just rather reinvest that money into the business. Why didn't you take the offer after acquisition? Because my life would have become a living hell. If you can, you should if you're lucky enough that you can fund a lot of entrepreneurs make this mistake. If you're lucky enough that you can spend, it does sound like nothing, but just keep in mind I reap money in a lot of different ways, right? So like, for example, I can pay myself a salary of $70K, but because we're an S Corp, I can pay myself dividends of like whatever else, right? Like that comes into a different tax bracket. But yeah, sorry, let me talk about this entrepreneurship thing. One of the biggest mistakes that I see entrepreneurs make pretty early, and this is content creators too do this also, is like, let's say that you're making $2,000 or $3,000 a month pretty regularly, okay? And you're like, okay, great, I can quit my full-time job, I can go, I can, and then you put 2 or 3, so like say you're making $2,000, $3,000 a month, and you're like, I can put that now into my rent, I can put that into my food, and I don't have to work. And then I can reinvest my time into this project and it's gonna make more money. Like on the surface, that makes sense. But the problem with it is what you actually should do with that money, if you have an alternate source of income, is you should reinvest it into your business first or your content first. And this is like a mistake that entrepreneurs classically make. It's like, if you start making $5,000 a month, the first thing you should do for the first like 3 or 4 months is either stay in debt or keep that grind, unless your APRs are like insane, but like keep that grind going so that you can reinvest that money into what's working. Like if you see your content working, pay for editing. If you see your shorts are taking off, pay for more ability to do more shorts. There's a really great book on this called Buy Back Your Time. It's really important. And so like when I start businesses now, I'm trying really hard to invest every dollar that business makes back into the process that's making that money so that I can leverage that. And I'll try to keep that going as long as possible and take the bare minimum of salary that you can do for as long as possible until your business is in like the tens of millions. Now, the problem is that if you have like a significant other or you have like a family to depend on or something like that, it's not always the best thing to try to convince them like, hey, this is the reason why you're living on pork and beans. Like you could like... To people on the outside, you're running like a multi-million-dollar company, but you're literally paying yourself like $2,000 a month, right? Like they're like, you're crazy, you should take millions of dollars. But yeah, but if your day job is killing your energy and time, why wouldn't you just quit? Well, because you have to make a judgment if more of your time is going to be worth more than the monetary investment you can make to make that thing grow. So often the problem is that most people overestimate how much their time is worth, and they underestimate how much money is worth. Okay? So money can buy more things. And people think if I unlock, 40 hours of work a week extra, then I can increase my business exponentially. But they don't understand that maybe they are not like as disciplined or like they aren't as efficient as they think. And literally like 40% of this time or more gets eaten up by YouTube, and you're just watching Goku versus Superman videos like I do and stuff like that, right? Versus money will always work for you at a certain rate based on your like the hours. So if I still have to work my job, but I could put $2,000 back into my business and spend that efficiently, I have to evaluate if the dollars are worth more than my time, right? And usually for most entrepreneurs, since they're beginning executives, money is always going to be more effective than their time. So like today I can kind of confidently say that like if I work on something that's worth like $500 an hour or maybe a little bit more, because that's like I can base that off of like my experience and like the companies that I've ran and things like that. But when I was a beginning executive, my time was worth like $15 an hour. So if I had an extra $2,000, I could hire way more people at $15 an hour to do cool shit. And then I really would become exponential. But this is not how people think about starting businesses. They like the first thing you think you should unlock when you start a business is you're like, oh, I hate my job. I should buy back my time. But that assumes that your time is actually worthwhile. And for the vast majority of people, their experience and their actual judgment of their time is not as worthwhile as they think. So that is the reason why if you have extra capital to spend back into a business, it's usually much more effective to do that, as long as you intelligently spend that money. You think it's better to do free work for the sake of growing an audience or selling a product to start making capital to reinvest? I don't think that the vast majority, that's too general of a question. I can't answer it. Too general of a question. All right, let's keep going. I think I have to take a break here soon because I have that talk in 3 hours, and I don't know if I want to go all the way through on that talk, all the way through to 11. I've got like some actual stuff to do at Novo, so we'll keep going for a little bit though.
Top of the market salaries demanded by the best CS players in the world. What was worse was that Pro League and Blast had charged Heroic $13 million as entrance fees, which Heroic had to pay if they wanted a guaranteed spot on the biggest stage in Counter-Strike. As a fixed asset, Heroic could only write off a quarter of the cost of membership as depreciation. Membership fees and player salaries combined sank the company to an operating loss of $5 million. In business, you can only rely on equity when your shares are worth something, and you can only ever rely on debt when you get cash flow. Heroic had only $180,000 in the bank, they had already borrowed $5 million, and half of that needed to be repaid by the end of the year. The company drained the last drops of equity for investors in exchange for emergency cash infusions, but the writing was on the wall. The closed CS leagues were not generating any meaningful revenue, and even if Heroic had somehow won every CS tournament in 2023, that combined prize pool would still not have been enough to keep the lights on.
Prize pools never were any meaningful value to esports. Nobody made any money off of it.
Heroic was acquired for 18 cents a share in cash by a mysterious shell company that's registered to a Norwegian law firm, has no website, has a postal address in Cyprus, and is linked to a sanctioned Russian gambling company. While Heroic was hoping to establish itself on a shoestring budget, Astralis over in Denmark was esports royalty. They had the best CS team in the world with
so Astralis, these guys were notorious for like
4
super
major
crazy
championships
salaries.
and secured permanent slots in Pro League, Blast, and LEC, all of which were paid with venture capital. Like Heroic, Astralis had pegged its commercial hopes on the shift to closed leagues. Despite leading in Tier 1 competitive success, Astralis still posted loss after loss. The only year where Astralis has ever posted a profit was in 2023 when they sold their LEC slot for $19 million to a VC-backed French team.
Yeah, that doesn't
When
count.
segmented by title, every team and business division at Astralis, including the physical gaming cafe, has lost money in every year of its existence. In 4 years, Astralis' stock has plummeted to just 17 cents a share. Despite racing to be the very first esports team in the world to IPO, the company proactively delisted
I'm reading YouTube. My chat is YouTube and Twitch combined.
itself from the NASDAQ in 2023 to save the $500,000 that it was spending every year on compliance. The LEC sale is likely the last big capital infusion, and the only play now is to stretch every dollar to outlast the current interest rates and its cash-starved competition.
Mm-hmm.
Over in UK, the esports hype had reached the ears of celebrity athletes like David Beckham, who loaned his face and name to an English organization by the name of Guild Esports.
This is what I mean for like this usually came at a price.
Astralis was the first to IPO, Guild was the first to IPO on the London Stock Exchange, but it's not clear why any of this even matters when they're all penny stocks. While Beckham owns just 3%, that hasn't stopped Guild from milking every cent from its $20 million deal with the football star. Guild spun a story about building the best esports academies in the world, where they would scout up-and-coming players, acquire them for cheap, develop them on company dime, and then sell them at a premium to other teams like in the Premier League. They continued to pound this drum despite the reality that esports teams all around the world were already underwater paying the salaries of existing players.
There's never any bullshit in the world. It all just comes down to what it is. Like, it's so crazy how our world works that way. That no matter how much you bullshit about like esports guilds and training players and everything, it just all comes down to unit economics at the end. Like, everything in life is like that. Eventually, like the curtain around the wizard gets pulled. Always. It's so fascinating how that's always true. It's always true.
The notion that they would have the budget to regularly blow millions more on transfers was pure fantasy. Still, thanks to David Beckham, Guild spun up teams in FIFA, Fortnite, Valorant, and Rocket League, while also landing $14 million worth of sponsorships from Subway, Coca-Cola, and Sky in just 2 years in spite of a non-existent fan base and poor results. Still, the company forged onwards and continued to shill the academy as the source of future profits. Guild was ecstatic on its launch day, crowing about
Eventually, the waiter brings the check to the table and we can see who can't pay the bill. Have you heard of financial nihilism? No. Will you tell me about it?
having netted over 3,000 signups.
Wait, what is this? Wait, that was...
The company forged onwards and continued to shill the academy as the source of future profits. Guild was ecstatic on its launch day, crowing about having netted over 3,000 signups for its academy.
What does that mean? Okay, so like when they started it, they had 3,000 people say, yes, I want to go learn about esports and become a pro player for free. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like a good amount of signups.
When all the leads turn out to be unqualified or spam. It takes seconds to type an email address into a form, and it's a marvel to see multi-million-dollar modern companies repeatedly celebrate vanity metrics like signups, page views, and YouTube subscribers as
super well said.
As a sign of business strength.
Wow, listen to that. Can we listen to that again? That was amazing.
It's a marvel to see multi-million-dollar modern companies repeatedly celebrate vanity metrics like signups, page views, and YouTube subscribers as a sign of business strength.
Yeah, and this is actually stuff that they would put on corporate documents to justify, like these line items, I saw it a million times, is shit that they would actually unironically put on documents to justify their value.
Like signups,
or to try to increase
and
it.
YouTube subscribers as a sign of business strength.
I
Guild
absolutely love that
its
so
losses
much.
as par for the course,
So well
and even
said.
pointed the finger at its poor merchandise as the reason for falling behind on revenue. As we've seen, merchandise is so minor relative to every other operating expense that selling even 1,000 more hoodies would never meaningfully reduce losses.
Mhm.
Guild's next move was to insert itself into the
With the exception of 100 Thieves, like nobody made like really meaningful money off of apparel. I think if I could go back in time, the executive that I am today could have made more off of it, but I still wouldn't have been able to make it profitable. But 100 Thieves managed to do it for a while just because they had so much momentum coming in from their content creation.
Profit UK education.
Their apparel for a while was really good. It started to like cross over into like streetwear and stuff. They actually started to do really well.
System where they would receive £1,000 for every student they enrolled in their esports diploma program. What exactly was taught in these classes remain a mystery to this day. By 2022, Guild was running out of cash.
So like the whole reason we're watching this video is to prepare for this talk we're giving in 3 hours. But I have to be honest, like I don't truly know what the university programs are teaching. When you go into like an esports class, I'm not like really sure what that class like constitutes. Like maybe there's some stuff in it like history of esports and like stuff like that. But like in terms of like, if you were to say, here's an academy, Devin, you've got to run this academy, and you've got to teach these people how to like be professional gamers. Like, I don't know how the fuck I would do it. Where's that talk taking place? It'll be live. It'll be live right here. In 3 hours, we're probably going to take a break, and then I will come back online on Twitch and YouTube, and we'll give the talk. Is how it'll go. Oh, that thing's warning me on the ads thing. 1 second, I gotta. Otherwise, we get pre-rolls. VTubers have to shill their merch every streamer. They end up paying warehouse costs. Only if they don't drop ship. The number of colleges in the U.S. doing the esports management degree, and 0 professors have even played video games, let alone worked in esports. Yeah. Yep. Sorry, Twitch friends. If we don't run the ads, we get a 40% bounce rate on pre-rolls in the stream, so no choice. It's literally 3 hours from now at 10 p.m. CST. You are all most welcome. YouTube friends do not have ads. YouTube friends are... Most of you seem to be premium people. I'm also a premium enjoyer. Anyway, we got 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. We'll finish this up. All right, thanks for bearing with me.
To save a pound,
I still feel like, even though I know 3 minutes of ads, like, spiritually isn't a lot, it just feels like a lot.
The company renegotiated its deal with Beckham, who gave up his cash payments for a greater cut on merchandise sales and brand deals. After the usual cost-cutting and roster consolidation, Guild squeaked its way to 2023, peddling a new vision of content creation over esports. Ironically, their fan base has remained so small that their main partner, a crypto exchange, refused to renew its sponsorship deal, and Guild is once again on the verge of bankruptcy.
That's also because cryptocurrency had its run, and then they ran out of money too. But like at the end of the esports like era, you knew things were going downhill because the only people who would sponsor teams was like crypto type of stuff. Like when that whole deal went with like TSM, like the writing was on the wall
But looking at just the teams paints an incomplete picture, regardless of their intentions and competence. Esports can only ever be sustainable when everyone rows in the same direction, and no team could ever be profitable without support from the rest of the ecosystem. Players could always be replenished, as gamers in the 90s had competed out of passion without money or fame on the line. And if there were no official leagues or tournaments, players would simply host their own. Thus, there would never be a shortage of talent or viewers. The only other entity in the ecosystem that was as critical as the teams were the publishers.
Yeah.
And there was no publisher in the world more aggressive about monetizing esports than Activision. Activision was the first to pick up on the potential of esports, 5 years ahead of EA, Ubisoft, and Take-Two.
Are they saying they were the
Activision's
first to pick it up because of StarCraft?
With Blizzard in 2008 gave Bobby Kotick a front row seat into the Korean esports scene. Having rescued Activision from bankruptcy in the 90s, Bobby had long looked for ways to inject longevity and monetization into video games post-launch. Trying to create the next hit game was expensive, and risking everything on a single launch every few years had killed off many studios. Yet gamers were fickle and they demanded new, shiny things to keep attention and spend. Under Bobby, Activision's primary business was in ruthlessly milking proven IPs like Tony Hawk, Call of Duty, and Guitar Hero with annual full-price sequels. Yet when Bobby saw the grassroots popularity of a 10-year-old RTS out in Korea, he couldn't resist building that competitive longevity into its sequel. Bobby didn't want just more users and engagement, he wanted to own the eyeballs and the future monetization opportunities that came with them. The only way to accomplish that would be to control everything. The StarCraft 2 community...
I don't know if... this is my face right here when I'm thinking about esports. I don't know if I ever believe that Bobby was like legitimately believing in esports. I think he knew it, I think he knew what it was. I think he saw it as an opportunity to bring a huge amount of money into Activision through franchising costs from big sports teams.
He could not be allowed to self-organize.
But I don't think that he himself believed the vision.
Like the Koreans had done with Brood War. Activision embedded
People
itself...
might ask why that matters. And I think it's like that mentality basically dictated the entirety of the rest of how Overwatch League was going to perform.
Into every aspect of SC2, operating tournaments, forcing BattleNet 2.0 onto every player, and pushing teams to join the only official Blizzard-sanctioned championship league. The company persisted with the same heavy-handed approach with Heroes of the Storm, Hearthstone, Call of Duty, and Overwatch, under the belief that if they did it for enough titles, they could own esports in the West. By the mid-2010s, Activision was regularly fanning the flames of esports to shareholders and orgs alike. They drew comparisons to the NFL, they poached media executives from the NBA, They boasted about Blizzard's tournaments having already surpassed the MLS, and they implied that a 10x increase in future viewership was not only probable, but would also solve monetization.
I think this was all to drive shareholder value. And like none of it was out of like the real passion for
to demonstrate
esports. I
how
could be
serious
wrong.
they were. Activision acquired Major League Gaming with the ambitions to turn it into the ESPN of esports, and they also started converting existing tournaments into closed
But
leagues.
they wouldn't have made they wouldn't have bought MLG if they genuinely didn't believe that the viewership would increase. There must have been some aspect of that too.
Activision's leadership from the front emboldened esports orgs to jump in feet first as their own valuations grew off the same hype.
But nobody really knew in like 2015 even, like maybe the audience was there. We genuinely didn't know, I think until like 2020-ish. COVID kind of showed like if COVID couldn't boost esports viewership by like 100%, nothing was going to. And I think after that, people knew that like this mythical unicorn that was like ever over the hill just wasn't there. But before that, it was kind of anyone's guess.
Activision was the piper, and the teams followed right behind, never once imagining that the publisher would throw them under the bus. Activision channeled their figurative buy-in into literal buy-in, charging teams $20 million each to join the Overwatch League.
Yeah,
and
this was the real game. We looked at this, like we got pitched on this, and like they wanted me to buy into Overwatch League, and I was like, you guys are fucking insane. There is no universe. They wanted us to buy into Overwatch and CDL for separate franchise fees, and some teams actually did.
To join the Call of Duty League. These fees were twice of what Riot was charging teams for entry into LCS or LEC. Overwatch at this point had only been out for 5 months.
But what was crazy was like it actually felt bad. Like it felt bad to refuse them at that time. I remember these other teams that were buying into those leagues, and they felt like the good guys, the righteous guys. Like, it felt bad to turn that down because everybody thought that was the future.
As a spectator sport, whereas League had been around for nearly a decade. There was no justification for these rates, and the millions of dollars that Activision had invested into esports was just a drop in the ocean compared to what it was making off microtransactions alone. Still, Activision pocketed these entry
What was that graph?
compared to what it was making off microtransactions alone. Still,
Sorry.
A drop in the ocean compared to what it was making off microtransactions alone.
Yeah, it's so crazy, man. Oh my God. This must be from their Publix data, so this must be right. God, that's crazy. They're 3-to-1 their revenue off of actual game sales for microtransactions. Microtransactions work so well.
Still,
and they're not
Activision
even the best at it.
These entry fees for itself, and they embarked on a global roadshow, selling league spots to gullible billionaires and VC-backed teams under the promise of eyeballs and revenue.
Yeah, North Thunder it was. At least that. Many teams paid a lot more.
That simply never existed.
You can use the comma and dot problems to move frame by frame? Oh, really? I didn't know that. Thank you.
2021, Bobby had completely forgotten about esports. Free-to-play live services had taken off, and they offered comparable monetization, engagement, and viewership without the overhead of esports. Warzone was the hottest game in town. It was bigger than Diablo, Overwatch, World of Warcraft, and StarCraft combined. In 2024, Activision shuttered the Overwatch League and paid
Warzone was dog. that took a fat. You can't compare users to viewers in esports. That's a classic mistake.
Team to kick them out the door as fast as possible. Meanwhile, EA in the 2010s was happy to keep esports as ground-up grassroots community events for FIFA and Madden. Their focus was mass market monetization. As long as competitive gaming was driving players to buy more Ultimate Team packs,
EA never lost money on esports.
The publisher was happy to invest in a bit of marketing or contribute to a prize pool every now and then.
EA understood
But as
the
sales
game.
improved and the relationship between esports, viewers, players, and microtransactions proved worthwhile, EA ramped up its investments accordingly.
Like, look at that. 4.9 billion, 5 billion to 2 billion in 2022.
Organizing leagues, acquiring sponsors, and building their own broadcast
That's awesome, Tundra. Congrats, man. Good to see you.
Studios for FIFA, Madden, Battlefield, and
Are you putting this whole esports thing on YouTube? Probably not. I don't think the content's good enough, but we'll see.
Apex tournaments. But similar
Maybe.
to Activision, live services took priority after 2022, and EA has since remained half committed to competitive.
I mean, if your nephew's thinking about taking an esports degree, he should watch the next talk we do with the University of Hawaii, where I'll kind of go over that stuff. That'll be
gaming,
worthwhile.
With one
That will
foot
be on
in
YouTube,
and one
yeah.
foot out across all its titles. Ubisoft also took a measured approach. The competitive scene helped prolong longevity for Siege, and the company has been cautious not to rock the boat too much, especially as every other major title in recent history has been a dud for the French publisher. Ubisoft doesn't charge teams entry fees, they have a revenue share program with microtransactions that help support teams from a distance, and they've organized tournaments to maintain the existing player base rather than growing spectators.
I love when
The
they
only
dress up
major
nerds in like super hardcore special forces stuff, and you've got this just like estrogen-laden guy that's like $135 in like a special forces costume, and he just is so out of place.
Publisher that's consistently poured cold
It's the same as when you remember when Riot Games, like the camera shots they did from the floor, so they had like the nerd like looking down on you with his arms crossed with like a serious face on, and that dude couldn't like punch through a paper bag. Is so funny.
On esports has been Take-Two. They've stuck to the same talking points since 2015, that esports is at most worth only $1 billion, most of the money goes to League of Legends, and the competitive scene for NBA 2K will only go as far as basketball itself.
Yeah, if that far.
Beyond the orgs and publishers, even companies who built venues for esports have struggled to turn a profit. There was TGS who IPO'd on the story that they had constructed a one-of-a-kind esports stadium in Vancouver that would host all gamers and tournaments up north.
Yeah, esports events places never worked too. So many of those places went
ran
under.
boot camps, hosted contests, and rented space. Despite being a venue operator, TGS made more money off sponsorships than it did hosting events. Unsurprisingly,
is this 193,000? I believe that. Yeah.
There's not enough esports
50,000?
in Canada to ever sustain such a specialized venue. And when there's not enough events, you just have to manufacture your own. The company spent twice its revenue on advertising just to get gamers in the door and was running out of cash. Despite being months away from bankruptcy, with a share price of 5 Canadian cents, a mysterious Illinois company by the name of Midnight Gaming bought the failing TGS for 3 times its market valuation
I've never
at
heard of this.
$18 million. Midnight Gaming claims to be a conglomerate run by 2 employees with no revenue and no assets. Its website is a stock WordPress template with lingering typos and formatting issues. The CEO claims to have raised millions of dollars, but the S1 shows that they have just $1,000 in their bank account against $400,000 of debt. The other employee is the chief gaming officer and appears to be a family member. He ran an amateur team for a year before branching out into a supposedly
Esports is such a grift, dude. Holy shit.
high-demand esports consulting firm. Their contact form leads to an anonymous catch-all address, and the staff page is filled with people who report zero association to the company on their own LinkedIn profiles.
Oh, no.
Where these 2 employees found $18 million to buy TGS, how they deem TGS to be worth that amount, and what Midnight Gaming is really a front for are questions that no one has been able to answer.
Yes, sir.
Then there's Allied Entertainment,
I can
who
answer
spent
it.
$9 million in 2018 building
Saudi
an esports
Arabia.
arena at the Luxor Hotel in Las Vegas, and has
Oh, what
hosted
happened to this
events like
place?
Ninja vs. Mr. Beast, the MLB Awards Show, and the World Poker Tournament. Like TGS, the vision was simple. As esports grew, the facility
still
would
there?
naturally just be in greater demand to leagues and publishers. Allied monetized the space as much as they could. When they weren't hosting events, they collected admission and they produced content. But as esports began to collapse, with publishers and teams pulling back, the board saw the writing on the wall and they pushed for a fast sale rather than a slow death. In 3 years, the company has churned through 3 different CEOs, each brought on specifically
That
to
looks like
draw
a
up
Chi-
interest
yeah.
from Saudi Arabia and China, as
yeah.
there was no appetite left in NA for esports.
That's a classic.
No
If you
buyers
see a
have
roster like that of like CEOs, that's a good indicator they're trying to get Chinese investment.
and China, as there was no appetite left in NA for esports. No buyers have materialized, and Allied has since decided to diversify away from esports. They're now banking on Chinese mobile gambling apps to get the business back in black. And
That's a
just
good bet. It's like, I might take that bet, dude. Chinese mobile gambling is fucking crazy because the commutes in China are so long that and they don't have any access to light. They just play on their phones. And then they gamble on their phones like a crazy amount.
The esports teams we covered before, Allied is just months away
That's the
from
best business plan I've heard in this whole video.
being delisted from the NASDAQ. With the publishers, teams, and venues all on their way out,
Did China recently stop the loot box and gambling stuff? I don't know. It's so hard to tell. It's so hard to keep up what happens in China. I can barely keep up with what happens here, like much less like what's going on in China. I don't understand the ecosystem there at all.
only folks left in esports are Saudi Arabia, online casinos, crypto exchanges, and shell companies. Because no one's talking about any of this, the grifters are still coming in, each worse than before.
The Saudi Arabian, so a lot of people talk about how Saudi owns basically it's the Saudi Wealth Investment Fund I believe is what it's called. And what a lot of people don't understand Saudi Arabian involvement in esports. So I'll explain that real quick. So what the wealth fund is designed to do is it's a marketing plan to get places in the Middle East that are like for high profile entrepreneur, high income type people to convince them to like live there. So there's all these marketing campaigns for like Dubai, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, where you're trying to get in front of like 18 to 34-year-old men who are high income earners to get them to try to move there and move their dollars over there. It's a part of the diversification away from oil that they've been trying to do for some years. The investment in esports is a loss leader for Saudi Arabia to be able to convince people to try to like live there and try to have competition there to bring more people to that area. That's what's going on there. So they're like Saudi Arabia, funny enough, can prop up esports probably for a lot of time because they're totally willing to take like it goes back to cost per acquisition of customers, right? Like if their customer is a person that moves to Dubai, like they're willing to pay like $15,000 per customer at least to like to acquire that person. They've got the money. So they like Saudi Arabia is probably going to be around as a while for a sponsor for esports, but I obviously don't have to tell you what kind of problems that has on a lot of different levels. But that's the reality of what's going on there. Yeah, they'll invest in anything. I got rated by DS Koopa. Really? When? DS Koopa is super awesome. I haven't heard from that dude in forever. DS Koopa Koopa is a great streamer. He runs an awesome shop. Oh, it was a few minutes ago. I'm sorry. Yeah, he runs an awesome shop called Pink Gorilla Games in Seattle and other places. Very, very cool dude. You can check him out. I forgot that raids on Twitch are a thing. I used to bring tons of people by his shop when I lived in Seattle. Super awesome. Super, super cool.
Just last month, a Swedish org called Ninjas in Pajamas and a Chinese org named Victory 5 merged together to IPO on the NASDAQ to confetti and applause. Is Nip Group making money? No. Did winning CS and LPL championships improve their losses? No. How does Nip Group intend to become profitable one day beyond selling merchandise and winning tournaments? By repeating what every company has attempted to pull off in the past decade, all at the same time. Esports education like Guild, talent management like FaZe, venue rental like TGS, event production like Allied, and content creation like GameSquare. Nip Group is led by Mario Ho, the 29-year-old son of a billionaire Macau casino tycoon, and with a Victoria's Secret supermodel for a wife. Mario claims to have been a math prodigy and the youngest graduate in finance at MIT, both of which cannot be verified. Mario Ho does not appear anywhere in the UK's International Mathematical Olympiad or the British Mathematical Olympiad, the former which lists out every winner starting from 1967 and the latter which lists out every winner from 2003 onwards. There's no one with the first name Mario or even just the last name Ho in either of these lists. On his Instagram, Mario brags about hacking the lights on the MIT Green building to play Tetris, despite overwhelming documentation that this was a multi-year-long stunt that had been accomplished by students 5 years before Mario even attended MIT.
I mean, this is just grifter shit, right? Like,
it had become just a regular campus
He's just the latest in a
all
line
Mario
of
had done was
esports
just taken a
grifters.
photo with it. On another Instagram post, he brags about winning a Ferrari over a game of rock, paper, scissors. His bio has been updated to just one line, the youngest ever Asian founder of a US-listed company. With connections to Chinese elite and Saudi royalty, it's not a mystery as to how Nip Group got to where it is and who NASDAQ as the stock exchange is ultimately pandering to. The esports industry
Rent a Lambo, pretend to be rich to sell courses.
Dominated
yes, sir.
with these kinds of characters
the tried
from
and
the get-go,
true
and Mario
classic.
just happens to be the latest. Esports was built on two theories. One is that viewership would one day reach critical mass, and two is that these viewers would be worth just as much to advertisers as viewers of the NFL or NBA. But how much are Gen Z eyeballs really worth to brands when they're broadly speaking too young to have disposable income, but also immature enough to still be impressionable to online gambling, energy drinks, fast food, crypto, and streamers?
But also, like, how effective are these ads at all when they don't come from like an authentic source? Like, how moved are you in terms of like the impression of the ad when you get an ad at like on a DreamHack stream or something? Like, how moved are you to actually buy that product? Like, I just don't think it moves the needle with this demographic.
When Twitch can't even turn a profit themselves monetizing these same eyeballs, it's hard to imagine how anyone else in a segmented, mutually dependent landscape like esports could fare any better. The other variable is that people get older. The millennials that grew up watching LCS and playing League after school have moved on to other games or other hobbies, as every generation does in life. It's a mistake to believe that people will stick to playing or watching one video game for the rest of their life, and building a billion-dollar business on that assumption is like drawing blood from a stone. If we look back at the roots of competitive gaming, players never really needed huge prize pools.
I watched this vid and I feel like it failed to see one of the biggest problems that fans are not willing to pay to watch. That's an interesting take. I think that is part of it, but I don't think even if you had been able to monetize from that standpoint that it would have worked. Like, ultimately sports on TV doesn't rely on the fans like paying in constantly to watch, right? Like, the event itself is mostly just free to view for most people. You can buy like sports packages and stuff like that, but yeah, like, it's interesting. I think that should have been brought up.
To compete, they didn't need stadiums or coaches. They did it out of passion and pride in run-of-the-mill auditoriums and plastic chairs. It was about glory and not money, and it was about proving that a kid from Kansas could match a top-tier Korean StarCraft pro, that a Japanese player could perfectly parry every attack at 1 HP to clutch a win in Street Fighter, that a band of Americans could upset the top Korean seed against all odds in League, and that two teenagers from California could pull off a move that no one had ever seen before in Smash. Gaming is a skill, but as the past decade of esports has shown, it's not a talent that the world is ready to put $1 on.
Yeah. What a phenomenal video. This guy is a great creator. I'll link his YouTube so that people can follow him. That's a truly phenomenal video. And unfortunately, we watched that entire hour-long video, and now in 2 hours, I'm going to give a talk at the University of Hawaii, and I have no idea how I'm going to spin that to be positive, but I'm going to try, because I don't want to go into there with like a bunch of like hopeful students and be like, ha, here's an hour of why you're all fucked. There will be a little bit of that, but yeah, I just want to give them more value than that. So I think I'm gonna take a break until that stream. I just don't want to stream all the way through. I'm gonna go like do some work at Novo and chill for a bit. But I will be back live in 2 hours, and then we'll be giving a talk to the University of Hawaii on esports, and we'll be talking to the class. And I'll do a little bit after that, and then we'll call it good for today. So if you just found me or whatever, thanks for being here. Thank you for following the stream. Also, if you really like this, this is a business stream, so we talk about stuff that's happening in the business world, particularly as it relates to like tech and gaming. If you'd like the stream, go check out the Discord, discord.gg/Devin. That stream, that is where we talk like basically 24/7 outside the stream. So thank you everybody for being here. I will be back in a couple hours, 2 hours to be exact. I'll be back to go chat with this university and then talk to you guys a little bit. So thank you very much, everybody. I'll see you guys again then. It won't be too long. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for everything. And like I said, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I will be back. I'll see you guys then. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you on Discord. Talk to you elsewhere. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Twitch. And again, thank you for all the follows. I really appreciate it. All right, see you guys again in 2 hours for that talk. Bye.